Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So if you super chat 100, YouTube, it looks like it's about to get fixed. Well, better early on than, I don't know what's going on with the internet situation. Okay, guys, we're back. Sorry about that. Here, let me close that out. Okay, $10 and up will be displayed. $200 and up will be read/answered. Or excuse me, $100 and up will be read/answered. $200 and up will trigger TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. For the first 30 minutes of the show, we are going to be doing a $69 TTS. If your chat or TTS is too toxic, we reserve the right to skip it. Please see the description for all triggers and full details. We do have muted microphone, champagne pop, kick, buying Kiki, etc., etc. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch, so it's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. By the way, guys, I think it's bugged. It's been 11 hours since we've got a Prime. I think something's bugged, boys, so if you can, test it out, see if a Prime can come through. We're planning on doing, assuming there's no technical issues, a IRL stream July 4th. Maddie will be there. I'll be there. So check that out. We got merch, and that should be I'm pretty sure it'll be a Twitch exclusive merch. Shop.whatever.com. I'm wearing our Whatever hoodie. If you like it, get yourself one. Follow us on Instagram at Whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at Whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. It's really the pressing issue of our time. Fighting the good fight. Anyways, if you can't catch the full shows, got some clips channels. Link for those are in the description. And there's 3 of those. We have a private Patreon members only Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Oops, scuffed. Well done. And, okay. Gonna have to, okay. Yeah, there it is. We post BTS on there. Nick got beat up by a girl on a stream a couple weeks ago, so that's on there. Let's see what else. Oh, last thing, we had some haters review bomb us on Apple Music and Spotify. So if you guys can, drop us a 5-star review, drop us a little written review too, and that's for Apple Music. And then we're also on Spotify. If you can just drop us a 5-star review over there on Spotify. We got review bombed by haters, so all links at the very bottom of the description on the video on YouTube. Disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. So with that said, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Adeline. I am an OnlyFans model, streamer, media personality. I'm 26 and I live in LA.
All right, welcome back. What about you?
Hi, my name is Sammy Jo. I am from San Diego. I am 28 and I am an IFBB Bikini Pro, online health and fitness coach, streamer, and content creator.
And you have a competition coming up here pretty soon, right?
In like 2.5 weeks, yeah.
Exciting.
Yeah.
You brought some protein with you?
I literally brought a container of chicken and a rice cake with peanut butter on it. So
how often do you eat? Like
every 2 to 3 hours.
Okay. Can we get a double buy?
We can.
Let's see a double buy. Scuffed.
Ooh, hell yeah.
Flock, Myron. Okay, cool.
You have to dehydrate for those shows?
No, I actually am extremely against that. Water is like 80% of our body, so you need water to live and to fill your muscles out. So I drink 1 gallon to 1.5 gallons of water a day, and then I drink that leading up into my show as well.
Wait.
But the day of the show?
Day of is just sips of water. but I don't cut or deplete water at all.
Okay.
What is your go-to pose?
Well, I have a full routine on stage that I have to do. Mandatory poses are front pose and back pose. It's not like guys where they have like front double bi and things like that. So we have like a full, pros have like 60 seconds on stage. So it's a full routine.
Can we get a most muscular? Is that, what's it called?
That's men, most muscular.
You want to do it though?
I mean, I guess I could.
Okay, let's see.
If you just like want me to flex for you, is that?
Isn't it like,
Most muscular for guys is like when they lean forward and crunch their abs, and
okay.
it's not the same aesthetic
Girls
for
don't
women.
do it?
No.
What's like the go-to girl pose?
I mean, it's our front pose.
Okay.
Is
So, like-
typically when you're like to the side, torso twisted,
Like,
shoulders
we'll try.
twisted forward.
Do you do
I can. That's kind of like in
Flop.
our glute pop.
Okay, boom.
You show tricep.
Cool,
But yeah.
cool. Good times, good times. Well, good luck on the competition.
Thank you.
What about you?
I'm Ayana. I'm 22 and I'm from Santa Barbara, and I'm a singer.
All right. We're gonna, are you in school?
Not anymore, but I was at SBCC. I was also a tutor for English.
Did you drop out or did you got your, what's it called? Associates?
Did I drop out? I've just taken a semester off.
That's a
say
drop
that.
out. Wait, how long have you been out of,
Just since the end of the last semester.
so just like a month ago, basically?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're a singer, right?
Yeah.
Can we get what's that song you sang last time? It was,
At last, my love has come along.
all right, there you go. Got some talent here tonight. Okay. And what kind of music do you do? Is it
I
R&B,
sing,
hip-hop,
R&B,
rap?
jazz,
Any rap?
neo soul. I'm not a rapper.
Not a rapper, no freestyles
Everybody's
tonight?
supposed to go, whoa! 'Cause no, I'm not a
No
rapper.
freestyles. Okay.
I also have been known to belt out some custom tunes for the Whatever podcast from time to time, just so you know. So you don't have the market cornered here.
Yeah. Maybe you guys can link
Do
up
it.
and start a band or something. All right. What about you?
Hi, I'm Elsa. I'm 32. I'm from Austin, Texas, and I am a dating coach for men.
All right. How long have you been doing that for?
7.5 years.
Okay. 7.5 years. And you only men, or do you sometimes?
Only men.
What if like lesbian women? Does that ever?
No, I have worked with them in the past when I first started, but now it's strictly men.
Strictly
the only
men.
way I work with
Okay.
women is I pair them with men.
So
sometimes.
matchmaking. But that's
Kind
not really
of.
what
It's
you
more
do.
for feedback.
Feedback.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. How many clients have you had?
At this point, it's somewhere probably in the 600, 700 range.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Did you go to university at all? Not for that.
I did, yeah. I have a bachelor's degree in marketing and psychology.
All right. Cool. What about you?
I'm Morgan. I'm 18. I'm from the Bay Area, and I currently go to Santa Barbara City College.
All right. First year, second year?
First year.
First year. Okay.
Yeah.
And what are you studying?
Political science.
Political science. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what you kind of want to eventually do with that? Maybe
Yeah, I want to go to law school.
be a
So,
lawyer.
Yeah.
Okay. Very cool. Do you know what kind of law you might want to?
Real estate law.
Real estate. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. And from the Bay, are there different areas of the Bay?
Yeah,
like
kind
is
of.
Oakland, is that part of the Bay?
Yeah, I would say yeah.
Are you from Oakland?
No, I'm
No.
from the East Bay. Like,
Is it insulting? Is that if you're from the Bay, is it an insulting to ask if you're from Oakland? No, Nick, you're from
She
Oakland.
sounded offended.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. What about you?
Hi, I'm Andrea. I am from Los Angeles, California. I'm 23 years old, and I'm a model, I'm an actress, I'm a fashion stylist. I do anything artsy. I do music. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay. School and all?
Yes, I'm starting at the Academy of Dramatic Arts in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm. Have you done any previous higher education, like a city college or?
Yeah, I've done Pasadena City College. I've done Arizona State University. I used to study psychology and business.
All right. What about you?
Hello, everyone. My name is Giselle. I'm 23. I am studying to get my bachelor's in business. And manage.
Beaten
and-
Cheeks donated $69. Wow, what kind of losers seek a single 32-year-old woman
my
as a
God.
dating coach? What an Andrew, be easy on Sam. She will put you in an armbar. Shave your arms.
You
Thanks,
do
Cheeks.
jujitsu?
No, but Cheeks and I are besties
Oh,
now.
okay. There you go. There
That's
you go.
so funny. I thought
thank
with
you,
a
Cheeks.
rock this big, they could see that I was actually
Is
not
it,
single. I'm engaged.
Is it a QC?
What does that mean?
Wait, cubic. Sorry.
Cubic
QZ.
zirconia?
Is
What
it
is that?
Is it a QZ? Sorry.
No,
QZ.
it's called a princess cut.
Oh, okay.
It's a very
Yeah, is it a QZ princess? cut?
no idea.
Yeah.
I don't know. My fiance would know.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm just.
It's a family.
That's kind of
Cubic
rude.
zirconia.
That's
like,
rude.
Hey.
That's
I
It's
don't
like the
know.
earrings you get from Walmart.
That's a valid question. Do you want to respond to Cheeks? He's. Do you think it's an L for not for you? I think he's calling the men losers.
Gotcha. We have time. We'll talk about it.
Okay. Where were we? Did you finish your intro?
That I was just going to school for business and
Okay.
accounting, and then I'm still a manager at the auto shop.
Sure. Maddie, what about you?
My name is Madison. I'm 19. I'm from San Diego and I live in Santa Barbara. I work for the Whatever podcast, and I'm also a student at SBCC studying comp.
All right, welcome everybody. And without further ado, also we have by satellite feed, we have the great Andrew Wilson, my Caucasian. Take it away.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. It's the fastest growing debate channel on YouTube, to my knowledge. I'm a political satirist, a political analyst, and I like to occasionally engage in a bit of debate.
All right, welcome. So we're going to go around the table once more. What is everybody's current relationship status? So are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, married, polycule, sex, cult, harem, whatever it may be? If you're single, how long have you been single, and what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
In a relationship.
All right. Were you in relationship previous shows? How long have you guys been together?
About 6 months, 7 months now.
6 months. Longest relationship?
2 years.
2 years. All right. And your current boyfriend, is he also in the adult biz?
We both discontinued.
Wait, what?
Yeah, we both discontinued being mainstream adult performances.
You guys just do like your own
Yeah, we're fully monogamous now. Yeah.
Entrepreneurs, okay. But you're still doing adult content.
Correct.
Yeah. All right. Is that how you met though? Through the mainstream trad adult content stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. And he was a male talent?
Yeah, so we met through a friend of mine. I got signed to an agency, a corn agency out here.
Yeah.
And I moved out here and I was looking for a place to stay, and I was like, hey, I just put on Twitter, does anybody have a room I can rent out while I fly back and forth from Texas to LA? My girlfriend was like, hey, do you remember that guy Zach from Exotica, one of the conventions? And I was like, yeah. She's like, well, he just moved there. He has a big house. He said he'd be open to hosting you. And I was like, cool. So the rest is history.
Well, it worked out.
Yeah.
And so did he ever shoot with men?
No.
No? Because don't a lot of guys have to, like, in the mainstream, a lot of them will get their start shooting with dudes?
Some do, yes.
Okay.
Some don't. Some
Maybe that's kind of
make
like
it solo.
outdated. Maybe that's like an outdated
Well,
thing.
there used to be a really, really big stipulation to where like you couldn't, they call them crossover performers. So you would do gay and then you would do straight, but you're not really allowed to go from one to the other. But now it's a lot more accepted for you to do both sides.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about you?
I am married.
All right. Wait, is that new? I know you were in a relationship.
No.
Always married?
Always.
Okay.
Always, yeah.
How long married?
2 years.
2 years.
Together
All right.
for 6.
Together for 6. And is this your longest relationship?
Yeah.
Who proposed to who?
He proposed to me, of
Oh,
course.
of course. Why of course?
Of course.
Why of course? It's,
Traditional.
2024,
It's traditional.
Well, it would have been 2022, I guess, when you got married.
Yeah.
Or even earlier.
21
if you, yeah,
when
21.
we got engaged.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. What about you?
Rela-situationship.
Sorry, a what?
Yeah.
Wait.
Mix them together.
No, I didn't hear.
I said relay-situationship.
Oh, relay-situationship. What does that mean?
We were talking for a while, and I would just say that was a really situationship, and then we talked about being together, but then we didn't really follow through with that, but we still talk to each other, and I'd be acting like a wife sometimes. So, yeah, yeah.
How long have you been seeing this person?
About a year and some change.
About a year, okay. So is it monogamous?
Yes.
Okay, it's monogamous on both sides? So for the 1 year you've been seeing this person, there's been on both sides no other people involved? Like you haven't seen other...
For the most part, yes. Everyone, we were like, oh, well, we're single for a while. So, like if you're single and we just really enjoy each other's company, it is what it is. But as of right now, yes, it is monogamous.
But you're not boyfriend, girlfriend?
No.
Do you want a title?
If you ask me, yeah.
But like, so...
I'm not pressed, but if you're expecting certain things from me, I would appreciate being asked the question. If you don't ask me the question, I can't say, yes, I'm your girlfriend.
Expecting what from you?
Anything.
Well, what do you mean?
Like, what do you expect from a girlfriend? What do you expect from a woman? You're like, oh, well, cook me dinner, clean up the house, make sure that you're talking to me at every second, always answer your phone, do this and do that. I feel like that comes along with asking me to be your girlfriend, which that's why I said situationship, because...
So you're doing half that shit?
I'm doing it without the title.
Oh, okay. Right. Wait, so are you doing that stuff for him?
Yeah.
Do you guys live together?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. What do you mean?
Yeah, he stays in LA, so I'm not homeless.
Oh, okay.
No, I have my own home.
He's
he
homeless.
has his own home.
But he's in
we
LA.
Also stay together for a majority of the time.
Okay, so it's like medium distance relationship. He lives in LA, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're here?
Not all the time, but yes.
Okay. So
I only come back for shows.
For shows. Okay.
Yeah.
And it is a he, right? Because I think you said in previous show you're bi?
Yes.
If I recall. Okay. So together for 1 year-ish, situ relationship. So have you guys had the conversation about wanting, like, are we official, boyfriend, girlfriend?
Yeah, we had that conversation.
How'd that go?
It went great until the next day.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
We talked about really wanting to be with each other, not wanting to like do all the extras, and then
what do you mean do the extras?
Like fight all the time and like be uncertain. And then the next day we had like a falling out, and then we were like, well, fuck that. And then we still talk to each other every day. So am I in a relationship or am I not? I don't know. Look at uncertain.
So when you did have the actual conversation, though, what was the determination made there? Like, who kind of initiated it? Did you go to him and say, I want a title?
I'm not that type of girl.
I want to be boyfriend, girlfriend. You're not that type of girl?
No. If you want me, you're going to show me that you want me.
Couldn't the guy say the same thing, though? If you want me...
Yeah, but that's just not how I work. So if that's the type of guy that you are, then you should find somebody that'll do that for you.
This reminds me of that Homath video we watched recently. Like, if they won't do it, what is it? If they won't do it, find somebody who will.
Yeah.
Find somebody who can.
Sounds right.
Does that go? Should we pull it up?
Yeah.
Can you find that video? It's.
I knew I should have said something more simple. No.
We won't react to it quite yet, Nick. But once we get through the relationship status stuff, we will. But just get it up, just because that's an interesting convo. So. Have you guys been on again, off again?
More of we don't have to turn it on or off. It's just there. We're just vibing. Okay?
So vague.
We're very G-vibing here.
Vague answer. Okay. All right. So, how did you guys meet?
At Something Dope for the People in Los Angeles. It's like an open mic event. I went.
Is it like a stand-up thing? Or?
Singing. It's singing.
Singing.
Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of different artists that come out and they sing their songs, they rap, they do all this fun stuff.
Yep.
And it was my first time going to one of those events, and we connected there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. What about you?
I'm engaged.
Engaged. How long have you been engaged for?
Since Christmas Eve. We've been together for 4 years.
All right. 4 years.
In November.
Is this your longest relationship?
It is. Before that, it was 3 years.
All right. And let's see. Ever been married before?
No.
Okay. All right. Who proposed to who?
He proposed to me.
Okay. And how did you guys meet?
At a Friendsgiving dinner, actually.
Friendsgiving dinner.
Yeah, that our
Okay.
friends were hosting.
Nice. Okay. Very cool. What about you?
I am single.
All right. Single. Any previous relationship history?
Yeah. Me and my boyfriend, or ex, I guess,
Yeah.
of almost 3 years, broke up 2 months ago.
Okay. Pretty fresh.
Yeah.
Together for 3 years, you said?
Yeah.
I'm assuming that was your longest relationship.
Yeah.
Ended 2 months ago. Why did you guys break up?
I broke up with him because it was just, he just couldn't keep the same energy that was in the beginning.
Would you,
He stopped
can you
trying?
elaborate a
Yeah.
little bit?
He stopped trying, yeah. That's how I would
Stop
explain
trying.
it.
So you used to try,
Yeah.
but then got you.
Yeah.
Stop trying.
Yeah.
Okay. So how was he trying before? I guess like when you say try, what was he doing?
Planning dates.
Planning dates.
Like, I don't know, simple things, sending texts, good morning text, good night, like checking in, just.
Is he the same age as you?
Yeah. We went to high school.
So, I
together.
mean, so his energy started to lower from 15 to 18?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
I don't know what that means, but.
All right. And so it ended 2 months ago.
Yeah.
How did you break up with him? Over text?
No. We had, I mean, I was like, oh, we need to talk, and then we talked.
Okay. Did you send was it a text?
Yeah.
We need to talk?
Yeah.
You already know what's coming.
Sure.
When you get the we need to talk. Have any of you ever gotten like a we need to talk text and then you're like, fuck. And then it's like it's actually like, oh, like what do you want for dinner? You ever, and you just have that
You
adrenaline.
just ruined my whole day.
You just have the adrenaline dump. Just wasteful adrenaline dump.
I don't even want to eat anymore.
Yeah. So you said that he used to put in effort, but then kind of stopped. So you said like planning dates.
Yeah.
And then, so it ended up towards the end, would you say it was more like just, you guys would just hang out basically? Or?
Yeah. I mean, it felt like we were kind of like friends. Like, I was like, oh, can we like, be like a relationship? Like, not just like talk and be friends. Like, Yeah.
Okay. So you've been single for 2 months. Any rebound? Has there been rebound?
Sure. Friends.
Friends of friends?
No, I would just say like friends who have became more than friends, but like not.
Mateus donated $69. For the 22-year-old singer, I don't know if you know this, but girlfriends aren't expected to cook and clean. That's wife stuff, an actual wife. Tell him, Andrew. Christ is king.
I like that.
Tell him, Andrew. I mean, I actually think, honestly, it needs to be the reverse. So it's not like you do that shit super far down the road. You do that shit immediately. Like second date, fold his laundry.
I actually did have somebody take me on a date once a couple years ago, and he was like, yeah, come over, I need to grab something from the house. And he was like, can you help me fold this laundry really quick? And I was
my
like,
God.
this is the first date. We talk about fold the laundry. I was
that
like,
what you
I think
said?
I'm going to just
Skedaddle.
kick rocks or something.
Was
Like,
Oh, you can't wait. You
Didn't
canceled.
you didn't help him fold the laundry?
I eventually I did, but I definitely made a
Oh,
fuss
okay.
about it. I definitely made a
Alright.
fuss about it. I was like, why would I do that? What do you think this is?
Oh, but you did it.
I did.
But you did
One
do it.
Motorsports donated $69. He lost the energy cool way of saying he just wasn't that into you and did not want you to go psycho ex-girlfriend. Did you key his car?
Did you kiss car?
No. Why would I key his
Should've.
car?
No.
Are you more like
Yeah, do it tomorrow.
Good idea.
okay? Well, here we'll come back to that, but then. So the whole laundry thing, you did it, but it was a begrudging
Oh yeah.
laundry fold.
Cause what?
Was it like his
Did you smash?
ploy?
Wait, did you
Yeah.
smash?
No,
But
I
you
didn't.
Because of the laundry
That's a
thing,
d-
or
so
like you weren't going.
I
to
wasn't
anyway?
going to. I wanted to see what it was like, and
So you did
it
do
started
it.
like that.
You did fold the laundry.
Yes.
Were you like cursing
Because I wanted
at
to
him?
get the fuck out the house. Like, why am I? What am I sitting here for? Yes, I can help you fold the laundry. Can we go? You said that we were going here to do this. So why am I at your house? How do we even get here?
It was his ploy to get you inside.
Oh, and
Yeah.
it was my ploy to get back outside as quick as possible, and then not back in the house ever
did you
again.
do a good job folding it? Or?
I'm a great, excellent folder. My mom has OCD,
Okay.
and I have no other option but to fold correctly.
Okay. Besides the whole laundry thing, did you otherwise like him, or was that kind of the
I just don't think that we were that compatible.
because of the laundry thing?
It was just different. I was trying. No, yeah, it was just different.
See, I think if the girl is willing to do it on the first date, she's a keeper.
She is just
She's a
not for you
keeper.
because that's what you decided to put me up to on the first date. So just know that she got away.
Haha, okay, so going back to Morgan here. So, okay, you were dating this guy for 3 years. You broke up 2 months ago. He stopped putting in the energy. What is that?
Yeah.
You guys would hang out though, right? I mean, it wasn't like he wasn't seeing you, right?
Yeah, but if I'm dating somebody and I have to plan all the dates, then why am I dating a man?
Okay, so you would how often would you guys see each other? A couple times
I
a
mean, we
week?
go to school together, so we see each other every day.
Every day, okay. And so you would when you say planning dates, you'd want to go out and do stuff, and he'd kind of just want to hang out at home, or
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Maybe,
So you wanted him to tell you what to do a little bit more?
Tell me what to do.
Yeah.
You wanted him to court you?
no, I think Andrew, could you repeat yourself? I don't think she heard.
You wanted him to tell you what to do a little bit more?
Not what to do, but like
take initiative.
say, oh, I'm gonna come pick you up at 8 o'clock. Be ready, and then
That sounds like it's telling you what to do, literally. I'm going to
Then,
come
yeah.
at 8 o'clock and pick you up, so be ready sounds literally like telling somebody what to do, just to let you know.
If you guys
Okay.
are together, then you're basically like coming to agreement that I will let you tell me some things to do. Yeah.
There's intention behind it, right? It's not like
Yeah.
he's saying like you better wear this or else. Like
No.
he's saying, "Hey, I'm taking you out, so be ready at 8." Like
Exactly.
there's different intention behind it. It's more of a caring
Yeah,
way
the intention is to
instead
tell
of
her
a
what to do.
malicious way.
That's
you-
the intention.
Did you tell
right?
him
Be
that-
ready at 8, I'm picking you up, and we're going out. That sounds like the intention.
yeah. I mean, we've talked about it before. I told him that, and he said, okay, give me one more chance, and then he couldn't
So you asked
give
for
a
it
chance.
clearly.
So then I said, okay, then I'm sorry.
I don't think she did anything wrong.
Yeah, if he's not
I
serving
don't
you,
If you asked for it,
if he's not
clearly.
serving you the way that you wanted,
Yeah.
like keep that attitude all throughout the rest of your life, because so many women in your position get stuck with men because they feel obligated because they've already been with him for 3 years to continue to put more time. So good on you for
Thank
Not
you.
settling.
He's a great guy, but just
Not
he
the
needs
one for
to-
you.
Yeah.
Actually, hold on. Let me walk back my statement. I think that the guy should put in effort for the first fortnight, so like 2 weeks, and then needs to totally withdraw and just push the entire rest of the burden of everything onto the woman.
That's what they
after
do.
2 weeks.
That's what they do.
That's what they do?
Yeah.
That's what
no, I've
happened?
actually experienced exactly what she's talking about. Like, guys will put in so much effort in the start, and then once they finally have you, they'll like
Gotcha,
be
bitch.
lazy.
We got you. We got you.
Wow.
It's, you know, we got you. You know?
Yeah,
It's
and
like-
then you lost her. So.
Well, yeah, but they did for 3 years.
And then
Yeah,
they'll
but now they're
circle
not
back
together
in a couple months and they'll be like, hey, you know, I worked on myself and don't believe
They're
it
lying.
because they really probably didn't. And then they'll take you on a date and they'll do everything that you expected. And then it's just,
Be the same
it
guy
feels
the next
forced and pushed because
Yeah.
I had the same thing.
I mean,
happen
we
to
were friends for a while because I was like, oh, let's, like, that was like my best friend of 3 years. Like, let's be friends. And he was like, okay. And then we were friends. And then he said, you're leading me on. I can't be friends. I said, I was never getting back together with you. So I don't know what that means.
Oh, you were trying to be friends after you broke up?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
A little
that
too
probably
soon.
shouldn't happen,
Might be a little bit too soon.
Yeah.
You know.
Wait, so I'm trying to think here. So, okay. You know what I think? I think it's actually kind of fair. Like for us guys to, like we put in, we do the heavy lifting at the beginning and then just coast.
Get Booped donated $69. Did Girl in Pink just seriously
she did
say
say
if
that.
he isn't willing to serve you? So you expect the guy to serve you, but you don't expect to serve your guy? Come on.
I didn't say that.
Me.
Oh,
Yeah,
but
it's her.
when did you say that though? When did you say that?
say that either.
She did say
She
it.
said that
I said
she wasn't
serve.
expecting to serve them.
She did say serve.
I said
The man should
serve, and they took it literal.
Translation simp.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $69. Maybe if
Oh
you
my
had thrown in a good hawk to or made a better sandwich, maybe he would have put in more work. Also, men do not serve women. Perhaps he felt you would not serve the patriarchy well.
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
Yo, Grid 1, good to see you back in the chat, man. It's been, I think it's been a couple shows we haven't seen you, so really good to hear from you, man. Always
Andrew
appreciate you.
1914 donated $69. Back middle in pink, you are absolutely beautiful. I'll take you to a nice dinner and get Andrew 1914.
Oh, okay. There you go. You're already getting some
Appreciate
new
it.
prospects. There you go.
Wait, so is it unreasonable to say that the equivalent is when a woman lets herself go in a relationship? Like how in the beginning she's all putting herself together, she's hot all the time, she smells good. And then somewhere
Smells
down the
good.
line, yeah, like she puts perfume or
or
essential oils,
I
essential
can't
oils,
stand perfume.
whatever, shampoo,
He likes to
conditioner,
shower people.
takes a shower, puts effort,
I 100%
and then
agree with
somewhere
that.
down the line, just t-shirt and sweats.
What's that Drake song?
Always.
Hair tied, sweatpants, chilling with no makeup on. That's when you're the prettiest. I hope you don't take it wrong.
For sure, sometimes that's cute, but when it's all the time,
I've definitely heard about like the men feeling like, oh, I shouldn't have to tell you that you're letting yourself go, and if you get offended by that, then that's on you because you're the one that is really just not looking as good as you did before.
But
Wait, have you had that experience?
I've not had that experience, but I've had that conversation
So
about.
you've had the experience.
No, they weren't telling me. They were
Oh.
like, well, if I told you like you're getting fat and you don't dress up as much, which would never be. Excuse me. How would you feel about that? Do you think that that's okay and acceptable to say to your woman? And I'm like,
But can we like backtrack and be like, okay, why is she letting herself go? Is it because he's not putting up, like we said, he wasn't giving that effort in the beginning, so it's like, why bother?
He wasn't gonna tell me I was pretty if I dressed up
vice
anyway.
versa. Yeah.
I definitely think that is the equivalent, though. A guy not trying, I would say, is 100% the same as
100%.
a woman being comfortable and not dressing up anymore or letting herself go if she used to, say, work out and stay fit, things like that. But now they're 3, 4, 5 years in the relationship, or, you know, maybe they're married, they have kids now, and, oh, well, we have kids now, so my focus is on the kids and not my health and wellness.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $69.
Oh my God.
Why is the feminist men's dating coach talking about women smelling like whores?
She didn't-
This seems
Never
counterproductive
said
to a
anything
meaningful
like that.
relationship.
All right, grid
He be
one.
making
You've
stuff
been,
up.
He's on one.
He's grid one's. He's you've been drinking grid one. It's,
rolling with it.
little scotch, little whiskey. What's up? So I actually here's what I think it is, right? So it's kind of when a guy does that, we're leveling things out, we're balancing shit out, because the amount of effort we put in the beginning is tremendous, orders of magnitude. I mean, tremendous. So then once we put in the work and we
Gotcha, bitch.
we just want to coast. We just want to coast. And also, question: do you consider yourself more introverted or extroverted?
I would say more introverted.
And what about him? More extroverted, introverted?
I would say he's the same, introverted a little bit.
Is
more.
he homebody?
Yeah.
Likes to stay at home?
Mm-hmm.
And what about you? Likes to stay at home or
I
prefers
like to go out.
Go out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he probably just wants to kick it at home, chill, relax.
But after a while, that's so tiring.
Yeah.
That's tiring?
Yes, like, oh my God, I feel like I'm not doing anything with my life. I'm 18 years old, and I'm sitting in the house every single day with some guy that don't do nothing for me.
Sounds great.
You know, when you
That
turn
sounds
30 as
great.
a woman, I bet you half the people aren't going to be an option. You can't mold a grown-ass man into what you need or want them to be. But if you got with somebody that's your own age and likes to do the same things that you like to do, y'all are growing together. It's different.
Exactly.
It's beautiful. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, I think, look, we got to do so much at the beginning. I think we just we got to coast.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $69. I do not drink, but I have to assume all the men taking
Damn,
the
bro.
feminist coach's advice are professional
Damn, bro,
alcoholics.
Grid one. He's on a roast.
He's on, yeah.
He's on the warpath tonight. He is on the warpath tonight. Good to see you in the chat, Grid one. Appreciate it. Let me pull up this other chat from Pico Steins here.
Costines donated $107.
Thank you, man.
Greetings, panel. Who in the panel would be so kind as to give Brian a proper bow?
All right.
About?
Here, look. Let's. We'll get through
About.
relationship status. Then we'll pull up the bow video, proper bow. So we can perhaps get back to some of the Morgan stuff later. But what about you? Relationship stuff.
I am single. Yes.
All right. How long you been single?
I have been single for about a year now.
Longest relationship?
About 3 years.
3 years. Okay. Single for 1 year. So you're not currently talking to anybody?
No.
Nobody in the picture?
No.
No dating apps?
No.
No sneaky link?
No,
No
absolutely
roster?
not. No what?
Roster?
Oh, no.
Friends with benefits?
Nope.
Okay. Wait, going back to you, Morgan, really quick. I know you mentioned there was a rebound. Is it ongoing or
We're friends.
what?
We're friends.
What does that mean?
We talk.
So sneaky link,
Sneaky friend.
sneaky link, friends with benefits, or
Sure. Yeah.
okay. Do you have a roster? Got like
I
a
plead the fifth.
you got like a couple
not
sneaky
recall.
links.
We'll never know. I don't know.
We'll never know. So how about just people you're talking to?
Talking to?
Yeah. Do you have a roster of talking to people?
No, not a roster. No.
Okay. And you play soccer, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And because I feel like you got Riz, you know? Do you have Riz?
Yeah, Riz.
Let's see some Riz. I don't know. Can you Riz up Maddie? Like pretend she's a dude.
Okay, I don't think I have Riz.
Don't
I think
say
I
that.
It comes with it.
I just like
Look at her eyes.
look at them and then
You just look at
Look at her
wait.
eyes.
It's the eyes.
Look at her
Yeah, true.
eyes.
So what do you do?
Just like give them a look. It's good.
We'll come back to
Get
the look thing.
donated $69. Grid 1 take your meds FFS. BTW
Hey.
now we know why she ended the 3-year relationship. She's planning on dating up.
Guys, we gotta be nice to Morgan over here. Come on. Grid 1, take your meds. By the way,
What does that mean? Take his meds.
Yeah, what do you mean?
He's
what
off the
what
hinge.
meds? What Grid 1, do you
He's
take any
just
meds?
roasting.
Do you take meds?
Anonymous donated $69. Many think a significant age gap is
Oh my
predatory
God,
and
bro.
wrong,
What the-
while celebrating an entire month promoting
Okay,
actual
all right.
sexual immorality. Is a 44-year virgin wrong to seek a 20-year virgin? Same phase in life?
We can open that last question up to the panel. Is it wrong for a 44-year-old virgin to want to date a 20-year-old virgin?
Ouch. I just feel like the 20-year-old virgin has a much larger pool to choose from, and the 40-year-old does not. So I feel like you as 40 should know that you should let that 20-year-old have their chance because you had your chance all the way up until 44.
Wait, I have a question. What if the 44-year-old virgin is Ryan Reynolds, who's 47, by the way?
Would never.
And the 20-year-old virgin is somebody who's like an well,
Oh, no, don't.
don't go there.
Don't.
Let's just say obese.
That's equally as worse.
Which one is like, has more options?
Oh, well, yeah, when you put filters, I feel, was that called filters?
Wait, filters?
Those are like you're filtering the
But
scenario.
40, Ryan Reynolds, 47.
Okay.
But he says 44-year-old Ryan Reynolds virgin versus 20-year-old random obese person.
Find somebody who's ugly and name them, please.
That's subjective.
Who's an unattractive?
The little beast thing
Hillary
from.
Clinton.
Oh, that's a 20-year-old version of Hillary Clinton
20-year-old
versus
obese
44.
Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
What did she look like when she was 20?
She was actually not.
She was
not
pretty.
She was pretty fine.
I mean, there's other reasons to not like her, but so going around the table. Anyways, do you object? I guess the question is it
Here we go.
wrong for 44-year-old virgin to date 20-year-old virgin?
I feel like it's not wrong, but you at 44 should let the 20-year-old have their pick, and I just it's not wrong because y'all are both virgins, but I wouldn't say y'all are in the same life phase. You can't be at 44.
It's like a
versus
gray
20.
area.
Yeah.
But virgins
Okay.
or not, are you really in the same?
I would say no, but I mean, I'm also not a person to judge. Like, if they want to choose to be with the 40-year-old virgin, then go for it. I mean,
What
it's
are you
just,
getting
it is
from
what
that?
it is.
We both don't know what we're doing here. You're a
I mean-
grown-ass man. I'm really confused.
Age gaps are actually a thing. There's an entire subreddit, your girl joined at one point, for age gap. And it's a thing. People talk about how large of an age gap they are with their partners. So that's actually some
Okay.
people's kink and their thing.
Your
So-
thoughts on this, real quick?
I mean,
we'll just get quick answers.
Yeah, I think it's fine because you have your choice to be with who you want to be with,
Exactly.
regardless of your orientation.
I agree.
I think it's a little creepy.
A little
Personally.
creepy. Okay.
Just
Here, I'll get-
because
we'll cut-
a
Does it give you
20-year-old
the
woman.
ick?
Does it give you
Excuse
the
me?
ick?
Does it give you the ick?
A tiny bit, yeah. Because
Gives you the
a
ick.
20-year-old woman, I mean, her prefrontal cortex isn't even fully developed yet.
No,
She's
not
still
the
not.
prefrontal cortex.
But it's true.
Not the
She's not.
prefrontal fucking cortex. Not the prefrontal cortex. Are we doing? All right.
We need to.
I don't
have
think
a-
it's wrong, though. To be clear, I'm
we
not
need a
the
bingo card
the
that
judge on
has
what's right or
prefrontal
wrong.
Cortex is one of the.
But I do think it's slightly
The
creepy.
Abdullah
Nickelodeon
Oblongata.
donated $69.
Bro, Nickelodeon.
Name
come
someone
on.
who's ugly.
That's fair.
You.
That's fair.
Gotcha, bitch.
That's
Why
fair.
do they assume it's a 40-year-old man going after a younger woman?
That's what the question
So
was.
if the question
Actually,
was
it
actually
didn't
no, they didn't
specify
specify
gender.
gender.
Say who's
It did
going
not
after.
So was
specify.
if it were flipped, I would still think it's weird.
Except- yeah.
I think if you meet someone who's 20 and you genuinely fall for each other, great. But I think setting a filter for that is a bit of an interesting choice.
Interesting. Okay. All right.
Yeah, so
like grooming.
it's almost like setting a filter for tall.
Does it not?
Exactly.
Blue eyes.
Exactly.
That's all weird,
Exactly.
right? Setting a
I
filter
do
for
actually-
blue eyes.
Do think that's weird, yeah.
Do you think it's weird to set a filter for blue eyes?
You don't say.
Wait, what?
Yeah, of course. I think it's
Why?
shallow.
Why would that be weird?
Blue eyes.
I
What's
mean,
weird about that?
if you meet someone that you genuinely connect with and you're compatible and they happen to have blue eyes, but if you, I mean, you're just gonna
Well, then
narrow
I
your
guess you're not
pool.
compatible, are you? Because they don't have a trait that you want, right?
Blue eyes give me
So then,
alien
would you
vibes.
say that your connection to someone doesn't initially start by looks, and then you fall for the person based on their personality?
No, it does start by looks, but filtering for a 20-year-old doesn't have much to do with looks. It's just like a
I'm
why
pretty
why
confident
It doesn't
it
have
has
you seen
everything
Lotto?
to do with looks.
Have you seen Lotto?
In fact, let me give you a little pushback here.
Okay.
I am 100,000% confident that 40-year-old men who are filtering for 20-year-old women, it has everything to do with looks. In
You're right,
fact,
it does.
I can't think of anything else it would have to do with.
But then is it weird for the 20-year-old to have their filter up to 45? For the 40 or 44-year-old to be falling in that category?
I think that's weird, yes. I don't think it's wrong, but I do think it's weird.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Let's do, how about this? We'll come back. I'll write a note to come back to the age gap stuff just so we can get through it.
Well, hang on. Can I get back to this real quick? Because I just got to know.
Okay.
Why in the world would you say that you don't think that a 40-year-old
donated
would be...
$69.
One sec.
Didn't the president of France get groomed by his high school teacher? Is that creepy?
Yes. Yes.
Well, I think that's a little different because there's like the nature of the relationship, whereas like teacher-student, that muddies it a little bit.
Someone did that at my school.
Also, I think it's different if it's a 30, if it's a 30 and a 54-year-old. I think they're more likely to be in a similar phase of life than a 44 and a 20-year-old.
Yeah, but forgetting the phase of life for just a second, we can get back to that too, because that's just meaningless garbage tripe that's made up, and I don't even know what it means. Just garbage tripe.
Right.
How could you ever say that a 40-year-old man who's filtering for like a 20, 21, 22-year-old chick isn't doing that primarily based around the fact that she's hot?
No, I didn't say that. That is why he's doing it.
You did say that. You said that the looks aren't why they're filtering. And I'm like, what? What are you talking? Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, if he met a girl that were 26 and just as hot, I don't think he's going to go, oh, but you're 26 and you're 20, so let me go with the 20-year-old.
There's a guy that says differently than that. But also, I heard recently that once you're 20, it's like you start over again. So I'm a 2-year-old adult right now. You hear me? Because instead of being 22, because you don't learn shit for the first 10 years of your life about relationships, like with other people. Like, we're not talking about sex and all the other things that you could be talking about in front of your kids at that age. So when you turn 18, that's when you start kind of counting it. That's what I heard, you know, like, okay, so I'm about to be a 2-year-old adult, and then you keep counting up from that. So you want to date a 2-year-old?
Wait, what? Are we into the...
How does that not make sense, though?
You know what? Hang on. Let me use your line of logic here. You ready? Okay. So are we going to give the vote to a 2-year-old?
No.
Oh, okay, great. So then women shouldn't be able to vote at 20, right?
What?
Back it up, what?
I think they're able to vote at 18 because that's what you're learning about. You're not learning about sex. You're learning about...
Stop. Don't prattle. Just listen to what I'm actually asking. Here's your logic. Do you want to date a 2-year-old? Because you're saying he's a 2-year-old adult, right? It's like, okay, by that same logic, do we want a 2-year-old to vote?
But it's
that's
not
stupid.
But that's not based off gender. A man that is 20 years old is also a 2-year-old adult. Like, if he's 22, he's also a 2-year-old adult. It's not about gender. So what are you talking about? Women shouldn't be able to vote at 20.
Wait, guys, one at a time. Only one person speaking at a time.
So you don't want 20-year-old women or men to vote? By that logic, then.
No, I don't think that you should count it as them being at their maturest point. That has nothing to do with, because you're sitting at school every day and you're learning about politicians. You're learning about all these things that you need to know. But that's different from your personal experience in life with other people. It's different.
Oh, so I get it. So you don't have enough experience in order to have your own dating preferences, but you have enough experience to participate in the running of a nation. That's big brain stuff, right? Like, what? You want these 2-year-olds to run around and vote? Like, that's crazy to me.
Well, you
Get
can go to school.
Donated $69. Macron's wife was 40 and he was 15. Yet I don't hear anyone calling that out as creepy behavior, even with the student-teacher dynamic.
I've never heard that, and that is weird.
Was 40 and he was 15.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Super fucking creepy, actually.
Okay, but I mean, in the defense of Macron and his perhaps wife.
Beaten Cheeks donated $69. Men's dating coach. Poor thing doing awful advertising herself on here that wants losers that to subscribe to her. Anyone going against Grid 1 is against the patriarchy is an idiot feminist.
Damn, bro.
Drizzle.
What?
Drizzle? Why just one drizzle?
Sprinkle.
Sprinkle. Drizzle. All right. Go ahead, Andrew.
No, I was just saying, in their defense, drama kids are creepy and weird. So, and he was a drama kid. He was in all of them. All drama kids everywhere are little creepy fucks, all of them, every one of them. So I'm just going to throw that out there. So that might be why that relationship ended up happening.
Oh yeah, that doesn't work. Okay. Here, let's get through relationship status. So we got your relationship status correct? Okay. What about you?
I am single. I just recently got out of a year-long relationship about 3 months ago, and I'm just not into looking for another relationship, just trying to figure out myself. But I am, if I do open up, I'm looking only strictly for marriage. I'm not really into the dating scene.
Wait, so sorry, you've been single for how long?
I think 3 is going on to 4 months.
4 months, longest relationship?
That was the only relationship I was ever into, about a year.
Okay, 1 year.
Yeah.
And you said at this point you're just looking for marriage?
Yes.
Okay. Has that always been your standard?
Yes.
So you've never done like any sneaky links or anything like that?
No.
Okay. All right. Why did the relationship end? Who broke up with who?
He broke up with me. I just felt like maybe he wasn't emotionally mature. And then I also felt like maybe he wasn't ready for it. Emotionally unavailable, too much stress going on. He's a business owner, so a relationship wasn't a priority. And then it was for me, so.
Okay.
How old are you?
I'm 23. But the downfall is I still work with him, so I'm just trying to get out of that loophole.
Oh, wait. I remember you telling that story.
Yeah, I'm still there, unfortunately.
What was the story?
That,
Wait, don't you, live with him? Or
I lived with him, but I still work with him.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a little...
Okay,
It's a complicated situation.
Good times. Good times.
Yeah.
You guys have already heard Maddie shit like a million times. So.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Oh, Nick, we need to pull up the. Just make sure it's all set up with like the chats and whatnot. Boys, it wasn't a flake actually. It was. I got this DM. Guys, I get these DMs like 3 times a day. I don't often share. Like sometimes I'll share it if it's interesting, but just assume I'm dealing with like these r-slurred people like pretty much multiple times a day. Yes, go ahead. Okay. All right. So this girl, this was on Sunday, woke up to Sunday. How the fuck do I get on this shit and prove that ugly white boy, he's so wrong at everything? And she's talking about me. And so put us on the other side. So I responded, I was like, can you be in SB at 4 p.m.? Boom. Hey, you want to debate? Let's debate. But as usual, you know, they talk a big game, a lot of bark, no bite. Every single, and I won't even, if somebody sends me a nasty message like that, I won't even get nasty back. I'll just be like, let's come talk to me. Let's actually have a debate. Let's have an analysis of like your thought process. They're not really open to doing that because they'll just get smoked. I'm not even a good debater. I'll still smoke them. And then of course I got my backup here, Andrew Wilson. But yeah, it's all bark, no bite with a lot of these people who like have quarrel or who have what's it called? State your what's the word for grievance? That's the word. They got a grievance. They're not prepared to come and defend it. So anyways, just thought that was interesting. If you guys want, just understand where I'm coming from. Anyways, okay.
I've seen your IG stories when you repost the people who are sending you hilarious trash DMs.
Yeah.
And you repost, they're funny. I
oh yeah,
appreciate
so on my
them.
personal IG, I won't post it on my main because then they'll absolutely get demolished. On my personal IG, which has not that many followers, a lot of these people will be like, send me a DM super nasty. Like they'll talk shit about like my family.
And you tag them, and I just die laughing.
Well, because they'll message me and be like, "You're a pussy." They'll say that shit to me. Oh, you're a pussy. Why are your comments turned off? What? Blah blah blah. And then I'll just literally take a screenshot of the nasty DM and I'll just tag them. I won't say, "Hey, go." I won't say anything. Within 30 minutes, they've changed their username profile. They've privated everything, and they're calling me a pussy, and I'm like, look.
It was really scary here.
Well, it's ironic because their criticism of me is like, oh, your IG comments are turned off. and then they literally have to private all their shit and change their username within 30 minutes. And it's like, I'm giving you a taste of what I get every single day. Anyways, it's just interesting. I've only done that like 3 times when they send me something like really nasty. Like, I hope your family, like they'll send me really nasty shit.
I've seen some of them.
It's bad. It's bad. I hope your kids one day, just really fucked up shit. So,
Do you have kids?
What's that?
Do you have kids?
No.
No?
So, what's it called? Still though, your future kids, it's like crazy.
Wow, it's speaking on the unborn, it's crazy.
You want kids?
Yeah. 7 sons. Gonna have 7 sons.
When?
I don't know. Fucking gotta start soon, I guess.
I heard that a man can't stop. Like, you know how women, they're like, oh, women can't have kids after this certain age, but like a man can have kids forever. Like a guy, he had a kid at 80, and then he died like a week after she was born. That's crazy work. Why would you even do that to your kids?
Oh, by the way, guys, we had Charlie Kirk on the show like 2 weeks ago. I still have his water bottle. If anybody wants to buy it, I'm gonna put it on eBay. Just kidding. Okay.
That would sell. That really would sell. I think so.
His DNA's on it. No, I'm kidding. Charlie, don't worry. It's just a bit. It's just a bit. I'm not gonna sell it. Okay, so let's see. We got everybody's relationship status. Nick, was there something else we were gonna pull up, or
Home math.
the home math? Yeah, we can go to that real quick. Then we'll go.
It's called home math? Home math?
Mm-hmm.
Home math.
Home
Yeah.
math.
Oh. Instead of girl math, we're escalated to home math.
If he won't, find someone who will. Like, if he won't open your door for you, find someone who will. Simple, right? My brother just asked me, does that work for guys too? I was like, of course. So he's like, so if she doesn't cook for me, find someone who will.
Yeah.
If she won't do my laundry for me, then find a girl that will.
Yeah. I didn't say it didn't go both
Why does it
ways.
sound so bad when men say it?
It sounds bad because our society...
So, I mean, so you said earlier something along those lines, like,
And I was
if he
talking
won't
for
do
the
it,
man. I said, if I'm not doing the things that you want, go find that. It goes both ways. It's not just one.
Oh, and we also have to do the bow. Okay, so
I'm watching a lot of Bridgerton. I got my bow on lock.
good to know. So, because she seemed to object, like she was saying, well, if you won't find a man who does X, find one who will. So when it comes to what men should do, she's totally cool with it. Like, so find a guy who'll open the car door, pay for dates, buy you flowers, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. But when you reverse it and you say, find a woman who will do your laundry, who will cook for you, who will be submissive, et cetera, then it's like, well, that's misogynistic.
No,
blah,
it's
blah, blah,
not.
blah, blah, blah.
There's someone out there for everybody. You don't have to limit yourself. You don't have to settle.
No, hang on, because we were just kind of squabbling a second ago about this
2-year-old
age gap
kid.
thing.
That has nothing to do with anything that
Well,
we're
I
talking
think
about right now.
I think it does. I think it does.
Can you
right?
can you elaborate?
When they're like, okay, well, you can't have my baby, so I'm going to find a girl that will. That's going to be a girl, preferably in the 20s, right?
Yeah,
So
sure.
you're in your 40s and you're like, I want to have children. I'm going to go find myself a chick in their 20s who's going to give me lots of them, right? Isn't that I'll find someone who will? Isn't that the same thing?
The reason that I think that these two things are different is because in that situation, you can't... Wait, hold on. Let me reverse. I said that both of these things work for both genders. I said at 20, if you're 21, 22, you're a 1-year-old, 2-year-old adult, right? So that was for men or women. If I say, I want to find somebody that'll do this for me and that for me, and the person that you're with right now isn't doing it, that goes for men and women. Because there are people that will do those things for you and make you feel the way that you want to feel. It's not about
so like
gender.
If yeah, I mean, I get it. So if a 45-year-old man's like, oh, if you won't have my babies, I'll find a girl that will, and preferably one in their 20s because they're going to have lots of babies, that seems totally appropriate, right?
If they find a girl in their 20s who want to do that, I praise it. Go ahead.
Yeah,
if you can
so there's
find somebody that wants to
ick,
do
right?
that for you, I am so more than happy for you. It's not a disagreement.
So no ick. That's not icky, right?
I can't say that it's icky. I've had an age gap.
All right.
I'm just saying, like, if you're thinking about it, like, we're not on the same stage. That was the disagreement there, that they're not on the same stage of life, because this is a virgin at 22 and this is a virgin at 44. You have had 44 years of being fucking is what it seems as though.
Before we get into it further, I want to go around the table on one thing.
Sounds like the ick.
Can't be the ick if I've done it.
Before we get into it, I want to go around the table on one thing, and also just FYI, we have boosted the TTS to 200. Thank you guys for those of you who sent some in. Just going around the table, do you object to age gap relationships? Go ahead.
No.
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 No?
No.
No?
Yeah, I don't think age gap relationships should be a thing.
You think they shouldn't be a thing?
You just can't grow together the same way.
Wait, but you just said you're...
I'm not against it. I'm not against it. I don't have to be against it.
You're against age gaps. Okay, what about you?
No, but I guess it depends on like the age gap.
I was just gonna say, what do you consider? So like my age gap is 9 years.
The guy's older.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's like there's
variations, right?
There's very many situations where you can have someone who grew up faster, or they're more mature, or like for me, I wasn't a big partier. Like I knew that I wanted a family. I knew that I wanted to, like that was my goal in life. And it wasn't to go out and party on the weekends in my 20s, which, you know, to each their own. Everybody has their own thing, but it's like I knew to get what I wanted in life, I needed to look older. And it was like they just so happened to find someone who was also at that same mindset. So it's like, it's possible. Is it rare? Yeah, it's rare. But is it possible? Or like...
I personally prefer an age gap just because, well, I look for a leader, and I look for someone who can set that tone and environment for me to be submissive and follow into that lead. And I tend to find it in older men versus men my age.
100%. And I feel like that's something that is talked a lot on this podcast, but like it's never mentioned. Like you have to think, for every girl in her 20s that is looking for someone older, there has to be someone older that is willing to date someone younger than them. So it's okay for a girl to walk around and be like, oh, I want someone who's older than me. But then when we start to talk about a guy who wants someone younger than them, it starts to get weird, or like people start to feel like it's weird. But you have to think there's two sides to it. So it's we can say, oh, it's fine for her to want someone older. But then when a guy says that they want someone younger, we're like, oh, that's
like
weird
or something. Yeah.
And it's like, well, you have to have two sides to it. There's got to be someone for the other person.
And so going around the table once more, and actually as soon as Elsa gets back, we went around but didn't get her answer. Are you cool with age gap relationships? You fine with age gap relationships?
Yes.
Okay. So going around the table, just state your age again and the oldest guy you would date.
I'm 26. And at 22 or 23, I did date someone close to their 50s.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So you would date into their 40s? Okay. Yeah. Ryan Reynolds, 47, by the way, just saying. Okay. How old would you?
I'm 28, and I would say the absolute most I would go is probably like 12 years.
So 40.
40,
okay.
Yeah.
I am 22. And I've dated somebody who is 36. I mean, I feel like it's all about your mental capacity. Are you grown enough to date a grown-ass man? Are you young-minded enough to date a grown woman? I mean, a young woman. Like, it's all about...
really weird, though, because I feel like you're kind of speaking out of both sides of your mouth. So you go, well, hang on, let me explain. Like, I really don't have any problem with it. But then when we go to somebody else, you go, there's no way that they're on the same plane, or that they are on the same experience level, or, like whatever the hell that means. What does that mean?
They might not be on the same level, right? But if you're young and you want to date somebody that's older, you have to be willing to go in and do the things that you've never done before, because this man who is 40 years old is doing those things and you've never done that. You have no experience in it. So yes, if you are willing to learn and do more, then yes, you can be in an age gap relationship. But it also goes the other way around.
I don't understand. What the hell do they need to do? They're 22-year-old.
No, there's such a difference. There's such a difference because at 22 years old, I'm like,
hang on. Just let you give your spiel. You gotta let me talk for a second. Calm down, okay? You'll get a chance to respond. I promise. So anyway, what do you think they need to do? If they're 21, 22, and they're dating, let's say, a 35 or 37-year-old man, what do you think that he wants them to do exactly? Balance his checkbook? Hang on. Balance his checkbook? What? Like, what is it specifically that you think he wants from her?
He wants her to be mature and do all the things that he's expecting from a woman. That is not something that everybody knows, especially at a young age. They're expecting you to be this grown-ass woman who knows how to take care of the house, take care of everything that you need to get done. They are expecting more because they have learned about more women. They have grown and they have grown and learned what they want more than as a young person.
They don't give a shit. They want to have sex with him.
But that's not true because I've done it. I've done it. That's what I'm telling you is I've done it and he's expecting.
And the type of car they drive, they don't give a fuck about that shit. What do you mean?
It's not true. Maybe there are people that don't give a shit, but I've been in a situation where they did expect more. You want me to demonstrate
why I know that? I can demonstrate how I know that.
Because you're a 50-year-old man who wants a 25-year-old woman.
Because men inside of their 40s who date women who are 35, 36 don't have any high expectation from those women either. They don't have any high expectation from those women.
That's what you would think.
Hang on. Right? You're good at talking, you're not good at listening. So just hang on. Listen to what I'm saying. Okay? They really don't have high expectations from women at all when it comes to this. They don't have some high expectations. She's going to be some work boss and she's going to contribute tons to the household. They don't have any of those expectations. Why the hell would they have them to a woman at 22, 23?
The only reason that I say that is because I've experienced it.
Couldn't there be both? Like,
you think that you were valued for your maturity and that you were valued for your insights into life? Or do you think perhaps you were valued for a different reason?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's what he expected, not what he valued, what he expected. What he wanted from me was different than what I had to give because I didn't know about those type of things.
Yeah, what did he expect?
He expected me to be that girl that wakes up earlier than him, goes and cooks breakfast, and does all these things to make sure that he's good in the day, checks up on him 50 times a day, and do all these things.
Why wouldn't a 22-year-old have the same expectation?
I've also been in a relationship with a 22-year-old, and they like it when you're a little bit more standoffish. I've gotten more attention.
22-year-old. I just want to make sure I get this right. You think that 22-year-old men also don't want you to wake up before them and cook them breakfast? Because I promise that they do.
I didn't say that they don't. I said that that's what a man that is of that age is expecting that, whereas a man that is younger, he hasn't even experienced that, so he can't really say, oh, well, you're not doing this, you're not doing this. He's like, okay, well, this is what I want.
So
you're saying that because he's ignorant of what it is that he wants, which is you to cook him breakfast in the morning before he wakes up, that basically it's easier to exploit him than it would be as somebody who's 35 and is like, no, lady, you're going to wake up and cook me breakfast. Is that really the position?
That's not what I said.
Can't we
how is it not that? How is it not that?
Let's go to Giselle. Let's let Giselle talk.
I feel like, can't we agree that depending on whatever gender we are, whatever age we are, there's going to be men who just want to fuck and then some who want the wife material and vice versa. There's women who just want to just have sex with a 40-year-old man, and there's women who want to be a wife in the wife world, want to cook, want to clean, want to provide and be that environment for a man. Can we all agree that there's just it depends on preference?
100% because I think
we can't.
Everybody.
Damn it, Andrew! You just like the debate.
I just can't bring myself to agree with this point because I just don't think it's true.
Andrew, answer me.
Because maybe you haven't experienced it.
You have a wife, don't you?
Andrew,
want her
answer
to
me
provide
this.
for you.
Okay.
Are you married?
He is.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have standards for yourself? How you want your house upkept? How you want your family to be protected, or things like that? Is that not a standard for you?
Yeah.
Right. And it's a mutual agreement between you and your wife who has what responsibility to upkeep what, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So you don't just expect your wife to sleep with you at the end of the night. You expect your wife to uphold the standards of your household, correct?
And also sleep with me, yes.
Right, both, wholeheartedly, of course.
Sure.
So would you not expect that other people have those standards?
Yeah, but I think that they're going to
not
have the same
just-
standards at 22 as they do at 40 when it
They
comes to
don't.
that. So I think that men at 22 would still prefer to have their women cooking, cleaning, and upholding the standards of their household as they would at 40 years old.
But also at
So
22,
the
they
thing
want to
is, I
just
think
fuck.
they
At 22,
prefer-
they would fuck
Hang on,
anybody.
Let me get a word in. Hang on. There's a lot of people on the panel. Let me respond to what she's saying, okay? Or I swear you're going to get plenty of time to talk. So to kind of get back to this, I think that 22-year-old men still want to have their breakfast cooked, and they still want to have their chick cook and clean, and they still want to have sex with their chick, just like when they're at 40. I'm just saying that I think that 40-year-old men who have a preference for younger women, honestly, mostly don't have the preference because they think, oh, you're really mature for your age. Because they don't think women at 35 are really mature for their age. I think that they think, well, you're really hot, and I want to bang you. That's what I think.
Bang you.
Right? And I think that it tends to work out pretty well. I think it honestly tends to work out pretty well. I think that women are after them for the resources. Hey, they're after them for their youth and beauty. Seems like it works out.
Actually, statistically, though, the age gap relationships don't work out as well. So anything above 10 years starts to decline in terms of relationship satisfaction and longevity.
Yeah, and most relationships don't work out also. Let's
That's
point
true,
that out.
but
the
of
thing
the
is
relationships that do, age gaps work out
What you're
less.
citing are marriage stats. You're citing marriages between these massive age gaps don't work out. That's far different than relationships, which we don't have a lot of data on, or the fact that, oh, hey, these 40-year-old or 35-year-old NBA players who are banging all these 21-year-old cheerleaders, they look real miserable. They look like, oh, man, they just want to check out, don't they? Boy, they look like they were having a real rough time over there, right? I don't think they are. I think that both parties are getting exactly what they want out of that.
Right, because those NBA players also have people that cook and clean for them. So their
And
only
money.
expectation of these women is to fuck them.
Oh, yeah. You think that a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader at 22 isn't going to wake up in the morning and cook and clean for their quarterback? Yeah, fucking right. Sell me another line.
They got somebody to do it for them.
They
have
most
the
of
money
these
for
people
it.
have people that live in their houses that do that for them.
Yeah,
so
but so
I'd
what?
imagine.
But what if they?
And they're
what if they
usually
don't?
married to women who
I
are
think
closer
that
to their
the point
age.
isn't whether they do or
But
they
they
don't.
cheat
The
with
point
the
is
younger
that I
women.
think that she would. That's my point.
No, I mean,
think
she
would.
probably would because most, again, a woman who is willing to take that submissive role to a man is willing to take on those roles for that man. But you're saying that every man just has this expectation to fuck whether they're 22 or 54. And you're saying the maturity
Look,
level.
I know that this
so
is
you're
baffling.
saying your maturity level is the
Yeah.
same maturity level of someone who's 20 or 22.
I don't think there's ever an equal maturity level between
I'm
men
saying-
and women.
I'm-
Very
no, no,
rare.
no. I'm saying men.
was wondering what point we were debating.
Yeah,
Men
hang on. I don't think that there's ever an equal maturity level. And what I'm saying is, oh, gee, older men like to fuck young hot women. Wow, I'm so shocked. I'm so surprised. This is news to me. Whoa,
Wait, who said
this
that?
is mind-blowing
Didn't-
stuff that young hot women are being quested after by rich older guys who want to bang them. Like, I'm not shocked by this.
Wait,
I
did
don't
anyone
think-
actually disagree with
I
that?
don't think
I'm
we're
curious.
arguing the right point or the same point. You're saying
Okay, what's your point?
My point is that you're saying the maturity level of a 22-year-old male is the same maturity level of a 42-year-old
No,
male.
that's not what I said.
You said
I that the
regardless.
expect-
Yes, you did.
I
You said
that-
regardless
no, I
of if
didn't.
they're
I said
42 or 22, all they
expectations
want to
could be
do
the
is
same.
fuck.
No, you're straw manning my argument. I said that their expectations of I want my household run are going to be the exact same, I think, as a 35-year-old man. That has
22-year-old
nothing
men
to
don't
do
have a
with their
household.
maturity
That's
level.
22-year-old men don't
They
typically have
live in a
household.
dirty
22-year-old men
dorm
wake up in the morning and say, "Why are you
I need
here?"
to understand that I'm remoted in, and
So
when
let's be
5
for
women are
real.
cackling at the same time. I can't hear a word you're saying. So it has to just be one at a
22-year-old
time.
men don't have a household for a
22
woman to upkeep.
Okay, but let's assume. Well, first of all,
And
that's
even
not
if they
true.
did, they're-
Maybe in this,
they're telling you to
stop,
go.
Stop.
Well,
Stop
since we're
lying.
talk-
Stop lying and coping. Stop lying and coping. Yes, there are 22 men who do
Okay,
have
gotcha.
households. Yes, there are. I don't know
Of
where you
course
came
there
up
are.
with the fact that there aren't, but there most certainly are.
I was under the impression that we were generalizing.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah,
why
and
I'm
saying,
generalizing.
but in this generalization, you used it as a monolith. You said all. You said there 22-year-old men don't have households. Yes, they do. And I think inside those households, which they do have, they have expectations for how it's run, just like 40-year-old men do.
But also, a lot of 22-year-old men aren't expecting a woman to be in it all the time. Maybe different women, but not just the same woman. That's 100%. They're 22 years old. They're at their prime. They know that they could get any bitch they want. And if they wake up and you're still there, they're wondering when you're going home.
Yeah, but
that's the difference.
So
that's the difference between that and a 44-year-old man.
Listen, you're talking. Now we are talking past each other. So if you're talking about some 22-year-old playboy who's banging a bunch of chicks, fine. We are talking about men who are dating like exclusively with women who are younger than them, but let's just say even the same age. I think that they still would prefer inside their household that their household be run and kept in certain ways. This idea that they don't somehow because there's an age gap is bizarre to me. I don't get that. I would think that a man would expect a 22-year-old woman or a 35-year-old woman to do those things, and I don't see why it's outside of the capacity of either to do them. I honestly don't get it.
I guess it just depends on preference
and maturity level.
I think they would all prefer that, but expect it less of a younger woman.
Why would they expect it less?
Well,
like, how hard is it to do dishes and cook breakfast? I mean,
lot of-
how old
a
do you
lot
need
of-
to be?
Well, because
you need to be
according-
31 years old
Well,
to do some dishes and cook breakfast?
But according to your argument, they're filtering for hotness. So her hotness compensates for the fact that she's not willing to wash your dishes, right? She's got to put in more work than the 35-year-old who's not as hot because he's filtered for hotness. So he might just be okay with that 44-year-old guy banging a 20-year-old.
There could be men. I suppose that there could be men who give more of a preference to the fact that she's more beautiful and would let things like that slide. Okay, I guess. But I still think that they have an expectation that if they're dating a younger woman, she can still do the fucking dishes, right? I don't think that that's something that they're too concerned about. I don't think they're like, maybe when you're 30, you can do the dishes and cook breakfast.
I don't think it's the capability of doing it, more so of the intention or the desire to do it, right? Because I know that for myself, because I literally lived this, at 22, when I was with someone who was 32, everybody that I was friends with was going out to the bar. They were drinking every weekend from Thursday to Sunday, whereas I was upkeeping a house. Not many girls my age at that time were willing to or had a desire to do that. They were still living with their parents. They were working a part-time job. They were spending whatever money that they had out at the bars on the weekends.
Yeah, but that's not that different than most women in their 30s.
Right. And
most women in their 30s are still out partying and still
Right.
living that same lifestyle. So I'm not really sure that this kind of maturity argument works, right? This would just be kind of a case-by-case thing.
Maybe it's just a hope.
And I think that the more
How's
that
that
we're
cope?
hope with an H.
Oh, hope. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
But I also think that you're arguing the point of the woman's maturity from 20 to 35, and we're talking about the male's maturity from 20 to 35. You know what I mean? So we're talking about it on the male's perspective of like, we don't think that a male in their 20s is going to have the same expectation as a male in their 40s. Whereas you're saying a female in her 20s and a female in her 30s have the same capability or willingness to do these actions.
What do you think the distinction in expectation is? That's what the initial question was.
I mean, a woman in her 20s
Hang on. Let her answer. Hang on. Let her answer. What do you think the distinction in expectation is between a 22-year-old man, a 35-year-old man dating a 22-year-old woman?
I think that a male in their 20s has less expectation of a homemaker woman than someone in their 30s would. Someone in their
like
30s.
What? Like, give me specifics.
Children.
I don't know what.
Like
the
upkeeping a
generalization.
house. Upkeeping a house. So doing the laundry, doing the dishes, cooking, cleaning, making sure everything is kind of.
Yeah, no, I completely discount
Having
that
their
as being
kids.
true at all. I think that a
That's
22-year-old who is in a
Having kids.
long-term monogamous relationship with a live-in girlfriend or a wife is going to have the same expectations that she keeps the house up as a 40-year-old.
Yeah,
But didn't you say your initial motive was 40-year-old men only wanted to sleep with 20-year-old men because of their looks?
Because she's hot. That was the original argument.
That might be, well, hang on. Why she selected for him is irrelevant, or why he selected for her is irrelevant. I think that 22-year-old men also select 22-year-old women because they're hot and they want to bang them as well. I still think that the expectation here for how they act inside of the home is very similar. I wouldn't go over to, let's say, at a 23-year-old friend's house and his wife was there. I think he would have the exact same expectation that I would for how my wife would behave. As far
It's
as,
just like going
cooking and
back.
cleaning and caring for the
vague-
house, why
it's a vague
wouldn't
question,
he?
a
Yeah,
vague
I'm-
answer.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's just
It all
it's
depends
gonna
on
be
preference.
yeah, it's going to be subjective on the person, and again, it goes back to maturity level. So you either have a really mature 22-year-old who has this standard of an upkept house, or you have a 22-year-old who's a complete bachelor and doesn't give a shit what his house looks like.
A Rolling
right?
Stone, baby.
So it's going to be based
Yeah,
on
but
that
isn't that a
person.
goalpost shift? So we're talking about people who are in relationships with each other. And in this case, live-in relationships with each other. And I find it difficult to believe that a 22-year-old married man does not have the expectation that his wife is upkeeping the house because she's hot any more than the 40-year-old man would have that expectation because
I don't
she's
think
hot.
that's
I
what
think they
we're
still want their
saying.
house upkept either way.
But a 40-year-old man who's filtering for a 20-year-old woman is not the same as a 22-year-old guy who's dating a
Aren't they
20-year-old
both
woman.
filtering for the same thing? Chick hot?
Well, yeah, but the 22-year-old
yeah,
man
so then-
makes more sense with a 20-year-old woman because they're in the same vicinity. They probably go to college together. They probably have seen each
they
other.
may be in the same
but a
vicinity
40-year-old,
the other direction.
you said earlier that a 40-year-old man who's rich is more likely to filter for a 20-year-old, which I'm not disagreeing with because money
Yeah.
does give men power and leverage.
Because they can get them, but I still
Of
think that they're
course,
both
they definitely
selecting for the
can.
same thing. They're
But-
both still selecting for the same thing. They're both still selecting for a hot chick, whether they're 22 or they're 42. So if they're both going to select for the same chick, what I want to hear is why it is they both selected for this chick, but do you think they have wildly different expectations for them in their home life?
I
That's
think they
what I don't
might.
get.
Yeah, I think that a 40-year-old man who makes multiple seven figures has different expectations than a 22-year-old college guy who
Good. What?
probably
What are
doesn't
the
have a
different
job.
Expectations? What
For her
are
to
they?
be
What?
hot and to stay hot and to not make him look dumb when he takes her out in public.
I think a 22-year-old
probably
man
about
wants
it.
the same thing. I think a 22-year-old man also wants his chick to stay hot and not make him look dumb in public.
Yeah, he wants that, but I don't think it goes much beyond that because he doesn't have the opportunities that a 40-year-old, I'm assuming, man who makes multiple seven figures has. They have different life experiences. What got that
What does
man
that
to be
have-
where he's
okay,
at?
then tell me these experiences. This is what I keep asking for, is these specifics. And then when we get on the specifics, you go, yeah, you're right, they do want the same thing. So I want the actual things that you think that the 40-year-old man expects of the 22-year-old man doesn't expect.
I honestly don't think the 40-year-old man expects her to do dishes. He probably has someone who
No.
takes care of that.
Okay.
He probably wants her to be nurturing and supportive. But I don't think I don't think
He
it's a
doesn't
deal
expect her
breaker.
to
I
do
don't
the
think he's going to
dishes.
sit her down and say, "Hey, if you don't do the dishes, we're going to have a serious issue."
Yeah, well, I disagree. I think that they will.
I
think that
also-
I think
They
that
do.
if you're in a long-term
We should talk to
monogamous
one.
relationship, live in a situation
worked
with
with
your girlfriend at 22 and she won't do the dishes, I think you'll be like, this chick got took on a date where she was folding laundry. I mean, what do you mean? Yes, they have the expectation their dishes are done. I think they do. Yes. I think you would have to demonstrate
Grid One
somehow that they don't.
Motorsports donated $200. My wife is 11 years younger than I am, married 19 years. Maybe the problem is not with the man, but with you.
Oh,
You
Grid's
seem
married.
very disagreeable. Might want to work on that.
Oh, I mean,
Okay, great.
There's another one
the
coming in.
disagreeableness
There's
is
another
the
one
fun
coming
part
in.
right now.
Sorry, guys, our TTS was down there. Grid 1, I apologize that it didn't come in instantly. The TTS was messed up. My bad, man.
Grid One Motorsports donated $200.
Oh, he was talking
My
to me.
wife is 11 years younger than me, been married 19 years. Feminist dating coach, you should refund your clients.
And also, let me just get
please,
through a
that
couple.
was
Okay, so there were two 69s that didn't come through, so I'll just read them. David Treziak, stream looks much better. Off to sushi and pool, interesting times. Best of the whole panel, stay cool and keep calm. By the way, not sure if my comments come through. I'll just reading it there for you, David. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Oh, okay. Y'all are delusional. Name one guy whose expectation is she needs to make money. Pro tip: I've never heard of a single one. This
who
came
said
through
that?
about 15 minutes ago.
That.
No one said that.
Literally,
that's
no
not
one said
true.
that.
We weren't arguing.
Come on, get boobed.
Yeah,
But
I
also,
know,
that's not
I know.
true. You know
The
how many
thing
guys
is
want to be
you-
pimps nowadays?
This is kind of what's being alluded to, though. I kind of
Let's be
agree
for
with
real.
get booped here.
I-
So what's being alluded to is that the expectation that a 22-year-old husband has or a long-term boyfriend has, if they're in a living situation with their girl, is that he doesn't want her to do he doesn't have the expectation she's going to do the dishes. The 40-year-old has the expectation she's going to do the dishes. So what are the 22-year-old men's expectation of their
Let
women?
me tell you, because I'm actually dating a 22-year-old and I am 26, and I have also dated an older man. With the older man, I was not expected to do dishes. He took care of everything, and I was just expected to be happy, pretty, hot,
and be a good arm candy. With my
He did your dishes?
No, he did it. So and then
He
my
did
20
your dishes?
Yes,
So he was a
my
simp?
my 22-year-old boyfriend, current, he does
Uh-huh.
the dishes. I do the laundry. And
Simps.
Okay.
Go ahead, continue. Go ahead.
I mean,
No.
they're just simps. I
Maybe
don't
it's
know what
also
to
a
tell you.
generational gap.
Hold on, let her finish. Go ahead.
And so it's just like, and then I also dated a 34-year-old man, to answer the TTS, who expected me, and I was actually the breadwinner for 2 years and supported the entire relationship. So different men of different ages do have different expectations.
No, that sounds like it's anecdotal only, in that you had experiences with these men and they had different expectations individually. That doesn't mean as a whole that 22-year-old men with live-in wives and girlfriends don't expect them to do the dishes. That's just ridiculous to me. It's ridiculous.
If you don't mind, where are you getting your data from?
You?
I'm sorry.
I'm curious.
So when you're saying data, you made the claim. Did I make the claim or did you make the claim?
You're making the claim that the 22-year-old and the 40-year-old have the same expectations. I'm just curious where that's
what
coming
I said
from.
to you specifically was this. If it is true that they have different expectations, what is the distinction in the expectations they have? You said doing the dishes. You don't expect that the 22-year-old would have the expectation that the dishes are done the 40-year-old would. That is a you claim for you to demonstrate. I can't prove a negative.
What?
I still don't believe you keep referring to live in wife long term. And I don't think that's where the initial conversation was being had. It was just the general expectation in that age range. So think of someone in their 40s, the generation that they grew up in, they saw their parents, the mother was the homemaker and the father was the provider. So in that generation, that expectation, again, is that the woman cooks, cleans, takes care of the children, etc. Someone who's currently in their 20s sees this dynamic of both people are equal, right? Because that's how kind of the world is right now. Whether that's what you agree with or not, that's just kind of, how everybody is nowadays. So also someone in their 20s is more than likely in college, living in a dorm room, does not have a household to upkeep. And that's just, in the grand scheme of it. I'm not saying everybody in their 20s doesn't have a house. So if you're thinking about it in that sense, someone who is in their 40s generationally would expect the person that they're dating, regardless of age, to uphold a house. Someone in their 20s who is in college, partying every weekend, is not thinking about whether their laundry is getting done. They're thinking about fucking.
Yeah, but I don't understand why that wouldn't be true regardless of the age.
So the 40-year-old's probably going to expect to get fucked too.
Hang on. Let me ask the question. Like, can I at least ask the question? So I don't actually understand why that would have anything to do with the age gap. So you're saying, and let me make sure I steel man this so I get it right. You're saying that women in their 20s are often party girls, and so men who approach party girls in their 20s don't have that expectation? Is that basically what you're saying?
I'm talking about
Am I getting
men,
this
not
way
women.
off?
No. You're incorrect.
Okay, then what are you saying? Rephrase it in a way that maybe I'll understand it better. I don't know.
I'm talking about the men in the scenario. A man in their 40s, generationally, is going to expect a woman to upkeep a house because that's what at their age, probably they have a house to maintain, and they're at the point in their life.
Axa Bullet donated $200. I am a 37 years old male, dated a woman for 3 years. She was 38. In 3 years I was the only one cooking/cleaning, dishes, laundry. Last week I kicked her out for failing to meet expectations. Andrew is right.
I'm literally saying the same thing.
Yeah, but are you saying the same thing? I want to make sure that I do understand exactly what you're saying here.
Axo Bullet is 37 years old.
Yeah, go ahead.
1 year of a gap.
Axo Bullet is 37 years old. He said that he kicked his significant other out of the house because she was not cooking, cleaning, and doing the laundry, regardless of her age. Because
they were living together.
Right. And
this
my
is the
point
part
was,
that I don't get.
So my thing is someone in their 20s is more than likely not prioritizing keeping up a household, right? In their 20s, they're probably in college, they probably live in a dorm room, and they're out partying.
Well, then
So
they're not living together. Well, then your comparison is not analogous
Okay,
here.
but we were never talking about that. We were just talking about someone in their 40s dating someone in their 20s.
This is the problem, right?
This is a null conversation because I don't think we're even arguing.
No, it's not a null conversation. It's just that you're making a really bad comparison.
If you're in your 40s, you're probably looking for somebody
I'll
to date
explain how.
and live in the house with you.
I'm not sure why.
If you're in your 20s, you're not looking for that.
You're just filibustering, right? Let us finish our conversation here. Relax, let us finish our conversation. So, yeah, I mean, you can mock, but, I mean, she was nice enough to let you finish. So, anyway, back to this. The reason that this is not analogous is because if I bake into a hypothetical the same thing, oh, these two 40-year-old people don't have a house and aren't living together, I think the expectation is wildly different again. So I don't understand how you're making the comparison of, okay, well, these people are living in a dorm, so therefore the expectation is different. Well, of course it's different, right? But if he was living in a dorm at 35, it would be different too.
No one lives in a dorm at 35. In college at 35.
Okay, well, but do you understand the point of the logic?
You're wrong.
So the only reason...
Listen, it wouldn't matter if it's impossible for a 35-year-old to live in a dorm. The logic is if they did, the expectation would be different.
The only reason I'm saying that the conversation is now null is because your initial statement was that a male in his 40s and a male in his 20s, the only thing that they expect from a woman is to fuck. And I'm saying...
No, that's not what I said.
Yes, that is 100% what you said.
No, it's not what I said. I said that I said that their expectations are going to be similar when it comes to the selection of hotness. That's what I said.
Is it?
Not that the only thing they want to do is have sex. That's not what I said.
Lone Star donated $200. Andrew is talking about the framework in the selection for a relationship. Panel is hung up on the change in preferences over time. It is a bit of a sophist waste to say, but things change.
Hey, Lone Star, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Really quick, so we were going around the table on what's your age and what's the oldest guy you would date. We got to you. We got interrupted. Juan, we have you answer I think you answered the question correct. You didn't answer. Go ahead.
I've only dated my age, but I think the oldest I would go is 7 years older than me.
Okay. And so you're
32, so that would be 39.
Okay. What about you?
I would say 24.
So you're 18, yeah. Max 24. What about you?
I'm 23. I guess the oldest I would go is anything below 30.
Okay, because you did say you are against age gap relationships.
I am.
I'll get into that in just a moment.
Johns_myth donated $200. Adeline, more like out of line.
Boom.
Boom. Nailed it.
Yo, John, thank you for the TTS. Appreciate it. Thank you. So you're against... actually, let me just get everyone's answers. Go ahead.
23. My max is from 5 to 7 years.
Okay.
19, I would say max like 10 years.
Okay, so you said 23 max would be what?
I guess 29, 28.
Okay, and you said you're against age gap relationships.
Yes.
Why?
I see a lot of people that date 20-year-olds dating 40-year-olds, 20-year-olds dating 40 and above, and I don't know, that's like my dad's age, so that kind of gives me a very creepy vibe, a very ick vibe.
Why is it creepy?
Just because I think like let's say if my dad ever divorced my mom and he ended up dating someone younger, it would make me very uncomfortable.
Why?
So I just think it's a very, I don't even know how to explain that. It's
like, oh, now you're dating my friend?
Sorry?
Now you're dating my friend? Like, we went to high school together and you're dating her, but you had me.
That's a great example. That was, yeah.
Does it fall into religion?
What?
Well,
it could.
Yeah.
In what term?
How would that?
What do you mean?
I'm not sure how that follows at all, but okay.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, like an older man, they have more experience, and if you are more in the religion wise, wouldn't you want someone to be in the same field or?
No, I think just because you're older, that doesn't make you more experienced or smarter or anything that like that.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm just I've really not really heard any compelling arguments as to why it's wrong or creepy.
Because I don't think anyone said that.
She literally said it's creepy.
It does creep me out.
And then actually you co-signed when you said, well, what if we, like, she could have also, at the time I was in high school, she could have also been in high school, even though we're talking about adult
I didn't say it was creepy. I just said that that's a little bit weird. Like, okay.
Weird, creepy.
Well, no, because you could do that because there's a lot of people that are like, oh, I want to date older men. So I can't be mad at you for wanting to date a 40-year-old guy. Just why is it my dad? Like, you feel me?
Okay, that's another conversation.
Exactly. That's a different conversation. That's why.
Okay,
that's what I was saying.
Let's hear a bit more from you on this. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I personally, me, I'm not comfortable with that. I would like someone within my own age range, somebody that I guess I could relate to a little more, and I don't know.
Okay.
It's just my preference.
You'd want someone you can relate to.
Well, no, that doesn't. I guess I could relate to somebody a little bit older, but I don't think just because, I don't know. I personally would be pretty creeped out. I don't think my family, my parents would be okay with that as well, and that's very important to me.
Would you date Ryan Reynolds?
No, I would not. I don't care if he's America's sweetheart or whatever.
47.
No. Why do you keep bringing him up? You like Ryan Reynolds?
I feel like a lot of girls.
Ryan Reynolds.
I think a lot of girls think that he's got a good personality, funny, charming, successful, in good shape, status, celebrity, A-list movie star. I don't know. I think a lot of Henry Cavill or whatever the fuck. He's also kind of Superman. Yeah. So okay, it's creepy. It's weird. Okay.
I mean, it goes back to being subjective, right? Everyone has their personal preferences. Everyone has their thing, their kinks, their whatever. So it's like, if it's for you, it's for you. If it's not,
well, so
it's
there's a couple angles here. So there's of course how women feel about it, and then there's different criticisms. There's like, well, it's weird, but then there's also, well, older men should date women their own age. That's another argument I sometimes hear. I've yet to actually hear a compelling argument in terms of the benefits to the man, why he should date a 35-year-old woman over a 25-year-old woman who's almost surely going to be more physically attractive.
Because is it just about attraction?
Yes.
I mean, okay, well, then I have nothing to say.
That's why you date people, because you're attracted to them.
I've dated an ugly person, but they were good.
You're attracted to them in some capacity.
Yeah, so you could be attracted to a 35-year-old woman because she's nice. She does everything that you ever expected a woman to do for you. She's hot still, and she's 35.
So sure, yes, you can still be attractive at 35. That's not the argument I'm making. What I'm making is that I've yet to hear an actual compelling argument in terms of the actual tangible, articulable benefits to the man for dating a 35-year-old woman versus a 25-year-old woman.
I don't think there is a benefit. I mean, if you put them side by side, if you put a 25-year-old woman and a 35-year-old woman and they have the exact same characteristics, mature, not take mature off because no one cares about that apparently, but beautiful, kind, passionate about something, like actually has a purpose in her life other than him. If you put them side by side and he had to choose, definitely the 25-year-old. Why not? But I think that if you're filtering for that, everything else aside, that's what I was saying earlier. Is
filtering
a little bit
for what?
Like if we're just talking hypothetically, like I just want a 20-year-old, but I mean, if you see a hot 30-year-old, like, are you going to say sorry, no, because you're actually 30, so I'm gonna pass on this one? If everything else is there. But if you put them side by side and they're exactly the same, that's like saying for a woman, if you had two men side by side, he's kind, he's loyal to you, he's funny, he continues to court you, one's a millionaire, one is broke. Who would you choose? It's obvious. Everyone's gonna choose the guy who can take care of her also financially. So yeah, I don't think anyone's making a compelling argument because it's not compelling.
So
the 25-year-old is more attractive.
So I don't think these men that would be inclined to date a 20-year-old woman and they're in their 30s or whatever, I don't think they would necessarily be opposed to dating an attractive woman who met their standards who's 30, for example. I think we're more so talking about the general, a more general point of view here where men have a tendency to also find women who are in their early 20s attractive and might prefer them over in terms of finding them physically attractive over women in their 30s.
Which is fair because they're
Right.
at their peak.
But also, I think it's a little bit easier to shape a woman that hasn't been through as much as a 35-year-old woman. Like if you're
Yeah, so she's got a bunch of, you're talking about baggage?
Yeah, you can say,
Yeah.
oh, I don't like this and I want you to do it this way. And depending on how you treat her, she'll do it differently in comparison to a 35 woman who's been with a man that's like that and it didn't work out for her. Does that make sense? Like a girl who hasn't been through that is easier to shape than a woman that's already been through
So
that.
like a woman who's submissive, essentially. Younger women are more capable of being submissive.
Not necessarily, because there are a lot of independent, strong-headed women.
Yeah, there's
but
a lot of- yeah.
but there is a bigger possibility that you could get a woman that you could make do what you want to do at a younger age than if they were older and mature and they've already been through a situation like that. Just like how you would counter with bodies. You say, oh, that kind of brings down.
Maddie, could you read it?
Dating coach my arse. At 35, all the women in my dating pool were broken as blank. I dated younger because their value, not just looks, ninny, was much higher, less baggage, not as broken.
So is he saying that the 20-year-olds had more money than the 35-year-olds? Is that what he's saying?
They are more hustlers.
No,
broke.
he said
Oh,
that
broken.
they're not just beautiful, but
Gotcha.
also have less baggage.
Gotcha.
Less baggage, yep.
I think I brought that up.
Same with body
So
count.
it's funny because and this is just being devil's advocate here because I agree with what you're saying. Obviously, when comparing a 20-year-old and a 30-year-old, especially if they're looking for children and a family and longevity, they're going to pick the 20-year-old over the 30-year-old. That's simple. But it's funny because men look at older women as having baggage and more to them, but women look at older men as had more experiences. So it's like what men look for in women is completely different than what women look for in men. So like when a woman is looking for an older man, she's looking for someone that has experience, someone that has or is able to provide security and safety for them, whereas a man is looking for different things. So it's just clear that we look for different qualities in the opposite sex.
I think part of that has to do, like, when men go through difficult things in life, whether it be relationship-wise or they go through some trials, tribulations, it tends to make them more masculine.
Oh, 100%.
They become stronger. They become tougher.
And when
women
broken.
become stronger and tougher, and they've been through more things, they become more masculine too.
And less
So when you
appealing.
go through more like potentially traumatic things,
100%.
you become, well, I mean, it can break people too, but you become stronger,
Right.
more masculine, whatever. So, but
And women seem to be more prone to internalize trauma long term than men do as well. So they hold on to these kind of trauma-filled events much more than men seem to. And so when you're looking at it from that aspect, I think that is even the distinction that we would make between the masculine and the feminine in the case of trauma, is that men are able to shrug it off seemingly a bit easier than women are.
It's true.
you have thoughts on this?
I don't know. I don't agree with that. I think men, well, I don't know. I mean, I think it's different with each man, but I think they just don't show it as much as women. Either talk about it or show it. It still affects them the same.
Also in a different generation, if we've noticed. If I could be completely honest, younger men have became more soft than what you would have expected a man to be in a different generation.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
So you
because
have
they're
to think like
feminized.
a man 10 years older than Morgan is 28, a man 10 years older than me is 38. So they grew up, I would say, in completely different generations,
different.
and they're going to act completely
Yeah.
different. So it's super interesting to get your point of view, because a man 10 years older than me that I'm going to go after is going to be completely different than I'm not going after a guy my age because of the way he is, and you're essentially going after a guy my age. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's
Wait,
just like
I got a question.
I don't actually think that men in your age group, even at 18, internalize trauma the same way that women do. They don't seem to be on the same amount of antidepressants, even at your age. They don't seem to have
'Cause they won't go get help.
The same amount of cope when it comes to trauma, even at 18, 19, 20. That's not what the data is bearing out.
Right.
They don't seem to internalize trauma even then the same way.
I definitely do think that men and women handle it differently, but I also think generationally, it's handled slightly different as well, very minimal. But I would say I'm 100% agreeing with you that women internalize it differently than men. But I also think that men nowadays are more emotional than men.
Well, do you think that they're more emotional, or do you think they want to be more emotional, or do you think that they're told that kind of this feminized expectation of no, it is okay to share your emotions, which is always a bad idea for men to do? Don't you think that that's a kind of a feminized outlook where kind of feminists are pushing that
100%.
men get more in touch with their feminist side, even though they themselves seem to hate when they actually do?
Because if you think about it, like, think of like my father and my grandfather. It's like a boy cries and it's like, toughen up. But nowadays it's like they get upset and it's like, no, honey, it's okay to cry. So it's, again, that's generational. Like
Wait,
nowadays.
you have thoughts on this? Go ahead.
I just think that I don't think men are, I mean, obviously like a man crying, they're like, oh, that's like, some men are going to be like, that's like you're a child, like you're acting like a child, but, or whatever. I don't think that is a bad thing. Like, I don't think that's a bad thing to show your emotions. I think that shows that you're emotionally available.
Oh, yeah, sure. So when the firefighter shows up to put out the fire, you want him to cry, or do you want him to put out the fire?
After he's done saving everyone.
Yeah, if he
If he's crying because somebody got hurt and he couldn't save them, that's different than if you're just crying because it's fire.
Right, but you're talking about emotional stability versus not. The reason that men are told not to cry, and the reason that they're told not to share their feelings and make themselves overly emotionally available to women, especially by other men, is because they have to act under conditions which are highly stressful and highly emotional, and they need to be able to control that, whereas women generally do not. Women aren't the ones who are going to run into the building and pull men out, even if they see a baby who's on fire. And if they, no, don't look at me skeptically, they're not. There's no women firefighters who are going to pull out 250-pound men. It's not going to happen ever. It doesn't happen almost anywhere.
So why are women being drafted?
Bizarre, rare fluke. But anyway.
Wait, what?
So this aside, yeah, they're told to control their emotions because of that. Because if they're in a situation which is highly stressful, they can't collapse under that weight.
Yeah, I think there's situations where you shouldn't be, you can control your emotions, but that doesn't mean that they can't express their emotions in other situations.
Yeah, perhaps they can, right? But the more that you train a person to become too emotionally expressive, to break down their kind of stoic frame, if you will, the more likely that there are to do that even under situations which are highly stressful. So if you're a person who controls your emotions in and outside of stressful situations, you're less prone to act on them.
The only reason a man should cry is if there is smoke in his eyes. Women have feminized men and now hate the men they have created. Do better. The patriarchy is here to help. Repent your feminist ways.
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
Yeah, thank you, good one. Appreciate it. Wait, so you guys think...
So just to finish it off just very quickly, what I was saying is that the more that you break your frame, let's just call it a stoic frame. That's not really accurate, but I think it's accurate enough. The more that you break that, the more prone you will be to break that even under a highly stressful situation. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
So you guys think that, actually, wait, let's do Twitch really quick. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever, drops the follow, drops the prime sub. Twitch.tv/whatever, drops the follow, drops the prime sub. It's been 1 minute since we got our last prime. I'm pretty sure it's bugged. If you guys could like maybe do a little quick test it out or something, you know, and drops the follow and the prime sub if you have one. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you, RC. Appreciate it. Wait, so okay, do you guys think that it's good for men? Do you want a guy to be vulnerable?
I hate that word.
Vulnerable.
I don't like that word.
I think there's a difference between emotional stability and emotional maturity, right? So you want someone to be emotionally stable because that means that they're able to handle their emotions in certain situations. But emotional maturity is understanding what situation you can be and should be emotional in. So there's a difference between the two. So I would want someone who's emotionally mature because they know when and how to express it if needed. But I also think it's important for someone to be emotionally stable because then they know how to control their emotions.
Okay, so you were maybe touching on this with you want a guy to be vulnerable, or?
I mean, yeah, I don't want him to be like every day crying, having a mental breakdown, but yes, be vulnerable. Yeah, I agree with that.
See, I don't think like this whole idea of men should be open with their emotions or whatever, men should be vulnerable. I actually think you say that, but it's not true. You lose attraction to a guy if he's vulnerable.
I just think we mean it in different ways. It's only gotten bad because men, like, we say that it's okay to be vulnerable, but then they just don't know how to control their emotions. That's exactly
Well, it's not even that. You just you're not attracted to weak men.
Why are you
You're not
weak?
attracted to
It depends
weak
how you
men.
handle your emotions.
So
No one's going to call you weak.
Let's kind of test this. I think we can maybe test this and see if this is true or not. So you said, I'm sorry, the gal with the red hair. I'm terrible with names. I didn't catch yours. What did you say your name was?
Sammy.
Okay, Tammy.
Sammy.
Sammy, sorry. So when you say emotional maturity, when it's okay, when it's not okay for men to express emotions, what situations do you think men should express emotions in?
I would say if it's a conversation between a couple talking about, relationship boundaries or, feelings within the relationship. Yeah, that is, I would want you to express your emotions about how you feel about me, or if there's a concern or something like that. But if you're just going to cry because something went wrong, that's out of your control, out of my control, then...
So it sounds like you still want a stoic frame.
Oh, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I want you to tell me how you emotionally feel, but I don't want you to actually express the emotion behind how you feel.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Not in front of people.
Really? So you would prefer if your man came over to you and said, listen, what you just did made me really angry, versus going over to you and going, I am so fucking pissed. Which one would you prefer?
Yes, absolutely.
Killer Shiro donated $200. I wonder if your mother and father would have been together if your fathers were as feminized as they are trying to make them today. If you know how your parents met, can you share that story, please?
So it's actually really funny that the person says that, because my family dynamic was very different.
Hold on. We're in the middle of a conversation, killer of cereal. I'll ask it later if you really want to know how
Grid One
their parents
Motorsports
met.
donated $200. I thought about crying once, then I rubbed some dirt on it, realized I was not a pussy, and drove the foo con. If your man cries, make sure to share your cortex with him.
So, okay, look, when it comes to this whole idea...
So back to the expression of the emotion, which way would you prefer that he expressed that?
I would rather him come up to me and be like, hey, what you did just made me angry.
That's not really expressing the emotion. That's suppressing the emotion. Do you see the difference? Hang on. That is a suppression of the emotion, not an expression of it. If he expressed it, then he would be actually angry and show you how angry he was. That would be an expression. What you're actually talking about is a stoic expression of emotion.
What you're talking about is emotional stability. If someone has to lash out because they're angry, that's because they don't have control of their emotions. But if they're mature, they have the ability to talk about it.
So their expression of their emotion to you has to be done without the emotion.
That's what I'm saying. But you're agreeing with me, but trying to debate with me.
No, you're wrong. You're just flat out wrong. When you say emotional maturity, right, what you're actually doing is agreeing with me. When I say a stoic frame, you actually don't want men to express their emotions.
But you're also
you want them to express that they have them, but not actually express them.
But you're also only talking about the emotion of anger.
Right.
Yeah.
I think
you're not talking about any
I
other.
think it's the same
your
thing.
example
So for
was
instance,
anger.
If your man comes to you and says, listen, honey, right, what you did, you embarrassed me in front of some guy, right? That really hurt my feelings, right? And I would prefer if you didn't do that in the future because that's what it did, right? As opposed to when you hurt his feelings, he started acting like he was, flustered and flabbergasted, and he was super upset and this type of thing, stuff that we would normally excuse for women. You would not excuse for him. You would expect him to express this from a stoic angle, right? And just say to you later, you wouldn't? You'd want him to break down and be blubbery?
If he was upset about something and he was so upset about it that it made him emotional, then so be it. If I have the ability to be
Really?
emotional
You
and cry
prefer
about
that?
it, do you think I'm lying
Really?
to you? Wait, what benefit do I
Yeah,
have
I
to
don't
lie to
think
you?
any women. I think that's terrible advice for men.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that saying to
I'm sorry
men
you feel that way.
you would prefer that they acted, you know, in a way where they started to break down emotionally, right? Even especially publicly, or they started to cry, or they started to kind of, you know, in some way break that stoic frame. I think that you would not appreciate it. No, any more than you would the anger portion.
That's your narrative. You asked me a question and I gave you my answer, but because my answer didn't fit your narrative, you didn't like it.
Well, your answer does. Well, actually, your answer is inconsistent because in the anger portion, you say, I would prefer when he's angry not to express that, right? Why?
I said that was the difference between emotional maturity and emotional stability.
Well, why would that not be emotional maturity when it came to sadness as well?
It could be either way.
Anger is more.
Well,
You
that's
asked me
my
which one
point.
I preferred. Obviously, I don't want
Yeah.
someone to scream at me.
Yeah, my point is.
But if
is
he
that you would
screamed at
still
me, then
prefer
would I be
the-
upset about it?
But it
We would
seems like
talk about it.
The expression from a stoic frame of emotion seems to be your preference.
If he can be stoic if he wants to be. You asked me if I preferred to be yelled at or if I preferred to be confronted. Obviously, I'm going to prefer to not be yelled at. Anybody would prefer that. But
Well,
in
I
terms
mean,
of
so then-
emotion
so
and
the
sadness,
expression-
let me finish what I'm saying. In
Yeah,
the
go
term
ahead.
of sadness, if he wants to cry about it, he can cry about it and we can talk about it. If he wants to be stoic, again, that's the person, right? However they want to express their emotional maturity and emotional stability, that's fine. You asked me if I preferred to be yelled at or if I preferred to be
Well, he's
confronted.
not yelling at you. He's just yelling.
You're still yelling.
Or maybe he's just not even yelling, but he's just really angry when he says a thing. He just says, listen, this really pissed me off. It made me mad. That's not him yelling. He's just expressing this emotion. But it's not a comfortable emotion to express, right?
Your comparison was, that made me fucking angry, or that made me angry.
Yeah,
Obviously, I'm going to prefer not to
But
be
even
yelled at.
then, let's go back to, we'll just dial it back, right? We'll dial the yelling back. He's not yelling, but he has an anger in his voice when he's talking to you because you made him angry. Wouldn't you prefer that was gone as well?
No.
And that he just stoically delivered to you that you made him angry and not to
Now
do
you're
that? Wouldn't that
switching
be
it
the
up.
preference?
You're switching it up. Your initial
Yeah, I'm
comparison
trying to
was
follow your line of logic. That's right.
right because it doesn't fit your narrative. That's okay.
Well, what does
We
that
can
mean,
continue.
fit my narrative? Do you know what logic is?
Yeah.
Okay, if you know what
Well,
logic is, then tell me the 3 laws of it.
The original thing that Brian asked
Hang on,
about
stop.
vulnerability.
Stop. If you know what logic is, then tell me
I
what
know
the 3 rules
general
of logic
definition
are.
of logic. I'm sorry, I don't know the.
Yeah, you don't. So here's the thing, right? Back off on the narrative building. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to walk through whether or not you actually would prefer a stoic frame on a man ultimately if we follow your worldview through.
You're switching after I already answered your question. You're switching
Yeah.
up your question.
Yeah, that's how I continue to test the logic. That's right.
Okay, and I said that I had already answered based on my understanding of your question. Do I
That's
want
why
to
I
be
asked
yelled
a new
at?
one, so I can continue to test the logic.
Okay, so you already got my answer though, but why are we still talking about the same exact thing? This is the one thing
Okay, well, it's
I
really
do think
weird,
you're a
like-
great speaker, but this is one thing that I don't appreciate about you. You dig at the same thing to get a different answer so that it fits
to test
your
the logic,
narrative.
yeah.
So what are the
You
three?
realize that when you're testing somebody's logical consistency, it may require multiple questions, right?
Yeah, but when it doesn't follow suit with what you believe in,
Yeah, then so think of it like a tree. That's a logical tree. That's what it's called. So you go down branch 1 and you go, oh, okay, now we understand where that position it leads. We go down branch 2, now we know where that position leads. Branch 3, now we know where that position leads. But we're all moving the logic towards whatever the conclusion of the position is. It's not narrative building, it's just me trying to actually figure out your positions. It's not even being mean, I'm just literally trying to figure out your positions.
right. And I said that I would just prefer someone be emotionally stable and emotionally mature and be able to talk about what they're feeling. If they want to cry about it, that's great.
Right.
If they want
And
to
that's what
scream
we're
about
testing.
it,
That's what
obviously
we're
I would
testing by
prefer
going down
not.
these different. Yeah, that's what we're testing by going down these different branches and questions.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's a difference between you expressing that is what you want, but then based on answers to questions, it may not actually be. That's why that's occurring. So I mean, I'm fine moving on, but I'm just letting you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to have a bit of back and forth on this, going back, I guess, to the vulnerability thing. I think from a dating lens, from a dating frame. So this idea that you guys are cool or okay with men who might be vulnerable or show their emotions, or even, well, I don't know if weak is the right word here, but I want to ask y'all a question. Would you prefer a guy to approach you in a confident manner, or for a guy to approach you super nervous, a little shaky, eye contact's all over the place, tremble in his voice, lip quivering? Which would you prefer? Go ahead.
Oh, God, both.
Yeah, okay, both, okay.
Both, because you're like, oh wow, like I'm making him anxious, I'm making him nervous, and that's like you're showing that. So to me, I can see your effort, so that is attractive. But I do enjoy confidence.
What about you?
Yeah, I would agree. Nervousness wouldn't deflect me, but I would prefer confidence.
Okay.
I'm just going to go ahead and go with confidence because I'm also confident and I wouldn't like to come off to you as a lip quivering bitch. So,
Okay.
so
Yeah.
Confidence.
I would say confident too.
Confident.
Confident, but something about a man being like his knees shaking in front of me just makes me feel like, yeah, I'm that bitch. So.
Well, okay, hold on. Just to be clear, there's a difference between an ego boost and you feeling like you're the shit because this guy's a little pussy in front of you and he's like simping over you versus this guy's really fucking attractive. Okay? That's what
overconfident is like stressful.
I'm not saying overconfident, but is it, I mean, am I wrong to state that women are attracted to confident men?
No.
No, I think
No, yeah.
Like
factual.
most women say they like confident guys.
Yeah, I don't want to go out with somebody that's going to stand in the corner like, everybody thinks I'm ugly.
And like most men would probably, most men giving their own experience would say when it comes to their success with women, do they have a higher success rate when they're confident, or do they have a higher success rate when they're fucking quivering and nervous and shaky, their eye contact's all fucked up, bottom lips all shaking, stumbling over their words, stuttering, etc.? I would suspect most men anecdotally would say, I have more success with women when I step confidently, I'm steadfast, I'm certain in myself.
But also, doesn't that just come with like a first experience? Like, because if I've known you for a long time and you've always been this sort of confident person, and then one day you come to me and you're a little bit nervous about this situation, I'm not going to fucking push you to the side because this one time that you were nervous. So I feel like that has more to do with like what's going on right now. Like, if I just met you and you say, oh, I want to be with you, like, you're going to be with me, I'm the hottest out. Okay, well, maybe I will. But a couple months down the line, if you're like, no, I know what I need to do and you need to be on the same page as me, I'm not as attracted to you as the same way I was when I first met you and you were just confident in yourself. Because sometimes confidence can also be confused.
Okay.
Lone Star donated $200.
Thank you, Lone Star.
Andrew, I think you missed on Red Hair's worldview. Wouldn't a better question been how much emotion is allowed? It sounds like she wants an emotional man but prefers little emotional volatility.
It's hard to say. She shut the inquiry down. So I was happy to continue with the inquiry, but if you shut the inquiry down, I don't know where to go with that. If you're just like, well, I already answered one of the questions, so therefore I'm done with the inquiry. I don't know where to go with that.
He definitely has the right. So when I think of a relationship dynamic, I am the submissive and he is the dominant, right? So he is the protector, he is my security, he's my safety blanket, things like that. I am the nurturer, I am the homemaker. So if he majority of the time has to be this dominant alpha role, right? I'm okay with certain situations him being emotionally available and vulnerable. I'm not going to think less of him as a person or less of him in this dominance role because he shows emotional availability at times, right? Obviously, if someone's breaking into our house, that's where his dominance needs to step in and the security needs to be, presented. But then if there's a situation after the fact where he's like, hey, I was nervous and I was scared Yeah, okay, talk to me about it. But in that moment, you stepped up and you played your role. So
yeah, sure, but
there's a
but
time
wouldn't
and a
you-
place.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. But wouldn't you agree that the more often that a man kind of steps out of that role to be emotionally vulnerable, the less likely he will be over time if those other situations do arise to keep the stoic frame to protect you to do those things.
Right, and that's why I'm saying it's very situational. Like I said, I'm the submissive one, you're the dominant one. So you should be dominant majority of the time, and I am going to be the submissive one majority of the time. So I don't want you walking around crying all the time because that's just not the type of person I'm attracted to.
Yeah, you would prefer that stoic frame.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
Sammy, it sounded like you were saying that you want a man who can express his emotions, but that knows when and how much to express those. Like, so someone said, if he's expressing love, would you want him to like hug you and make eye contact and show with his body language that he loves you? Or would you prefer that he's just like super stoic, no facial expression, robotic?
The physical contact.
Okay, cool. So that's what you were saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Emotional maturity.
Exactly.
Okay. Maddie, can you read this one?
Ladies wise, feminism called feminism when feminists want equality when it comes to masculinity. Shouldn't feminism be called female masculinism?
I honestly don't know because I'm not a feminist.
Why not?
Well, I just feel like there's such like, I feel like if you call yourself a feminist, the feminists really like dig at you and be like, the feminists that I've known are like really complete man haters and like kill them all and all this stuff. And personally, I'm not that type of person who'd be like, I'm against all men, you know? And I feel like there's just so many meanings behind feminists. Even a feminist can't even define what a feminist is. So I personally, if I don't know the knowledge behind it, I'm not going to call myself a feminist.
Right, but okay, so if you're saying that a feminist is only hating all men, wouldn't that just make them a lesbian?
No.
I'm really confused because why is it fuck all men? I'm really confused from how that's what feminist is.
That's from coming from my personal experience where the feminists that I've met who said, hey, I'm a feminist, when they talk about men, they are like complete like man haters, and I'm not a man hater, you know? So I've never met a feminist who can really define the meaning behind what a feminist is. They always talk about equality, but then they talk shit about men. So it's like, okay,
how does that work? It's not double-sided.
Why don't we go around the table and see who here considers themselves a feminist?
No.
Can you give me the definition of a feminist, and then I'll answer my question?
There's so many different definitions.
You can give me one.
Well, do you want my charitable definition, or do you want what I actually think feminism is?
You're the first one.
Okay, my charitable definition of what feminism, there's what feminism purports to be, there's my charitable definition, and then there's also what I think it actually is.
You could tell me both.
So what feminists think, what feminists think they are is an equality movement. That's not what they actually are. The most charitable definition I give it is a woman's advocacy movement, which is not the same as equality. The actual definition that I give it is it's actually a sort of, it is women's advocacy, but it's also bundled up with a bunch of conspiracy theory and like pseudo science bullshit, soft science, social science nonsense, as well as a good dose of man-hating. So that's my sense of what feminism is.
Okay.
But if you want to use the charitable one, it's women's advocacy.
I think there's nothing wrong with supporting a woman and saying that she could do whatever she wants. Because in reality, they could do, yes, they can. I mean, you can go buy a dick from the store and fuck another girl with it. So you can't say that a woman can do whatever she wants. You can literally go to a science lab and create a baby with 2 women. That's where we are today. So
wait, you can't.
So
I've watched it.
So should people
No,
do
you haven't
whatever
watched it. They need the genetic material from the man.
So should people do whatever they want? Like ought to? Also, wait, really quick, you mentioned something about the draft earlier. What was that comment?
I don't remember. So I think they said something about, what was it? I don't remember.
Okay.
I wish I
so
could.
going around, do you consider yourself a feminist?
No, I support all.
Okay.
No. Simple answer.
No.
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 Okay. All right.
Yeah, no.
Okay. So that was for, who was that? Who sent that in? It was Gracie or is GR? Oh, we had Kill of Cereal we need to get to. He was curious. Sorry that we had to pause it there, Kill of Cereal there for a little bit. I just wanted for us to be able to get through what we were talking about. He wanted to know how your parents met. If you can give us 10-second answers, go ahead.
They both worked in the mall at the same retail store, and yeah.
My mom's older sister and my dad's older brother were dating, so that's how they met.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure they just lived on the same street or something like that.
They met through my dad's sister.
They both worked together.
My mom was working at a mall, and my dad was working security at the same mall.
Nice. Family friends at a birthday party.
High school sweethearts.
Yeah.
All right, cool. We have a couple of super chats we need to get. We have, can you read these, Maddie?
Older men will take care of immature women. Young women kept being ran through by younger boys.
Okay, thank you, Albany Design. We also have this one.
Older women still have a chance to get a high-value man. They only need to master their feminine energy. These young girls today have lost that.
Hey, Omni Design, appreciate your super chats, man. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And if you want, feel free to get a couple in. So before I get into some of my pre-show notes from everybody, I want to ask, does anybody have any disagreements? Maybe you've seen clips or you've seen clips of me, clips of Andrew. Any disagreements? Maybe some of you have been on the show before. Previous disagreements you want to rekindle?
Not right now.
Anything? Show of hands, anybody? Always good, huh?
She's giving that look.
It's always good to get into, disagreements. Anybody? Going once, going twice?
I just had my phone to read them.
What, you had notes on this?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Just closed my notes accidentally. One sec while I get that pulled back up. So let's see, where do we start? Kiki, she was a no-show. Actually, we had like 3 or 4 no-shows today, last-minute flakes. But Sammy, you said the expectation women nowadays have for men, they're extremely unrealistic. Do you want to expand on that?
Yeah, I just feel like, and this gets talked about a lot, but like the expectation of that women have of men, I feel like is just way higher than they're not willing to give back what they're expecting, essentially, is what I hear a lot when I listen to, like, I will say that I've been very blessed with my panels the last 2 times I've been on here. I've had great panels and like great ladies, and you ladies are great too. But I feel like it's a lot of the feminists that come on and they're like man haters, basically. And they're like, men should do all of this, but then it's like, what are you willing to give to them in return? So it's kind of just
That's fair.
outlook on that.
Yeah. I'd agree.
Like they expect for their dates to be paid for and they expect all of these things to be given, but then have no true substance to give back.
I have a question. Like, okay, so I'm probably going to get hated on if she sees this, but I have a family member who was dating a man for like 5 years, and then shit hit the fan and she became this like feminist lesbian man hater. Like, what do you guys think on that sort of situation?
Wait,
she was dating him, and then what? And she became a lesbian over
Well,
time?
she says that she was always a lesbian until she finally realized after she was out of this 5-year relationship with this man. But when she talked about it, she was talking about like marrying this man and then like him not exceeding the expectation that she wanted. So then she had this epiphany of being like, oh, I'm actually a lesbian, and then starting like man hating on all men.
Something about that
That just to me is like, I'm so curious to think of what
That
you guys
sounds-
think.
Something about
Little
that sounds like
cray-cray.
he was dating a bitch.
Little Delulu up in this bitch.
Does that make sense or no?
What did you say?
It
How
sounded
did
like
you-
she was just a really disgruntled person, and oftentimes people like that just look to blame their hate for
Like a
themselves
victim
on
almost?
others.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so she probably wasn't feeling fulfilled herself, so she chose to put that blame on him. And some people just feel the need to victimize themselves and find a scapegoat. And I believe that might be what happened. And you sit there, and if you sit in those emotions, that anger will continue to build up, and that resentment. So she probably sat there in anger for so long, and staying with him only like essentially magnified that and her hate for men, because she just sat there in distaste.
I feel like also just because she broke up with her, because she was the one that initiated the breakup, and then 3 months after I was broken up with, and I felt like we kind of like, well, I didn't, but she did like want to like bond over that breakup, and I just felt like it was something that I personally wanted to go through. But I felt like she was dumping that onto my situation, because I also like took time to look back at the relationship that I had and realized certain things that I did wrong and wanted to correct that in my next relationship. But I just was so like confused and was curious as to how someone can switch that motive and being like, oh no, I'm actually a full-on lesbian and I in fact hate all men. And like,
Wait, she verbatim.
Yeah, she says she's a full-on lesbian.
The worst gender reveal is finding out that your man's a bitch.
What?
Did she claim she was lesbian all along?
Yeah.
Or did you know that she was lesbian
No,
when she was in
she says that she always felt that she only had crushes on men because everyone else had a crush on that man. But I feel like I can debate on that. I'm like, girl, the man that you were dating on or crushing on were not it. Like, I swear to God, there was no one crushing on them except you, girl.
What were her specific grievances with the guy she was dating?
Mostly just like how he stopped, what Morgan was saying, like he wasn't like saying, hey, like let's go out, initiating dates, and just like stop trying, and like emotionally unavailable. Just like same thing how every other girl says, like, oh, like we stopped because he wasn't emotionally available, he wasn't trying anymore, he just gave up, let himself go. But I'm like, is that enough to really full
What
on?
I don't understand about this whole the guy stops trying thing or whatever is, are you guys trying? Like, are y'all the ones who are like putting in the effort to set up the date?
That's what you're saying. Did they stop trying because you stopped trying?
Well, no, it's
So
like
now
it's like these girls who say he never texted me. Did you text him? Did you send a message?
Okay, for my... Go ahead.
Girls will even say a guy will double text you and then he'll stop texting you, and then she'll be like, why did you stop texting me?
Because you shot down my...
What?
Because you shot down my... Like, the guy as a guy. Like, you made me feel like I wasn't... Like
No,
I
but
was
what
less
I'm saying, the girl will be like, oh, the complaint here would be, let's say a
Invalid.
girl and the guy hook up, and then he doesn't text her again. But did you but she never texted him either. Well, it's like you're both kind of not doing anything.
Isn't
to
that
make it
more or
happen.
less on the spectrum of the equality conversation?
What do you mean?
Like, because I hear what you're saying and I agree. Like, if she stops putting in effort, why should he continue to put in effort? And also, men can't read our minds. So if you're not like very specifically saying, I would like you to text me every morning and tell me that I'm beautiful, and I would like you to plan dates once a week, then he's not. I mean, men are very like direct, so they need that rather than just, I want more romance. But
well, okay.
Would it be considered like, is that the equality? Because wouldn't someone earlier was talking about masculinity in the comment section, and so I'm curious, like, wouldn't some men perceive that as masculine if she then starts to reciprocate in that way?
It's not masculine to initiate
to
a
produce
conversation.
an outcome.
I think girls just don't text because they don't want to seem like they're desperate.
And yeah, but the guy could just say the same exact thing.
Yeah, no,
but
but that's
girls are
expected
more-
from a guy. It's different.
But let's say
It's
Right.
always the man is supposed to start it, like, right? That's what they say. They're like, oh, well, if the
But
man
like,
wants
okay,
to.
so I think when it comes to like this whole thing where men will put in effort in the beginning and then just stop. Well, until they met you, maybe they had to put in that initial effort with like 10, 20, 30, 40 different girls. So they're already burned out. And then, okay, they finally, got you, whatever, cool. And then they just start coasting. And it's like, well, they already put in all the effort. Y'all never put in any effort in the beginning.
Yeah, I think it's fair. You're saying that you want your effort to be matched.
What if they did
I
start
guess.
off strong and then they slowly start like losing that momentum, and you as a woman, even despite being like, oh, I don't want to be desperate, but I know what I want and what are my needs, and I'm going to show that and tell you clearly this is what I expect from you, and if they choose not to meet those expectations, then that's when I feel like the fall through of like, okay, they're not trying, so I'm not going to try.
What's your
anymore.
version of a woman coasting?
The beginning
What's
of a
the
relationship.
version of a woman coasting?
Yeah.
You just mean the default for women?
No, I'm curious.
You
well,
mean just
yeah.
the status quo of how women move?
Well, the equivalent
That's-
of like her
What do you
saying
mean?
that he stopped
That's
trying.
what women do is coast. What do you mean?
I feel like
That's what I'm asking.
You just
I'm
show
curious.
up.
I feel like for a woman, it's
That's
at the
it.
beginning. At the beginning, a man does more to get the woman's attention, and then as the woman is more attracted to this person, she does more. So she's expecting more from a man because it's growing for her. She's doing more for this person because she genuinely feels something. But it's like the opposite for a man. They're gonna do all they can at the beginning, and then slowly they're gonna
our
just stop
effort-
and stop and
our
stop. How
effort-
is that balanced?
What the fuck?
Wait,
Where's these flies coming from? Our effort is front loaded. We do all the work in the beginning. And then,
And then the
just
girl
kinda-
has to do the rest of the work for the rest of
No,
y'all
no,
lives.
I think
for
I
the rest-
think
Like, you didn't do enough then.
I think what you're saying is if she just shows up, I would. But if I were a man, I'd find that very unattractive. If
That's
all,
what- but
if all she
okay.
does is just show up, if that's her only
but
job
that-
is to
but
like
that's
be
what-
there and
I mean, that's how it
look
is.
attractive.
That's how it is.
Not in all relationships.
That's how it is.
That's why I said what I said, because so think of it as a job interview, right? When you go to a job interview as the person who's applying for the job, you're selling yourself to the company, but a lot of people don't realize the company's also selling themselves to you. So a job interview is, mutual, right? Do you want to work for this company, and does this company want you to work for them? And I feel like that's how, obviously maybe not as formal as that, but in a relationship, when you're first starting the relationship, it's like, I want to date you, and I'm going to show you that I want to date you, and you should reciprocate the same way. We should both show each other that we're interested and keep that interest. And then now as we become a couple and more exclusive, and now we're physically dating, that try should continue from both sides. But that's where society's, I just think, fucked up right now, because women just think that men are supposed to sell themselves to them. And they're just the men are supposed to do everything. They're supposed to try. They're supposed to put in all the effort. And the woman just expects to sit there and just be pampered.
And be hot, yeah. Like that's the contribution.
With nothing to give. And I think that's what the problem is. I'm agreeing with you.
Oh,
if
okay.
You look confused. So.
No, yeah. Cool. Thank you. Thank you for the cosign.
It's a fair
No,
point.
you guys, look, I mean, do you get, what do y'all really do to, at the start of a relationship, what do you really do to actually make it happen?
Well, I think a high. Oh.
Can you read it?
Women say they want a simp emotional man until that man gets his ass kicked in front of them or unable to protect or stand up for them. Then the emotional attraction and respect is gone. Hey, Adeline.
Hey.
Yo, thank you, Pagan, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
That's one of my peeps.
Yeah, it's just not clear to me that when it comes to matching effort, that at least in terms of contributing to the start of a relationship, that women are putting in that effort at the beginning. It's very, so you guys might complain, well, down the road in the relationship, it feels unequal, but it feels unequal to us, for almost every single girl that we encounter. And obviously not every, you approach a girl, maybe you go on the first date, that's the end of it. we pretty much put in every single effort that can be taken to actually make that happen.
But when do you find balance?
Wait, what do you have? Go ahead.
What would you expect them to be doing? Texting you, asking you to go out on a date, or?
Well, I mean, so in terms of expectation, my expectations tend to be typically pretty low. Although I've certainly had the experience, I've had the experience of like women who initiate with me, and actually prefer that because I prefer dating women with high levels of interest over like shooting my shot with like 10, 20, 30 different women. And then it's kind of like a lot of these chicks are fence sitters and they've got their eye on 3 different dudes. So I actually prefer when I think it's a much better dynamic, which is the dynamic that women typically have a monopoly on and tend to enjoy, the dynamic of you getting to choose, guys coming to you. You have much more leverage when it's that kind of dynamic. The leverage tends to equalize the longer, once you've been dating for 3 months, it's kind of equalizes a little bit, although it is, so in terms of early on, most guys can't get that though. Most guys never get approached, never get a hit on, never get a DM, never get a DM from a chick, match with a chick on a dating app. They're gonna have to send the first message, set up the date, plan the date, move things forward physically, et cetera, et cetera. But so I don't think when it comes to expectation that there's like, I never have the expectation. It's nice if it does occur, if the girl does actually make some effort and takes initiative. And I do think it's a better dynamic, but I don't know where I'm going with this. What was the question?
Is there
what do
ever
you expect in the beginning?
What do I expect? Oh, what do I expect? I mean, I expect pretty much, do you guys, any of you play video games?
Yes.
Yeah, so there's this video game term called carrying. This is when somebody who's superior at a video game takes somebody who has little or no experience in the video game and takes them to the W, takes them to the win. You carry them like on your back. Somebody, it's like you're playing some shooter game or whatever. They suck at the video game. You fucking rock, or at least you know what you're doing, and you can bring them to the W. In this case, that would be the relationship. And so typically, it seems to me, at least early on, you're carrying the chick to the relationship.
Can it be vice versa?
Y'all can disagree. Y'all can disagree, but I mean, look, I'm sure there's some guys that you might be you've chased, you've maybe had this experience, but but typically, what I have found is pretty much at like all these different points, the guy's going to be the one who's going to have to put in the effort and also face the rejection. So this is how it would work. So like, let's say it's a guy who's approaching you. If we remove online dating from this, like he's just maybe goes to your college, whatever. If you went to college and you're in his class, he approaches you after class. He's got to do the approach. That's terrifying for most people, both men and women. Women overwhelmingly never do that, but he's going to approach you. Then there's the potential for rejection, but assuming it's not a rejection, then he's going to have to carry the conversation, because typically the burden of conversation is going to be on the person who approaches. It'd be weird for you to just approach someone, say hi, and say nothing thereafter. Like that would be like,
Hey.
I mean, it's kind of if you can pull it off, I guess, but it is kind of this like, it's almost like if somebody contacts you, it's like, what do you want? You know? So the burden of conversation is going to be on them. Then they're going to have to, be smooth, whatever, be charming. They're going to have to ask you out. They're going to have to, do that in a smooth way. They're going to have to solicit the phone number, the contact information, if it's Instagram, phone number, whatever. Then they're going to have to follow up, send that text. Then they're going to have to plan the date. When you invariably cancel 30 minutes before that first date because your goldfish needs to be fed or whatever, he's going to have to take that gracefully, even though it's extremely rude to cancel 30 minutes before the date. So he's going to have to maneuver with that. And then he's going to have to set up the follow-up date, and then he's going to have to, okay, here's where, I'm going to take you here, here's the time, handle the logistics of that. Then he's going to have to pay for the date, carry the conversation probably on the date, and then he's going to have to move things forward from there. Is he going to try to go for the kiss? Is he going to try for more? If that's a no, but she's still interested, okay, second date, third date, fourth date, wash, rinse, repeat. He's got to, face multiple points of potential rejection all throughout this entire process. Let's see what else. Yeah, he's got to go for the first kiss. He's got to move things forward sexually. It's extremely rare for women to go for the first kiss or be like the initiators sexually also. So there's just a whole bunch of points of potential rejection. And then just also,
But when women do it, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. But when women do it, they're deemed aggressive. They're deemed too dominant, too masculine. Or if they double text you, they're needy, or they're, whatever it is that they want to be easy. Or if they're accessible, then they become, again, easy. So I feel like there are plenty of women out there, and I encourage women to double text, say what you want, go and get it. And if a man can't handle that, fuck them.
Well, I actually think from my research, men love when women approach. They find it extremely attractive because it shows confidence. But I think the nuance that you're giving is like, if she were to also make a move on him sexually, that could be seen as like too easy or too accessible. But I think there's nuance. I think what he's saying is the man has to go through all these different touch points that are all essentially him going out on a limb, and there's nothing really in him. There's no ROI for him, really. And I think the nuance is missing, because I think men do want to see more initiative as well from women, just because it's terrifying for a man to walk up to an attractive woman. Like it public shame, the risk of that is so high. Whereas if an attractive woman walks up to a man, that likelihood that she's going to get rejected is so low.
Yeah.
Even if she's an average looking woman.
True.
I agree. Like, I think that it sucks that you have to do so much effort, but when women do exemplify those traits, they are labeled that way. So if men didn't shoot those kinds of women down and kind of essentially push back on that kind of behavior, maybe more women would be inclined to do that.
Hold on, that's not actually true, because it's one thing if a girl walks up to a guy and is just super aggro and is like, here's want some pussy, that would be a turn off.
Not that.
But there's a way you can approach, like, even step to a guy, walk up to a guy, and it not come across as aggressive or like masculine or whatever. You can do so in a feminine way. Don't be a slag about it. But what's up?
Do you think like looks have something to do with that? Because let's say, what if like you are mid, and you have all those traits that they're looking for, but because maybe you don't like meet their expectations visually, that they'll like maybe consider falling into the settling, be like, oh, she has everything, but I just don't like see her attractive. Do you think looks matter when it comes to those traits? Do you guys know what I mean?
Is there
for a man? Like for a man?
A man for a woman
came up to you and said, oh, hey, I like your beard and I want to take you on a date.
Yeah,
and she was mid, would you? And it's the same thing, double standard.
This is a very easy question to answer. If the man does not find you physically attractive, that's
the same thing with a woman.
But men have to risk the same thing. What if she doesn't find me physically attractive? It is what it is, So, yeah.
Okay. But I do think most attractive men would still be nicer to an average-looking woman than an attractive woman would be to an average-looking man.
Yeah, well, so going back to your point, kind of related to her thing, so women overwhelmingly will not make the first move, won't approach, won't slide into a DM, won't send the first message, won't, whatever. But in comparison to men, in the event that they do, they're actually much more likely to succeed. Like, a dude could send thousands of DMs and never get a response, but if you're a girl and you send like DMs out, you're much higher chance to get a response. Also, you can slide into dudes who have like big major status, and you're much more likely to get like an average girl. When I say, how about a normal girl slides into a famous guy's DMs, it's not a guarantee she gets a response, but like, it's a possibility. Drake's fucking with normal chicks. I don't know if Drake is like the cool guy anymore. I don't know. But like, if a normal, like, fucking 20-year-old dude slides into like, I don't know, who's a Dua Lipa's DMs, you think she's like, oh yeah, okay. yeah, well, I'll meet up with you, normal guy. Like, no, it's not happening.
I think for me, it's more so the men's behavior of pulling out their phone and be like, man, this girl's been blowing me up since our first date. If you stop doing that, women would be more inclined to actually initiate more things. But we know that men sit there and they talk like that about women.
What? That's not true at all.
It's-
That's not true.
If he's not attracted to her, but I think if he's attracted to her, he'd be pumped.
But they're still banging her.
So that
They're
was
still what?
my question for you is at what point for you would her initiating the dates, her texting you multiple times, when would that become too much for you that you are now off put by it and unattracted, even if you're physically attracted to her? But now, so think of the term like stage 5 clinger, right? You're physically attracted to her, but she's too available for you. At what point does that become unattracted?
I mean, I don't think, at least in my book, like if she's psycho, that's one thing. But if she's just super simpy, like really into me, I like that. Like I don't really like to play games. I like you, you like me. Because it's actually pretty rare for men to get like that level of attention, you know. So like
Unless they're hot.
Okay. But I would argue like average chicks get like dudes fucking falling over themselves for like an average chick, whereas like average dudes ain't ever getting a DM, ain't ever being asked out, like ever. So I'm trying to think what I wanted to bring it back to. But so I would say though that you'll have totally just as a woman, your success rate for like sliding into a DM or approaching a guy is much higher. And then even if the guy, most guys are going to be much more like, they'll still take it as a compliment. Like most guys are not going to be like, bitch, get away. Like they're not going to do that. Like most guys are at least going to be graceful in the rejection. Whereas like, I think women tend to be fairly graceful, but like they'll also like, you'll have an experience as a guy. Like girls can be fucking brutal sometimes when it comes to rejection. Not all women, not all the time, but like even though I guess it can still be scary for you, like as a woman, if you approach a guy, your success rate's going to be fucking insane. And then the guy's going to be pretty nice, I think, even in rejection. So, yeah.
I just think men should encourage more of the women to go out there. And when they do it, like, don't react that way. And I think that women, for the
react
record,
what way?
React in a like, oh, this is too much, or call them clingy, because most women, they don't do that because they are in fear of seeming clingy or needy or being too much.
Bro, most men, but like, can we just say the same thing about men? Except it's even worse for men.
Yeah.
It's even worse for men. We don't want to be seen like we don't want to be seen like we're creepy.
Okay, so let's just educate the public. Say what you want. Go after and get it. Send that double text, and then if they don't respond after 3 texts, just stop. Okay.
But
just
you know,
stop.
you want to hear something crazy on the whole creepy thing? You can take a guy, exact same behavior, exact like verbatim, say the exact same thing, say it the same way. The only differential is one guy you're attracted to and the other you're not. Like that's it. It could be the same exact treatment, or he said the same thing, acted the same way, and the only difference is one guy's physically attractive, the other's not.
And I think the biggest thing is stop after 3 texts. For any men or women, stop having conversations with yourselves in people's DMs or text messages.
Oh, well, I think
agree that's the biggest thing.
These guys who send like 10 messages never get a response.
Yes. So just don't do that.
Yeah, and
but
then they get really mad at you.
like it's okay. Let's just set the record straight. It's okay to double text. Okay.
But what he was saying is just like matching effort, which is so like people generally want people that match their effort. They don't want people who go way above and beyond, because then it starts to make you question that person's status. Like, why do you have me so high on a pedestal? But they also don't want the opposite. They don't want to feel like there's lack of effort when you're still putting forward initiative. So I think what he's saying, like a good balance would be, okay, you took a girl out for 2 dates. Now it's the 3rd date. Is she going to propose something? Is she going to propose to hang out? Is she going to maybe text you after the date instead of waiting for you to text her and like thank you for the experience? like that's like just matching the effort. That way he doesn't feel like he's just constantly putting himself out there and she's just cruising.
And what I'm saying is don't be afraid to be that person. And I think so many people are scared to be that person. That's all.
Maddie, can you read this?
Notice how none of their answers for their parents were online. We need to get back to traditional values. My friends, get out there and meet someone face to face, not FaceTime. Statistics equals it lasts.
Yo, Kill of Cereal. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
I agree, but also I don't think the internet really existed like that. So like, that wasn't an option, you know?
And now people are scared because
I
of the
wholeheartedly agree. Get off the internet and, you know, go face to face. You learn more about the person. There's more value in it. But also with the times, the internet just didn't exist. It wasn't an option for them.
True. Hold on, guys. Getting into some of my other notes here. Oh, we had to do the bow thing. Somebody asked about, will anybody here do a proper bow? All right. So this is something that we talked about. What do men expect? This is something that I expect from a girl. Go ahead, play the clip. Boom. Huge bow. I need, once I get home, I need a bow. Look at this. Get home, laundry. She's getting my laundry all going. Look at this. Dinner is ready. Attentive. Speed walking. Scampering. What do you call that? Scampering? I don't know. I don't really, stirring my noodles. Stirring my noodles. Hands in. One more time. Show us the bow. Boom. Deep bow. That's what it takes. Ladies, I think women should. That's what I want from a girl is a bow.
My lord.
Did you guys? Yeah, sure. My liege lord. Go ahead. Do you guys? What do you think? Do you think it's?
I mean, I think it should not be like forced. It should not be forced. It should
not
be
forced.
But I'm saying like it should be she wants to and like she likes to. So I mean like I play with my man and I'm like, okay, sir, overlord, superior, master. And that's what I say to him. And he likes it. He'll be like, say it one more time. And that's what I say. And so like, I'm okay with that. And I volunteer that because I know that it's exciting for him. And that's not like a lot of women won't be able to put their own pride or ego aside to please their man. So I'm for that. Am I going to bow? I don't.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I already said, submissive dominant role.
What do you think about that?
Sounds fun. Are we role playing?
She's like,
as long as you don't call me a bitch, sure, I'm good with it. If I'm a bitch, then how are you a king? Okay.
Wait, what?
My lord. If we can watch Bridgerton together, yeah, I'll bow for you.
Okay. Thoughts?
Shout out.
Thoughts on the bow thing?
Not the bow, but everything else.
Not down with the bow?
Not down with the bow, unless it makes sense for her culture.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Morgan?
Yeah, I don't know. I think at some point it gets too much.
Too much? What do you mean?
Like it seems like you're just a child. Like, why am I doing everything for you? You can't pick up your own clothes? I don't know.
Well, you see in that video clip anyways, this is a high-powered person with a dating podcast. He goes home to his penthouse apartment and his girlfriend has she just kicks it at the penthouse while he's out working. He's taking care of all the bills.
I'd love to kick it.
Yeah, I agree if he's paying for all the bills, but what if it's like it could be the other way too?
I could do some
like,
role
I
playing.
would be fine with being like making the money for the household and him being at the house.
Right. Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah. Sure. Well, let me ask. Okay, so outside of this context, though, the actual physical act of the bow, what are your thoughts there?
No.
Not cool.
I don't know.
Do you think like what do you appreciate if a guy opens the car door for you? Yeah. On a date?
Yeah.
Does that kind of stuff? Okay. Do you want to get married one day?
Yeah.
Do you want the guy to propose to you?
Yeah.
Do you want him to get down on one knee?
Yeah.
Like a little bitch?
Yeah, sure.
But it's like it's crazy. Y'all want a guy to like kneel before you. You're standing there. He gets down. He's looking up at you with little puppy dog eyes. Oh, sweetheart. I love you so much. Hold on, let me get the fuck.
And you know how many times you get on your knees for him after that? So let's be real.
Are you talking about blowjays?
Yeah.
You're talking about blowjays?
Blowjays. All the blowjays.
How do you feel about a woman proposing to you?
Huh?
Well, I don't want to get married. Unless she's rich.
That's why you have this podcast.
I'll only get married. I will only marry a woman if she's makes more money than me. And she has to be like a billionaire or some shit. I'll accept a millionaire. Like a couple zeros.
And she still has to propose to you. If she's a millionaire, billionaire, you're only marrying if she proposes to you.
That's the only scenario I would get married. But okay, so this is what you want, Morgan. You want a guy, Mary Gertrude Spurlock. That's not your actual last name. My dear, will you marry me?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Okay, I guess we're married now, but or engaged. But
congratulations.
It's crazy. Okay, what about you? The bow? You down for the bow or no?
No, he'll get a kiss, he'll get a hug, but I'm not
wouldn't do a bow?
bowing. It just, I don't know.
Why
That
not?
seemed kind of cultural as well, so.
Am I culturally appropriating right now?
No, that's not what I meant. But no, he'll get a kiss, he'll get a hug.
Right, but okay, let's just assume I'm culturally appropriating and I'm just
how would you be culturally appropriating? So I don't even understand that. Do you think that bows were not done in the West?
Well, I mean, I think she's trying to say it's like kind of more common in like Asian cultures.
Right.
It's pretty rare for like in Western countries.
And the reason they bow is because when you hug someone, you can stab them in the back, but when you bow, you can't. Like that's where it originated
my concern,
from.
Really, with
but that's how it started. That's how it started.
These chicks be carrying katanas and shit. You know, I'm worried. Wait, so you wouldn't? No, 100% no, wouldn't.
Maybe like in a playful manner.
No.
But, okay.
Sure, fine, playful.
Yeah.
But every time you.
Then that's not playful anymore. That's. Well, I guess it could be.
Damn,
but
that's crazy. I know it's uncommon.
Would you bow for the right man?
Yes.
If the right man, he was Mr. Right.
Yeah.
Would you bow for him?
Yes, in a playful manner, yes, not in a disrespectful
No, but he wanted it as
cultural
a
way.
sign of respect. He just thought it was very respectful if you bowed to him.
Oh.
Being submissive, you know.
No.
No.
Bow to each other.
Huh?
Like,
no,
of course, she should bow first.
No. I don't bow. I don't bow.
His phone didn't go down.
I don't bow. I don't bow. She bows.
A bow. I can't stop.
What about you? What do you think? Would you do the bow?
Yeah, I would. For the right
Okay.
man.
But you wouldn't like if
for
a
the
guy,
right man, right?
Yeah.
For the right man, yeah.
Maddie, have you tested out the bow yet?
Yeah.
Did it work?
Yeah.
Well, he watches the show.
Yeah.
I guess, or I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's just like crazy to me because I feel like it's such a small ask. Like you don't got to spend any money. It's like not physically laborious. You just boom, dink, dink. You know.
What does it do for you?
It's like a submissiveness test.
Superiority.
No, it's not about superiority.
What if she curtsied? It's like the Western equivalent.
I think it's kind of cringy. I prefer bow. I feel like a curtsy is just it's not cringy. It's just
If she's
not,
wearing a skirt,
it's
she
not
might
what
It's
I
more
want.
formal, not submissive.
It's not what I want. But I don't know. It's crazy because like we'll ask like in addition to the bow, it's just like you know you were talking earlier like that guy asked you to do his laundry, right, on the first date, and you're like that's weird, right? Right? That happened, right?
And they did the laundry though.
And still did.
But you were upset. You were upset about the laundry. Like you wouldn't. You
Because that
were
doesn't
like,
seem like a very first date thing for me.
But check this out, right? Check this out, right? So here's what's crazy to me. When it comes to the bow or like cooking a man a meal or doing his laundry, you guys will object to that, but you'll fuck a guy the first night.
Interesting.
Like you will let a guy, I could get into detail. You know what I mean? Like a girl could let a guy, bust a nut on her face. That's why I'm just saying.
I was like,
that
let's
could happen.
get it.
That could
Let's
happen.
go.
It could happen on a first date, you know. A girl requested that once from me. It could happen on a first date. A first date, yes.
She a freak.
I guess.
Don't yuck someone's yum.
Yeah, that's second date stuff.
She's a freak.
But it's like, hold on. You'll let a guy hit.
Girl.
You'll let a guy hit.
Yeah.
But like literally doing, like you'll be.
It's
I don't
like
wanna be
mutual
vulgar,
wanting
but
to.
you'll like literally choke on his pee-pee.
On his pee-pee.
But you
First
won't
date,
bow for him.
First date, but you won't bow. You won't. What's that? You had experience?
I've never heard you say that. I just
Choke on the pee-pee?
Yeah.
And he repeated it.
Anyways, but laundry, just folding his laundry, not very difficult, cooking a meal, whatever. Doing a simple bow. Like, no, I won't do that.
I didn't say
But
no.
you can be inside of me, son? That's crazy, bro.
Because
You can penetrate me with your penis. But I won't do a little. Watch this. Boom, that's it. You won't do that?
I didn't say no. I said
You know what I
yes.
mean? You know what I mean?
But also,
But can we agree it depends
it's
on
mutual.
the woman too? Like some women don't. Like there is, believe it or not, there's women who don't fuck or kiss on the first or second or third or even fifth date. There's still some old school tradition values in some women.
Well,
Yeah,
why
sure,
won't those women bow then?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like
Those women
it's like
probably
the
would.
That's
women
not
did
normal.
vow.
I guess the point
if they
I'm
were
trying to make-
asked to.
I guess
Yeah,
the point
they were
I'm trying to make is the same woman that says, not again. Yes, there are women who won't fuck on the first date.
Mm-hmm.
They'll fuck on the second. But anyways,
No
so they'll be fine with having a man inside of them, but they draw the line at a bow. I don't get it. Right, Morgan?
It could be that there's mutual beneficial and pleasure in penetration, but she might not find benefit in a bow or pleasure in a bow. If she's not a submissive person, she doesn't want to bow for you. But
thinks
if
it's
you
labor.
penetrate her, there's benefit and pleasure there.
Maybe-
I don't know.
For
I'm just
her.
playing devil's advocate.
Maybe
What if there's a
for-
What if there's a condom?
Oh my God.
Honestly, if there's a condom involved, I'm doing her a favor. With the
why do
sex.
you nut first?
I mean, with the sex. Like, it's just like I'd rather just not. I know this is gonna sound crazy. I've already mentioned this previous shows. I'd rather just not even have sex.
Have you ever seen the meme of like
sex.
it's like Kermit the Frog and he's like by the window and the window's like wet
Raining.
and it's like
It's like raining.
That's why they call it window pane.
Can we find that, Nick?
Maybe
it's like when it's wet but you can't feel it because you have a
What
condom
the
on.
fuck?
Maybe
You've never
in that
seen that
kind of
meme?
woman where like she won't want to bow down, but she'll let you like nut inside her, or whatever.
Yeah, that-
is maybe
That.
because she's like maybe really into that masculine side of her, and maybe she has like this walls built up that she doesn't feel comfortable or willing to go into that feminine side of like submissive side.
It
Maybe
sounds like
that's
she's
why.
taking the nut instead of receiving.
Exactly. She's a nut taker.
That's a good way. That's a good way to look at it. That's
She's
a
a
good way.
nut taker. Give me that nut.
You got it? Is it the Kermit? Yeah. Whoa. It's facts. It's facts. It's facts. Yeah. Hold on. Wait. Keep it up for a sec. Keep it up.
It's the funniest meme I've ever seen.
Word. Anyways, where were we? Let's get to. We got Elsa here. Elsa, you said that you did have a disagreement, Elsa. You said you're not a huge fan of oversimplification and inflammatory language. Is this directed at me or Andrew or both?
Honestly, neither. I've only seen
okay.
very short clips of
Okay.
the show.
Okay, so this.
But in general, not a fan of oversimplification.
Well, was there like a specific clip or something you saw? Was it something Maddie said? Maddie's got some hot takes. She's been canceled multiple times.
Yeah, I actually
Just
have.
kidding. She's.
I got haters.
Actually, I was told that Adrian was like, my friend Adrian, who was on the show, she was like, Maddie's super cool. Look for Maddie. So,
You ain't lit if you
no,
ain't got no
I learned
Can
about
you
you
scoot
today.
your mic that way? and tilt
to
it
the
down.
left. Yes. Tilt it to the left.
No,
like this.
like push it.
Over here. Okay.
There you go.
And then tilt it down a little bit, but go ahead.
No,
So
not
on the,
directed at Maddie. Is this better?
On the oversimplification front, earlier when we were talking in generalities, isn't that oversimplification?
Definitely, yeah. We both got into that.
Yeah,
we both
but
got
what's
into
wrong?
generalizing.
What's wrong with an here's an oversimplification. Men generally prefer to date men or women prefer generally to date men who are taller than them. That's an oversimplification, right? But it's true.
My challenge with oversimplification is it makes for great clickbait, but when you actually work with real people, those aren't usually the situations that occur. Like, of course, in general, most women would prefer to date someone who makes more money than them. In general, most men would prefer to date someone who's younger because she's probably more attractive. But those oversimplifications don't hold true when you actually apply theory to practice. So because I've worked with so many men over the years, those aren't the situations that I see. Normally people date more or less people who are in their vicinity, who are usually a similar age range, similar socioeconomic status. So that's my problem with it, but I do think that it makes for a more spicy and interesting conversation.
Really? So even on the micro, the men that you're working with, you don't tell them that women prefer taller men?
Well, not if they're not. No, women do prefer that, but a taller man is relative. An average woman is 5'2", so a taller man for an average woman.
It's not relative. It would be anything taller than 5'2", right? Anything taller than her wouldn't be relative. So if she was 4'9",
what I mean is that I'm 5'7", and for me, a taller man is technically a man who's 6 feet. Although historically, I've dated
a taller man would be somebody who's
5'8" or 5'8", whatever. Most of the guys I've dated are my height, but where was I going with this?
But you would prefer a man who is taller, right?
Honestly, before I moved to the States, I did not even know this was a thing because I didn't grow up here. So in Lebanon, where I'm from, men are not tall. The average man is a little bit shorter than I am. So that wasn't really an option. So I didn't really see it as a preference. It was after I moved here.
The average Lebanese woman is much smaller than the average Lebanese man.
True. So, but when I moved here and I realized that was like a collective preference, that's when I started to notice that people even really cared about that. I think from my work, what I've seen is that women want a man they can feel safe with, but he doesn't have to be bigger than her in height. He can be bigger than her horizontally in stature.
I know, but I get it that on the micro you can do all sorts of self-improvement as a man who is shorter. You can get buffer and what they call looks maxing, all that. Mm-hmm. But that doesn't change the fact that most women are still going to prefer if he's taller than her.
If they had the option, definitely yes.
Yeah,
if all
definitely.
things are,
so,
if all
that
things
seems
are
like
equal,
an
then yes.
oversimplification that's just also true.
Well, the rest of that sentence was oversimplification and inflammatory language. So an oversimplification in and of itself might not be a problem, but when it's married to inflammatory language, it can be.
Wait,
but
can you
I'm
give
not.
us an
But
example?
at the same time, like when I first started my TikTok, I believe the reason why I went viral so often is because I was extremely inflammatory. Like I was just extremely condescending, and I had a lot of hot takes on a lot of hot topics, and it was fun because I was relevant. Now that I'm a little more nuanced, my engagement has definitely gone down because nuance is boring for a lot of people. It's not as
Why can't you
clickbaity.
be inflammatory with nuance?
I mean, how would you do that? Give me an example.
Of a nuanced take, which is also something which is inflammatory?
Like what?
What's an
example?
Let's say you say, well, it can be situational whether age gaps are appropriate or not, but you think that they're perfectly acceptable, right? So that's a nuanced take, but at the same time, it's inflammatory.
That doesn't sound inflammatory to me, unless I missed something.
How is it not? It's one of the things most argued about that I've seen in these dating spaces, whether or not age gaps are appropriate or not appropriate. You can have the nuanced take of, I think situationally they can be, but generally I'm against them, and here's why. It can definitely be inflammatory with a nuanced take.
Well, we might just have a different definition, because I actually think that's a nuanced. I think that's a nuanced take.
Yeah, it's nuanced, but also inflammatory. You're still saying the same thing, right? You're still saying, no, I think age gaps are fine.
But
You're
the
just
way
giving
you're
kind of
saying
a nuanced reasoning for that, right?
But the way you're saying it is nuanced. So it's kind of
Yeah,
like when you said
I get it.
earlier,
I get
you
it, but I'm
said
saying it's still inflammatory, right?
earlier you said like older men would prefer a younger woman because she's attractive, and that to me is not an example of inflammatory language, because I actually agree.
Well,
I think it's like
what would be inflammatory then? How would you make that inflammatory?
it's a good question. Probably by saying something like women over 35 are completely doomed, so they should probably just go and give up. Like that to me would be inflammatory. Because it lacks nuance.
I mean,
the nuanced statement.
That's just kind of lying, though, right?
But those are the kind of clips that get a lot of traction. Is like the 35-year-old woman is screwed. She's got no chance. I think the nuanced take is the younger woman probably has a lot more options of men for sure, but the non-nuance is just like, let's just write off every woman over 30. Well,
I mean, why not? I mean, you're just talking about clickbait, though, really.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you can still have the clickbait and then still give the nuanced take, can't you?
I argue that you
Isn't that what
can't.
almost everybody does? They have the clickbaity title thumbnail, and then they give the nuanced take after you click on it?
The clickbaity hook, yes.
Yeah. It seems like you could do that.
I mean, just going back to your thing here, you said not a huge fan of oversimplification and inflammatory language. Was there an example that you wanted to talk on or that you saw?
There probably was, but it might not even been from you guys. It might have been from like one of the women on the show. I honestly can't remember because this was probably this was a while back.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
No, can't remember. But it's not necessarily like you as the host. I was just the dynamic of the conversation. That's probably something I was referring to.
Okay. Let's see. Going over then to, is it Andrea or Andrea?
It's Andrea.
Andrea. Okay. You said that. So you are currently single, if I recall. Okay. You said you're waiting until, or you either are or you wanted to talk about waiting until marriage. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah. I am definitely waiting. I'm pro waiting till marriage.
You're pro. So are you that, and that's what you're doing?
Yes.
Are you religious?
I am.
Christian?
Christian.
What denomination?
Oh, I wouldn't be too specific on that. I'm just Christian. Let's just leave it at that.
Okay. Do you go to church?
I do.
What is the denomination of the church you go to?
I'm actually not sure.
Is it non-denominational?
I'm
it
truly
St.
not
Baptist
sure.
by chance?
Sorry?
You go to St. Baptist Church?
St. Baptist?
No.
Okay.
No.
Just checking.
No.
Okay, so you said you said you experienced a lot of jealousy and possessiveness from men. Is that related to the waiting until marriage thing, or is that a different topic?
No, I would say I've just been on a lot of dates, and men are very possessive, jealous, and it could be, I don't know, but that is why I'm waiting till marriage, because
they're possessive and jealous?
Yeah, I wouldn't, I would tell men like, oh, I want this for my future, and sometimes they don't agree, but they're still very like clingy and possessive, and
okay.
Yeah.
So let's bring it back to the whole waiting until marriage thing.
Mm-hmm.
So are you a virgin?
No.
Okay. But so how recently did you, I guess, change up to wanting to wait till marriage?
Well, I did have this long-term relationship where, yes, we did have, I wasn't
Carnal knowledge.
What?
Carnal knowledge. You had sex.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know how to phrase that, but so that did, and that was not the best experience for me. So that's why I was like, okay, well, my next relationship, I definitely want to keep it. Yeah.
Well, it was the 1 year relationship? You said your longest relationship, unless I fucked my notes up here, you're 3 years?
3 years, about 3 years.
Oh, sorry, I got 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm just curious, very quickly, if I can interject. I just had one quick question. Brian, can you by chance pull up Ephesians 5:22?
Nick, can you pull up Ephesians
5:22. Well, the reason is I didn't realize that you were a Christian earlier in the panel, but I can just read it to you. It says, "Wives, submit to your husband as to the Lord." Do you bow to the Lord?
Do I bow to the Lord?
Yeah.
Of course.
Is it a sign of submission to bow to the Lord?
Yes.
Are you supposed to submit to your husband as you do unto the Lord?
Yes, I guess.
So then, hang on. So then we have established that you should do what with your husband?
I should bow.
We should bow. Okay, so we got it, right? So the bow is happening, right? We are going to do the bow?
If it's in a godly marriage, then of course, that's very different.
Okay, then we're going to bow. All right.
Oh, you have to be married before you give the bow.
Yes.
Is that fair, Andrew? Marriage has to come before the bow?
Yeah, I mean, it depends, right? I would say, yeah, probably. I would still wait for the marriage, but I don't see anything wrong with showing respect.
I'm not bowing to a boyfriend.
Man by bowing. But earlier when I'd asked you, I said, "Would you ever do it?" You said no. But it seems like now we have kind of a change in the position here.
Well, no, you're correct. We do bow to the Lord, and if it's a godly marriage, then of course that's very different.
Wait, you said not bound to the boyfriend.
I'm not bowing to a boyfriend, but if we are,
should a man provide before you're married? So like first dates, you're down to split the first date?
No.
The man should pay on the first date?
Yes.
But you're not married.
I understand, but he is still trying to prove that he can provide in order to be married.
So you're not willing to be submissive to him until you're married?
In the bow, yes.
Well, I'm assuming there's other ways too, but you're expecting him to provide prior to marriage, but he doesn't get any benefits.
He does get the benefit. He gets the benefit of my time,
You get the exact same thing from him though.
Yeah.
Right. You get his time, he gets your time.
Yes, but I still don't think a bow is like, oh my gosh, she bowed, I have to marry her. I don't think that's the whole I don't know.
But you said you're not willing to be submissive until you're married.
No. Because if we are dating to marry. Mm-hmm. So there's already submission within that, but I don't think the bow specifically.
What would be the submission within that?
Whereas in we are already
together building a foundation.
What does that have to do with being submissive? Just by virtue of you dating each other doesn't mean you're submissive.
Yes, it does.
What?
I mean, in this culture, because there is women who have a roster who will be dating multiple men. So going back to those old traditions and being like, okay, we decide to be exclusive.
Well, a woman could be monogamous.
A little bit submissive.
A woman could be monogamous and still not be submissive. Although I suppose if it's her will and desire to be dating multiple men, but she
then that's not dating to marry. That's not.
That would be a terrible dynamic, though, if a man had to get submission from his woman to be monogamous. That would be terrible dynamic. But you wouldn't be submissive.
Well, what do you mean by being submissive? Just the bow specifically?
I mean, deferring to his leadership. Okay,
then, of course,
I don't want you to go to nightclubs. I don't want you to go to bars. I don't want you to drink.
Of course.
I don't want you to party.
Of course.
Mm-hmm. I don't want you to post promiscuous photos on Instagram.
Of course.
Okay.
So you're saying that's...
It's just interesting. You're kind of relating it all back to the bow, but I'm still a little...
You're so stuck on the bow. That's why I keep bringing it up, right?
Well, I mean, you kind of... Don't you want to be submissive in all matters and in all ways?
Yes, if we're dating to marry, yes.
Okay. So bringing it back, I guess, to the waiting until marriage thing. Mm-hmm. You said... I was confused because you said... your justification for the change up there was you had a bad relationship. In said bad relationship, you had premarital sex.
Right.
Ergo, are you saying that because you had premarital sex, that's the reason for the bad relationship?
No,
I'm not sure if that's the connection that makes sense.
No, it wasn't a bad relationship. We had great times, but I do think...
Didn't you... Well, what...
I meant that...
You said it was I got the understanding or impression that it was negative in some way.
No, well, I mean, to me it was negative because we did do it the ungodly way. We did have premarital sex, and but he's not a bad guy or a bad person, or we didn't have bad times. But
okay.
My next relationship, I would want it to be godly. I would want to wait till marriage for
Were
sex.
you religious? Is you being religious a new thing? Or were you also Christian prior? Like
No, I mean, I was like baptized as a kid and everything, but I wasn't like going to church every weekend, or I wasn't just, I wasn't so in my faith as I am now.
Okay, so you've become more religious. Okay. And so just to be clear, you are, the next person you're going to date, you are going to wait until marriage to have sex.
Yes.
Not just, because some girls will say, well, I want to meet the guy that I want to marry, but we can have sex before marriage,
No.
but it has to be the guy that I'm pretty sure
No.
we're going to marry. I'm going to marry.
No, I'm waiting until marriage.
Okay.
Period.
And you're going to be steadfast in that?
Well, what do you mean?
Like you're holding to that for sure?
No, definitely, but yeah.
Mistakes happen.
No, mistakes do not happen.
Well, can I ask you a question? So you broke up with the 3-year relationship a year ago, you said?
No. I broke up
You
with
said
him.
you were in a 3-year relationship and you've been single for 1 year.
Yeah, so I've had.
Okay, that was a different relationship.
That was a
then.
different, yeah.
Okay. So wait, that was a different relationship.
Yeah, so I had a 3-year relationship that was like throughout high school, throughout college, and then we broke up, and then I had another relationship, and that's the one that ended
A year ago. Okay. Did you have premarital sex with that guy?
I did.
Okay. So how long have you been celibate?
I would say about a couple months.
What was the nature of the relationship with the guy you were with a couple months ago?
We were dating, and but it wasn't exclusive, or no, it didn't get to that point.
You were dating for a couple months, you said?
Yes.
How did you guys meet?
How did we? I met him. Where did I meet him? I met him at a concert.
Not a dating app?
No, I don't
Okay.
do dating apps.
Okay. And so, hold on. And so, how soon after you had met him did you guys hook up?
I would say it was maybe 3 months after we met.
But you said you only dated him for a couple months.
Yeah, well, it was long distance. That one was confusing.
So had you guys been like friends or acquaintances?
Yeah, we definitely started off as friends.
Well, hold on. You said you met him at a concert.
I did.
So you weren't friends when you met at the concert?
No, I met him there, and then we became friends. We exchanged information, and
So he approached you, or how did you guys?
yeah, I guess so.
And he said, "Hi, I'd like to be friends with you."
No, well, it was more.
It wasn't clear to you that he had a romantic or sexual interest?
No, we just started off as friends.
You think that was his intention, to be friends with you?
I thought so.
Okay. So at what point did he make his romantic interest known?
I guess a while after texting, we just, I was like, oh, I like you, and he liked me, and so, yeah.
So you said after 3 months of knowing him, that's when you hooked up. How soon after there being a clear, we like each other, how soon after that did you guys hook up?
Like after we told each other we liked each other.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so we met, and then we were texting for about like 3 months, and then,
When you say you were, so you met at the concert.
Right.
You were texting for 3 months. In that 3-year period, did you guys ever hang out in person?
No.
No. Okay. So
it was long distance.
You live in LA. He lives where?
He lives in Arizona.
Arizona.
I hope
okay.
he's not watching this right now.
Okay. So you're texting him. You guys are texting back and forth. How often are you guys calling, texting?
It was mainly text.
Okay. You guys determined that you like each other, and then you meet up in person, correct?
Right.
Okay. How many times did you meet up in person total?
We only hooked up once, and then after that, we just kind of remained friends.
You texted for 3 months, met in person, hooked up when you met in person,
Right.
and then basically remained friends after that.
Yeah, it didn't work out.
Why?
Why didn't it work out? I would say it was long distance, and I felt wrong about it. I felt like, it's not a godly thing. We hooked up, and it was just not the right thing to do. So
It just accidentally happened?
yeah.
How do you accidentally have sex?
I mean, she acted on temptation.
Yeah, it was very that. Yeah. So
Okay.
I was like, okay, this is not the right one. Yeah.
So, and this was a couple months ago? How recently was this?
No, this was about maybe 9 months, 8 months.
Okay. And hold on. Is there any degree of cope here? Like, was it like a smash and dash, or was it a mutual, like, I'm just trying to understand this a little better.
No, it was mutual, but
it was you who said you felt uncomfortable with.
Afterwards, I did. I very much
Well,
did.
so
He smashed and she dashed.
No.
He didn't want to continue seeing you.
No, we've seen each other recently, but just as friends. And I think we both agree that it wasn't the right thing to do. We very much were just acting on temptation.
So it wasn't good. You didn't get satisfaction?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that it wasn't the right way to go about it. And it was, exactly what she said. It was temptation. It was we were drinking, and and that was it.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
From the 3-year relationship to the current situationship, friendship, whatever it was, when did you decide that, like, oh no, I would rather wait till marriage? Because I mean, everyone is human. We all make mistakes. We can have this goal.
My understanding here is you had the standard of you wanted to wait until marriage prior to meeting
the concert
Arizona guy.
Mm-hmm.
It was, I definitely, I wanted to.
Well, how did you falter?
Everyone has mistakes. Everybody has those days.
Alcohol and temptation.
Okay, look at it like, let's say she meets let's say she meets a Christian guy at her church, and she's like, I'm waiting till marriage, and then she tells him this story. You're gonna be like, really?
If they're a godly man, then they understand that
they'll give allowance and forgiveness.
We all make mistakes, and you can backtrack and still. God is going to forgive you.
But what does it mean to like? Okay,
no, you let Chase sit on this podcast and be a born again virgin, and now she made the decision, and
Chase got pushback.
But he got pushback.
He got absolute. Hold on, I told him I was disappointed in him. I literally said that, and he got tons of pushback online for it. Trust me.
But who's to say she's seeking a super Christian man? It could just be someone who's
and also,
okay
that's
with.
It's not even my worldview. So for Chase to have slipped up, like to have premarital sex, that's not really my objection. I suppose the objection here is you're stating X, but you're not actually
Right.
right.
Also,
in any case, Chase isn't
let
here.
us point out a quick distinction here, which is that Chase felt bad. And I think that most of these women who are like, oh, well, gee, this happened and now I'm a born again, they don't seem like they feel bad about it. They don't seem like they give a shit.
I mean, she also never said born again virgin. But
No, definitely. I think that's.
No, she didn't. And
I'm
also,
not going
Chase
to lie
isn't-
and be like, oh, yeah, I'm Christian and I'm a virgin. No, I think that's a very terrible thing to do. I'm completely honest about all of that because. And I think, like how she stated, I think a godly man would understand, and vice versa. If he also had past relations, then I would understand as well, because nobody's perfect.
But then what
People
does it
fall
mean?
for temptation.
But then what does it actually mean to believe in waiting until marriage if every couple months you have a slip up? What does it mean?
Well, who's to
What
say
does
I'm
it
going to have
actually
another
mean?
slip up?
I think the biggest thing is like, women want I don't mean to speak for all, but like we want relationships to work, and it's so many, like I think it's kind of been ingrained as anytime you involve sex, it complicates it, or it, you know, just it messes things up a little bit. And so us as women, we're always told to preserve ourselves. We're always told to wait. We're this and that. So we're like, okay, if we want a relationship to work, we need to preserve ourselves and make sure that we like whoever it is that we're dating for who they are, and not involve the sex until after everything. After that, then everything matches up.
I wish that was true, because once I got picked up and I was like, just so you know, I'm not gonna fuck, and he said, all right, well, you can go home then.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy's awesome.
Hold on.
I mean, that's terrible. Sorry.
You're right.
I respect that.
I was like,
Nick, could you close the door?
But her as a like bringing a religion, like, okay, if she like makes a mistake, do you want her to walk around town with the girl with the belt calling shame for making a mistake?
Nobody's asking for the scarlet letter, but it has become pretty apparent to me that often what happens is women will seek Christianity and the idea of being reborn into Christianity in order to mask their promiscuous past, rather than as a form of repenting from it. And this is why I think there's a delineation point, and why this is being brought up by Brian. And it's a very good point. Many times women will use that as a mask and say, now I'm above criticism for, you know, my overly promiscuous past. That's what I think they're moving towards that for, rather than, okay, I'm in a state of deep repentance because I actually feel miserable about the things that I've done.
By the way, Andrew, I sent you a text message. I guess it's just, okay, this whole like waiting till marriage, Christian waiting till marriage, but has mistakes and slip-ups. Having sex is a conscious choice. So it's like a vegan who eats meat once a week. Are you still a vegan?
No.
You know what I mean? I don't know. Look, I don't know. I'm not against premarital sex. I guess I'm just confused. My bigger thing is like more so from like a secular point of view, these girls who will have had one night stands or hooked up relatively quickly, say the last 3 boyfriends they had, they slept with them on the first, second, third date. Then they're like, look, you can change up at any time, however you want to move. That's your call. But I think you're allowed to feel like you're getting a raw deal as a guy if like the girl you hooked up relatively quickly without anything, and now you're a week ago, and then now you meet me, and now you want to make me wait 3 months. That's your call, but I'm gonna feel raw about it. I'm like, hold on, this isn't your actual this isn't your values.
Yeah.
It's not your values. It's just some like arbitrary thing that you're like playing a game. Essentially, you're playing a game, like you're trying to leverage sex to get something out of me, whether that's commitment or whatever. And so, I don't know, it feels like a raw deal.
It's like, how much did your mindset change in 7 days to now that you're now so passionate about this?
Yeah, I mean, some girls, I mean, you'll hear stories of a girl who's currently sleeping with a dude who has a friends with benefits, but she's like dating a guy who she's potentially eyeing as a boyfriend long term, and she's making him wait while fucking another dude. That's crazy to me. I mean, you can do it. You can do it. It feels like a raw deal. It's kind of like, hey, I'm trying to think of a perfect example here. It's like you go to a car dealership and you buy a car for $20,000. You as the woman, you buy a car for $20,000, and then you find out your girlfriend got the same car, brand new car, for $10,000. You're like, that's not fair. Why'd they get a better deal than me? You know? Dealership says, I just felt like it. No reason. You know? So, I don't know.
I think there should be a waiting period between that. And so there shouldn't be like, oh, okay, I had sex 7 days ago and now I'm going to wait till marriage, but I'm going to go on a date on Friday. You shouldn't do that. You should wait. There should be a waiting period before you start to date again. Would that make you feel better? Or would you still be mad if it's been 6 months to a year?
I mean,
usually that's part of repentance.
Ulysses the pagan donated $200.
Thank you,
Girl in
pagan.
the yellow, trust me, this guy in my opinion was playing up that he agrees that it shouldn't have happened. The intention all along was to smash. Eventually he'll stop being your friend and ghost.
But I'm just confused, like, so you guys said you liked each other.
Yeah.
I feel like we're not, I do actually want to dig in a little bit more on this. You said you liked each other. You guys had sex. Why not continue to date? Like,
Well,
just because you had sex doesn't mean you have to no longer, that's where I'm confused.
Yeah, that was the biggest point for me. It was long distance, and
But then why'd y'all smash?
Why does it matter if it's long distance if you guys aren't doing that?
because that's
That's a
just
good
my
point, actually.
preference. I wasn't comfortable with long distance.
Me either. I was just asking.
Yeah, and then again, I saw it through after a while, and I was like, wow, that's not what I want for the relationship. That's not what I want for my marriage to be, and
You don't want your marriage to be what?
I wouldn't want to have premarital.
Wait, so
So we already had, sex before marriage. So, and it was mutual. I'm not like, but that's just not how I would want my marriage to be. So I kind of counted that out.
What if he asked you to marry him afterwards? After what happened, if he were like, actually,
I'd consider it. He's a great guy. It's just that it was long distance, and we fell into temptation. But I don't know.
wouldn't that be more motivation to stay together, though? Now that because it seems like you're justifying part of the reason of not wanting to continue seeing him, aside from the long distance thing. Some of the pretext there is you did have premarital sex.
Mm-hmm.
So now he's ruled
So that's
out
like
as a candidate
that's
of
like
marriage.
a negative mark against him.
No, it's not negative. Not negative in any way. Like I see him as a great person, and we still get along. But it's just the fact that it's premarital that I feel bad about it, and that's just not the way I would want my marriage to go.
But you already wait.
But what if he asked you to marry him afterwards? Would you be opposed to that since y'all already had been slept together?
I'm not sure. I'd really have to think about it.
Like, say like a guy did come to you and you really thought he was husband material, you really wanted to marry him, but you like accidentally had premarital sex with him. Like, would you just automatically be like, oh, I can't because I don't want to do that? But what if you did want to marry him? Like, would you automatically disqualify him because you had that premarital sex with him?
Even though it was a mutual agreement.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd still think it's wrong. I'd still, yeah.
I guess it's like, I just like question like how committed to you are this. Like, would it be better for you to say you're just waiting for the right person, or are you actually waiting for marriage?
No, definitely waiting till marriage, because I think the right person will wait for marriage.
But
Go
ahead, Sammy.
Intercourse is two people. So if
Right.
you're also agreeing to premarital sex, it's because you also said yes. So if you meet Joe and you and Joe fall into temptation, even if you fell into it, right? You fell into temptation and you fell into each other, right? And you had premarital sex. Now he's not a candidate for marriage anymore.
Yeah.
Even though you also agreed to it and you thought Joe was the one, he was going to be your husband. You thought he was going to propose in 2 months and you were like, you know what? He's the right one. This feels right. Let's do it. Now that you guys have done it, you were so passionate about marrying him, but because you had premarital sex, now he's off the table and not a candidate for marriage anymore. How fair is that to him when it was a mutual decision for you guys to have premarital sex, that now he's not a candidate anymore because you two mutually agreed on something?
No, we definitely, yeah, no, I see that. I don't think, I mean, I guess it isn't fair to him, but that's just me and my choice, and I wouldn't be okay with that. I'd feel like it's not the right thing to do.
So he bought the ring in March. you guys had premarital sex in April.
Oh, that's different.
But how do you know he bought the ring? You've already told, but do you get what I'm saying? You don't know when your significant other buys you the ring to get ready to propose to you.
Right.
So he buys you the ring in March. You two mutually decide to have premarital sex in April, and then at the end of April, you're like, you know what, I can't. I'm not capable of marrying you anymore. And he's like, well, I already bought the ring. I was going to propose to you next week. But now you're like, oh well, I'm sorry. We both decided to have premarital sex, and now you're not a candidate anymore.
Oh, then that's different. If he already had the ring and we had that discussion, then that's different.
What if you didn't know?
But you didn't know he bought the ring. You guys, that's what we're saying. So it's like,
so he bought the ring. We had the premarital sex, and then I after was like, nope, he's not a candidate for me anymore. And then after we have the discussion of like, well, I bought the ring, and
but you've already broken his heart because you told him you don't want to marry him. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, he's not going to be like, oh, well, I already bought you a ring, and now you're like, oh, okay, well, never mind then, let's get married. Mm-hmm. You're like, oh, you bought the ring already? That's okay. Now it's okay that we had premarital sex because now I know you had the intention to marry me.
Also, quick question. You say you want to wait for marriage. Mm-hmm. What makes you be like, oh, let's just have sex with this person, even though I don't want to marry him, but yet you're waiting for marriage? Where does that like line fall in between where like I'll give this guy a pass?
Like him specifically?
No, just in general.
So you're saying like I gave this guy a pass, but after that I'm like, okay, now I'm waiting till marriage.
Yeah.
Like if you already knew you were gonna if you already knew you were gonna wait till marriage, like why even try to pursue him?
Right, didn't you say the reason you didn't want to continue seeing him was because of long distance?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So why did you even bother carrying on this friendship and then allowing it to proceed into a romantic relationship and then allowing sex to occur if you already had the predetermination that long distance is a deal breaker?
Wait,
like not
no,
to be rude.
It wasn't a deal breaker.
Can I sum something up?
Yeah.
So I think that whenever you guys met, there was the interest there.
Yeah.
You both knew underlyingly that you were interested. That's why you continued to talk all those months. You finally met up. You acted on the temptation. Mm. You're like, hey, this isn't really in alignment with my beliefs. I feel shame surrounding what happened. Right. And he's like, oh, yeah, okay, whatever. Men don't care like that you're religious. They don't care.
Right.
And so he essentially, are you associating shame with him and that's why you no longer want to pursue him?
No, shame is no. I would.
Or not necessarily. Shame is a strong word, but it's just that you acted and that was not in alignment with your beliefs. So you do not want to continue going down that road with him because he also partook in something that was not in alignment with your beliefs.
Exactly.
But like, okay.
Wait, hold on. But I didn't. Hold on. I didn't even get an answer to my question. So my question is, why, knowing like the justification you provided for why you didn't actually, after having had sex, you didn't want to pursue it, is because it was long distance. You knew prior to this rendezvous that it was long distance. He lived in Arizona. You live in Los Angeles. So one, why did you even pursue it? And then two, why did you have sex with him knowing it's long distance? If you're, I mean, perhaps it's post hoc justification, but you knew he was in Arizona.
She admitted that she knew what she was doing. Did you
Hold
know?
on. Why don't we let her explain it? Go ahead.
Well, the reason why I kept pursuing it and kept talking to him was because I really liked him. He was funny, just great person. But
he's still funny, right?
Yeah, of course.
Still a great person.
Of course.
Okay. So then it's not because he lives in Arizona then.
That is a factor. I mean.
But then why? Okay, but hold on. What changed? Because he was always in Arizona.
Right.
You guys met up and you had sex. What are the variables? What are the factors here that led to you now being, you were friends, then it was elevated to romantic prospect, you had sex, now it's back to friends, we're not dating?
We're not dating, no, but we are good friends. Not like we're best friends and we talk every day, but we can get along and we.
Hold on, wait, you're single?
I am.
And are you talking to any guys right now? I'm a Christian man. I come into the picture, I find out you're good friends and talking to a guy who you fucked. That's crazy.
Well, we're not
That's another topic,
talking,
though.
but-
That's another topic, though.
Okay.
You said you talk all the time and you're friends.
I didn't say we talk all the time.
Okay, what did
I said
you
we
say?
get along. Like we are, we're human. We're fine. We don't have any bad terms or anything, regardless of what happened in
Okay,
the
so you're not
past.
talking to him then. It's just amicable.
No.
Maybe I misunderstood.
No, like
How often
I
do you
know
talk
his
to him?
family, so we
How
still.
often do you talk to him?
The last time I talked to him was probably, I would say, a month or two. No, like about a month.
All right. I perhaps misunderstood. In any case, I'm still confused. I haven't really gotten an answer. You knew he lived in Arizona.
Yes.
Okay. Why did you pursue him if long distance was an issue?
Well, it wasn't like a great issue or anything, but go ahead.
Do you think it was an actual like fall into temptation or a lack of discipline of your decision and faith?
I would say both.
Hold on. I got a question for the ladies. If you meet a guy, you've been talking to him for months, you both have told each other you like each other, y'all know kind of if you're like, I'm ready to fuck this guy, right?
Well, and if you if you add alcohol to the mix, if you add alcohol to the mix, then you're setting yourself up to fall into temptation.
Blame it on the alcohol.
I'm not. Wait. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I actually think that if you're going to say that this is my belief, then you have to set yourself up for success to honor that belief.
Well,
and I'm not saying that to shame you, by the way.
No.
It's just like if like she's training for a fitness competition, right? So she's dedicated, she's committed, she's setting herself up for success by packing protein snacks, by hydrating, by training. So if you are going to have the belief and share that belief of I'm a Christian and I'm waiting until marriage, then you have to set yourself up for success by not drinking with someone that you're attracted to, that you don't want to. Does that make sense?
No, it's true. But that belief became stronger after him. So I didn't express those things with him. I wasn't already like, well, I'm Christian, I'm waiting till marriage. And I think that's why I was so easily to fall into temptation, because I didn't have those strong values as I do after.
Okay, that's where we have
So
it
after
made it
that
sound
situation,
like it made it sound like after past long relationships, you made that decision.
Before
You
you
didn't
met
make that
Arizona.
decision
No.
until 2 months ago.
No, it
after
was definitely after Arizona. We're going to call him Arizona. There it is. That I was like, okay, I definitely need to be stronger in my discipline, my beliefs, and because I just
That
don't want to
changes
do that
everything.
anymore. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
But
This
to
sounds
me,
like
okay,
coke.
when-
This sounds like
to me
coke.
it seems like yeah, you made a mistake, but it might almost be better to pursue a man and to be your husband if you made the mistake with him. I don't know if that makes sense. But
Instead of push it away, so now you just added a body and you also don't want to marry this person.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're getting the whole story here.
What's missing?
Okay, so you guys, you went to Arizona, or he came here?
No, he came to LA.
He came to LA. How long was he in LA for?
He was only here for a couple of days. He was like on some break from school.
Okay, so you guys hook up, and then
it was like about 3 days.
Do you guys hang out after you hook up, or
Yeah.
okay, and everything's good, or
Yeah.
you only hook up once or a couple times?
It was only once.
On
One
the first
time.
day or on the last?
No.
In between.
On the second.
Very detailed.
Wait, so you hooked up once or multiple times?
No, it was only once.
One time. Okay. And so you guys both told each other you liked each other, right?
Right.
What did he tell you in terms of what he was looking for? He wanted to keep seeing you?
Well, no, like we definitely did keep talking, but I think we were both mutually like, it felt kind of uncomfortable. I don't know,
Wait, it felt uncomfortable, mutually uncomfortable. But didn't you say that you didn't express this whole waiting until marriage thing and that you're a Christian?
Right.
Is he a Christian?
Well, his family is. I'm not sure if he is specifically.
So I assume you guys had sex. Why would he also be uncomfortable that you guys had sex? This seems to be...
He was uncomfortable because she was uncomfortable.
Well, sure, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think...
Because we had a discussion about it, and I told him you know what, I feel wrong about this. I do feel, uncomfortable about it. And we kind of agreed to stop talking after that. And,
So you stopped talking because you had the sex?
Yeah.
Then why did...
But then after some time, we did talk about it again, and we were on good terms.
Well, were you ever on bad terms?
I guess in that period where I told him, like, I don't want to talk anymore, and we stopped talking.
Was that before he left back to Arizona or after?
No, that was after.
So that brings me back. Was it in the beginning or was it in the end? How was your interaction after you did it while you were still together?
So the interaction after we had sex?
Yes. Were you still together for like 2 days in person?
Yeah. Like we.
So it's
we
the
were,
beginning.
Okay.
And then, how did you interact? You didn't tell him about that. Then after you guys did it, you waited until he got home to tell him that he was uncomfortable. How did you guys interact in person? Was it something else? Was his personality and being together what made you also uncomfortable? Like, wow, I shouldn't have done that because this guy doesn't do the same things that I feel for him over the phone as in comparison to in person, or like, can we go deeper?
The epiphany was definitely like after, no, he flew back home and we would still talk. But then after like a while, I was like, okay, it wasn't the right thing to do. It sunk in, and I was like, it's not that I regret it. He's a great person, but it wasn't the right thing to do because I truly want to get married and have kids someday, and I just don't want that.
So when you woke up that morning, you were like, ugh, why did I do that?
No, it wasn't like I woke up that morning, like the following day. It wasn't like, I don't know what they call it, like.
Epiphany?
Yeah, that. It definitely wasn't that. Like, we still got along. We still went out the following day, and but somewhere along, like after like a month, I was like, okay, I do want to get married someday. I do want to have kids, and I just don't want it to be
with
that.
him.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
It's okay. We all make mistakes. That's why God gave you free will. And then sometimes maybe that's the reason why, so you can learn from those mistakes and realize what you do and what you don't want.
But it seems like what the girls on this side are trying to clarify was the deal breaker that you guys hooked up? Like, was a deal breaker that he agreed to partake in premarital sex, or was it something else?
I guess there were a lot of deal breakers. It was the premarital sex. It was long distance is difficult. And then also around that time, that was like a year ago, and I was still, we were both, he's still in school and I'm still, working and stuff. So it just didn't feel right to me.
And it sounded like what Brian was asking was you knew all those things beforehand, because nothing actually changed about those variables of him being far away or whatever the variables are that you just listed. So it sounded like what he was asking is, if you knew all that going in, why did you still like show up and hang out?
Well,
put yourself in the position to have premarital sex.
Right. No, I just really like the guy, and sometimes when you have feelings, it just kind of stirs. It just kind of goes about a way. And again, that was before my
before you made the decision. Yeah. But it sounds like now you would not follow how you feel because you're determined to follow your beliefs,
right?
And to exercise discipline. To
what?
This is a long conversation about the same thing.
What the fuck? Wait, is Andrew eating shit?
Oh my God. We're not getting anywhere but to the same point over and over.
I think we all understand.
Yeah.
Like, next.
Agree.
There's so many questions to ask.
No more premarital
she's
sex.
Bored. She's not getting enough attention.
It's not about my attention. We could talk about anything.
You need to be pampered.
I will
you need a little pampering.
I did put that in my bio, is that a lot of the times one topic is we just asked her the same question.
All of us
about
asked the same
10
question.
times.
Every single one of us asked her the same question.
And
with the same answer.
And then we're like, maybe we can simplify it a little bit more.
I don't get it. That's why
you don't have to get it.
She's not asking you to not have premarital sex with her. She's not asking you to wait until marriage to have sex with her. So it doesn't matter whether you get it or not.
Like,
there's
I'm
a lot
over here
of
beating
cope.
my face with a hammer.
There's a lot of cope. There's a lot of cope going on. There's a lot of I don't believe this going on in my brain right now.
What parts don't you believe?
It's just, you just said, I really, really liked the guy. And then we fucked. and now I don't really like the
didn't
guy.
have
I still really
good
like him.
game.
He's an
Her
amazing
face.
person. I think
He didn't put it down.
He's amazing. He's an amazing person,
just-
but I don't want to date him.
Just
but I
because
fucked him.
somebody's amazing
I fucked
doesn't
him
mean
against
I'm
my
gonna marry
values.
them. Like, I think everybody
He's
cares
so
amazing. I don't want to
amazing.
marry everybody
not the
here
one I
at the
wanna
table.
He's such a great guy. He's so amazing.
But I wouldn't do it again.
We fucked, even though it's against my
So
values.
you're telling me you've never been with somebody, you felt like, oh, I really want to be with this person, then you did it, and then you didn't want to do it no more. Something magically
what?
changed. No, it just wasn't it. Now let's move on.
You talking about the sex?
Because, yes, I'm talking about the sex.
Hold
If you
on.
see an
Men-
itty bitty
men and
piggy in the
women-
market,
Are you
give
saying
that
that's,
bitch a
are you
quarter in
saying
the
that's
car
what
and
the
tell them
case
park
is with
it.
her?
I'm out of here.
Are you saying that's what the case is with her?
I'm not saying that because that's not what she said. She didn't say that. But in my opinion, what I got from all these questions is that's what my opinion is something about that felt off.
About
Because
the sex?
if it doesn't feel good, if it doesn't feel good in your soul to have sex with somebody and you want to move on, then something about that is what's wrong. Because you liked him before and you don't like him after.
So you're saying for her it was because the sex was trash?
I can't
Is that-
speak for her, but in my
No,
experience, if
it
that's how I
wasn't
felt, then that's
that.
what
It
it
was
was.
I
his
don't think it was that. I don't think it was
So
that.
what do you think it was? You don't understand what it was,
don't
but as
know,
a woman,
bro.
that's what
I
I
don't know.
understood.
Wait. I was under the assumption that you had this strong of faith prior to him. Now, to clear it up, you had this strong faith after him.
Exactly.
And
No, but that's not my.
but she's saying
no
that's what
way.
happened,
She
and so
had it
we were
before.
all under the presumption. So
She had it
can,
before.
She can have her faith, and then she can have.
You're
it can
saying
grow
as
in
he was
strength.
fucking her.
She grew
As he
more
was
faith, but
fucking
I didn't
her.
want to do it.
I don't
She was like,
Is that how you do it, Brian?
She's like, oh, I
Is
need
that
to
how
really
you do
focus
it?
on God right now. This is not it for me.
Do it like this.
Yeah, see?
I don't know, bro. She didn't want to wait till marriage, and literally as he's inside of her, that's
She
when
was like, oh, wait, marriage
I
is what'll make
clearly
this
stated
better.
that it was after a couple months after the sex, if that's what we're calling it.
No, but you stopped dating him immediately.
No, I didn't.
She said a month after.
She said
Yeah,
Okay, so I tried
he
for a
flew
month.
in. We hung
You
out the
said-
first day.
No, but you said you felt bad about having the sex, like
I
nearly.
didn't say immediately.
She said not. She did. She literally answered my question when I asked her, "Was it
You're
the next
just not
day?"
listening. You're not paying
Was it the next day? She said,
attention.
"No,
You're
it
stirring
wasn't. The
this
next
up.
day was
we all
after he
just
left."
thought you had this standard like after
Yeah.
your first relationship, and
Yeah.
we were just
Ooh.
saying
Yes,
practice
realistic.
what you preach.
I have a question.
let's move
So
back.
if he
Let's
would
move.
have stayed there in town after y'all would have done it, would you still have felt shame about it? If he was still around you?
And then she
She's like, I was more.
I mean, we're still continuing it. What can I do?
Bruh.
okay, wait, let's
That was
move
a
on.
valid
Let's move
question.
on.
I do actually here, sort of shifting gears a little bit, but it's related to this. So you were like, well, oh, what if you're as a guy, you hit and the pussy's not good? Is that what you're saying? Bro, hold on. First off, pussy is like pizza. It's hard to mess up pizza, right?
No, because what if you
What
put too
the
much
fuck?
tomato sauce?
There's a difference
I don't know what
from
kind of pussy
Domino's
you
and
had,
Rest.
Desmond. What the fuck? Look, I'm just saying, most pussy's good pussy, right? It's
But
hard
most
to
dicks
mess
aren't.
up. Huh? Nearly all pussy is good pussy. I'm just
Look
saying.
at Andrew's face.
Yeah, earmuffs, Andrew. Earmuffs.
But
You disagree?
Yes. There's so
Domino's
many
is the same.
coochies that are not.
I'm bisexual. Oh yeah.
So what kind of pussy are you talking about?
But like it's
Stanky.
also what's attached to it. So it's like she,
Oh no,
like,
yeah, of course.
You know,
Yeah.
like she could be a dead fish. She could be not. You know, like
you
that's
can-
okay
you can-
for you.
She could be a screecher.
Like she could just like
Bro, if you know what,
she just lays there like that and you enjoy it, even if
first off, that's so rare.
Wait, there's other ways you can.
That's so
wait,
rare.
Wait,
First
wait,
off,
wait.
Wait.
Hold on.
I
No,
think
hold on.
there's
There's other
three
ways you can have
bisexual
sex. I
women in
thought
a
that's how
row
it was
right
done.
here.
Yeah, but
We
you-
are telling you
Y'all don't
that
got.
all.
Do you have a penis? Do you have a penis? You have a penis? You got a penis? It's different.
I mean I could put one on.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's
Like,
different.
I have one I can
It's different.
strap on
No,
me.
but
You don't feel it on your fake penis is what he's trying to say.
wait. So what's your point?
That not all
Fat
pussy is
labias
good
matter.
pussy.
Hold on. Okay, first off, if you know what you're doing in bed and you know how to lead in the bedroom, you can take a girl who's a virgin and have great sex with her. So this idea that no, not all pussy. Like come on, bro. If you know what you're doing as a guy, Most women want the guy to take the lead anyways. So if you know what you're doing,
But that doesn't mean she's always going to be receptive.
all it takes for a girl to be good in bed, really, so long as the guy is capable and knows what he's doing and has some degree of experience, is open-mindedness and enthusiasm. That's it. Of course, if she's like fucking unenthusiastic, that's bad in general.
Right. So
it doesn't necessarily
not all
have to be
pussy
about
is good pussy.
Are
Yeah,
you
but,
talking
like,
about the feeling? Are you talking about the feeling?
He's
there's
talking about
different
the
levels.
mushy-gushy.
There's different levels, right? There's different levels. So I mean, I guess there's are you talking
That's
like
the dead
skill?
fish, is what she was
That's what I'm
talking about.
saying. Like
the actual
skill, the
physical
vibe,
pussy?
the energy.
No,
like-
that's what we weren't talking about.
Look, there is
Sex.
different kinds of pussy too. You know what I mean?
Feel
Why are
it.
you blushing? Chill out. She's all flustered.
Shut
But
up.
that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not
Listen.
all good. Like, it's the.
Hey,
it's,
don't throw. I know you have a thing against big labias, okay?
No, I'm not saying
Don't
I
you
have
dare
it.
in
Hey,
my presence.
doesn't
don't,
that mean there's
don't you
more
dare.
grippage for you? Honestly.
Lipstick grip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's nothing wrong with
Hashtag
BLM.
big labia
right. Okay.
matter.
So that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
Hashtag
that.
BLM.
You sound like a big labia hater, honestly.
Yeah, stop
I
hating.
literally
Why?
just said
Stop
I
hating
don't mind
on
it.
the-
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially as a
I literally
bisexual
said,
woman.
doesn't it give you more grip? That's what I said. But what I'm
Anyways.
saying is that it's the vibe, that the person's giving off too. Like
The vibe.
if you're there and you're penetrating, right, and she's just laying there like this.
Like a pillow
Are you
princess.
into that?
How many girls have you been with?
Like probably 5 or 6.
How many have the girls done that ever?
Like 2.
Really?
And it was
2 of the
horrible.
chicks?
Yeah.
Were they like on the fence bisexual?
No.
They're full blown like lesbians.
They were bisexual, yeah, but they were. which
Damn,
means
you
they're
you
into
must have been
women.
fucking up in some way. No offense. They were just laying there like.
Well, no, because then I also watched them with a man and they did the same thing. So
Damn, what kind of girls were they? I don't know. Were they had a little screw loose or what?
you've never slept with someone who wasn't enthusiastic in the bedroom? You're that lucky?
Let me think about this.
He doesn't have very
Let me
many.
think about this.
That's what I'm saying. Like
A woman who acted like she was doing you a favor.
instead of like wanting to be the, you
Which
know,
was
There, I've been with women who have been more enthusiastic than others, but overwhelmingly, I don't think I've had a girl who's just like, I came. I've never had that shit.
They never said I came.
What's your longest?
yeah, you probably never.
No, hold up. That's not. Hold up. No. I've never had that like.
Encounter where you were like, wow, that wasn't
Unenthusiastic.
like the best sex I've had. Like that was like pretty boring.
Well,
like she didn't do any work. Like she didn't.
I like it. Well, hold on. Do I like it if they don't do it? I don't need a girl to do work.
So you just want her to lay there?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You're the boring
I'm
one.
saying no,
You're the problem.
I'm not the problem. I'm saying like if you know how to take the lead in the bedroom, then it's like, for example, even if a girl's on top, I want to do the work.
See, but there's a difference between you taking the lead. There's a difference between you taking the lead
Yeah.
and telling her what to do and
Yeah.
her being receptive
Yeah, I'll
to
boss
that.
her around. I'll boss
Yeah.
her around.
And she's going to listen to you. And then there's a difference between like just being there and she's just like doing it to do it because she's doing it.
Who you fucking? What the fuck?
Yeah, because it's like, well, why are you having sex then?
But
There's
you
a
don't
lot
know
of people
that
that
until
do
you're
that
in
all
the
the time.
situation, though. You know what I
I've
mean?
had
Like,
I've
say
had
you
like
got
tired sex.
blacked
I've had
out,
tired
like-
sex.
Yeah,
It
but
was
that's
fucking
different.
6 a.m. Oh my god. It's so
But you can just
late.
like, okay, I mean, I guess.
I just took some
I'm
melatonin.
not saying this happens to me all the
I took some
time.
melatonin and she's like, babe, I want to fuck. I'm like, damn, I just took some fucking melatonin. Chill out. And she's like, I'm like, okay, let's go.
I literally want to see. I want to see chat right now because I want to know how many men have had sex with women who are like
Yeah.
dead fish in the bedroom.
There is a name for it in Japanese, actually, maguro. Like it's there's a whole.
You
It
have
means
to be
tuna,
like
but
so deep into a relationship for that to happen, though. I feel.
I don't feel like you
No,
do.
you can like you can essentially like say I'm pursuing her. It's really hot and it's great, and then once we go and we close the doors, she just lays there, and I'm just like,
It's
whoa,
like a pillow princess. Like she just
wants to
lays
receive, but
there
doesn't wanna
and
do
just
anything.
wants to receive.
I don't know. You know
I've
what
heard
I
of
think
that
it is?
before.
You know what I think it is? I think it's the extroverted beesies that be fucking pillow princesses and like, what's it called? Dead fish? What was it?
Maguro. Or dead fish.
Because I date introverted chicks and like shy, quiet chicks.
Oh, they're freaks.
They're fucking
They're
crazy,
fucking
son.
freaks.
I'm just saying, it's the introverted chicks. It's not these loud, fucking boisterous, extroverted chicks that are freaky. It's the quiet girls.
Yeah.
That library
With
chick.
the glasses and the
The library chick's gonna rock your world.
Yeah. I mean, but again, it's just one of those things like you don't know until you. And I'm not saying like I've had a lot of great experiences with women, so I'm not saying that I find it often, but I have heard of scenarios where.
What about like hygiene?
Oh, I mean, yeah.
That's everyone should have good hygiene.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean?
That's
Like
another shameful, like not shameful,
it
but like
stinks down
it's
there?
a shame because you don't know until you're there.
Yeah.
And then you're like,
that experience.
If it smells like dead fish.
I don't know how we got. I think I was just talking about pizza or something. I don't know.
you said all, yeah.
You said
He said it's like you can't fuck up a pizza.
You definitely can.
Okay, so I was saying like maybe it was,
Like
maybe
even
it wasn't good.
here's the thing, right? Even bad pizza, it's still good pizza. Like
Right,
it's still
well,
good.
that's
It's still good.
I mean, you're still gonna,
Unless there be
He
pineapple
disagrees.
on it.
I knew you were gonna say that. Someone was gonna say. I was gonna ask. Who likes pineapple on their pizza?
There's different but here's the thing though. There's also like some super like next level transcendent Super Saiyan level 5 pussy too. That's where you get a comparison that can get you into trouble as a guy. That's why I actually think that. So there's this concept called alpha widow, where like once a girl gets with a certain, it could be personality, it could be the D game, could be status, could be money. Once you get with a certain tier of dude, it's going to be hard to date like normal guys. Or once a guy knows how to hit it like just right, then you're like, you're gonna.
Now I'm sad forever.
You're just sad forever. Once you get with a chick who like comes instantly, it's over.
I can't satisfy any woman.
It's done. You're done. Once you get with a girl who comes has.
She was lying.
What?
She was probably lying.
Nah, bro. Once you get with a girl who comes instantly and can come like 50 times, it's over, right? You know what I'm talking.
She was boosting your head.
Yeah.
Have you encountered a girl like that?
that can come multiple times. Yeah.
Yeah, it's over. Sorry, Andrew. Earmuffs.
Sorry.
I don't know. They got the Super Saiyan pussy. You know what I mean?
They got that gorilla grip.
Well, no, it's not. What?
Not about that.
Well, I
got
guess.
that.
They're just like overly sensitive, and it just like because typically what happens when you're stimulated once initially and you orgasm, you're so sensitive and stimulated that it just continues to happen over and over and over again.
Yeah.
So then you compare every other girl to her?
What do you mean?
Are you alpha widow now, Brian?
A little bit. I'm just saying, like
like you're saying it's so good, so like do you compare every other girl to her? Because you're saying like after that it like it's done for
different.
everyone else.
Exactly.
It's different. You know what I mean? It's a little different.
So you're saying it could be different, just it can't be bad.
That's why both men and women should not be promiscuous, because every time you're rolling the dice, you're playing Russian roulette, and once you land on the Super Saiyan pussy, you're just it's like you're gonna compare. You're just gonna make these comparisons, and yeah.
People do that about personality as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like once the person that you just vibed with the best, your first love too. You know, a lot of people.
I just think there's also room for evolution too. You can not have transcendent sex with someone and then have transcendent sex with them later on down the road.
What in the
room for
world is
evolution.
transcendent sex? What kind of
Maybe one day you will
crystal-worshipping,
join the
energy-loving
club.
bullshit
Maybe
is
one
this?
day you will join
Transcendent
the
sex.
club.
He's married.
With my eyes closed.
Maybe.
What does
one
me
day
being
we'll-
married have to do with not understanding transcendent sex? What kind of absurd
No, that's what
nonsense
we're saying. You
is
probably do understand it because you're married.
Yeah, what is
he doesn't.
transcendent
Like
sex?
it just gets better, right? It gets better the more you do
Devon
it.
Jackson donated $200. Interesting how the energy from these strumpets increases when it becomes a degenerate conversation.
I feel like it was more
Yo,
like
Dave
your
Vaughn.
energy.
Hold on.
He's a
Your
brave and a
energy
decent
got
man.
up.
He's a pioneer.
My energy?
You went from being distraught to very passionate.
It's true.
Real quick.
I don't know. She brought it up. You brought it up.
What'd I bring up?
I don't know. We're talking about
I just
her
said, can we
thing.
move forward?
We're talking, yeah. But then you talked about, well, maybe the sex wasn't good.
I mean, yeah, I mean.
Oh, here's the actual quote. So it goes, sex is a lot like pizza. When it's good, it's great. When it's bad, it's still
okay.
pretty good. I think that's the quote. I don't know. I must have got mixed up a little bit.
Makes
you know?
sense.
But I think
I've
that
had
applies
bad
more to
pizza.
men than women.
Yeah.
Definitely,
Like-
because I've had bad pizza.
Because here's the difference, right?
What pizza's bad pizza?
And
Even
chunky,
those
too much
Tostitos, even those
sauce
little
pizza.
gross,
Why is there more sauce than
Tostitos,
cheese?
Even those are okay.
Yeah.
And hunger levels, because if you were satiated from some really good pizza, would you still go for the
Decent
Domino's,
pizza?
7-Eleven
100%.
pizza, That's pretty bad.
Oh, the
Well, I
cardboard
think-
box pizza.
I do think here's the difference, though, because I think, and this kind of relates to the differential in terms of, like, a girl could just lay there, and like we could, through our own effort, still like 99% of men could reach climax.
Oh, for sure.
But I would argue if a guy just laid there, could 99% of women just reach climax just through sexual intercourse alone?
I mean, if you maintain that boner and you let me just use
Well, sure,
you,
not
then
some-
yeah.
Some women,
yeah.
but
But also, there's a higher percentage of
hate
women
me?
that can't orgasm from penetration
yeah,
than,
that's true.
you know.
that is true. Well put. Anyways, let's move it on from this.
Sounds like a good idea.
Good times. Good times. Where were we? Oh, Davon Jackson. Do we have any super chats? What was the thing we had to pull up, Nick? We talked about the bow, right? Nobody liked the bow. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Home math. We
already did that.
We did that. We could go back to age gap stuff,
that.
or we could do.
Wasn't there another thing that came up?
What's that?
I thought there was another one that came up that just didn't ding. I just didn't hear it.
Not sure. Let's react to the desirable truth clip. I saw this. This was an interesting one. Before that, though, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drops a follow. Drops a prime sub, boys. Twitch.tv/whatever. Guys, it's been, holy frick, boys. 2 hours since we last had a prime. I think it's bugged.
It's broke.
I think it's bugged, boys. Can you somebody drop us a little Twitch prime in the chat? And, you know, I don't know what's going on. Something's going on with our Twitch. There's something going on. So twitch.tv/whatever, drops the prime zone, and then also, Nick, could you pull up our Spotify and Apple thing? Guys, we got, Durin, thank you for the gifted 10 subs. Guys, go to Apple Podcasts, find our podcast, whatever the link is at the very bottom of the description for this video. Drop us a 5-star review, boys, and then also write a little review in the chat. Say something nice, because we got review bombed by some haters. And then also on Spotify, go to Spotify, just drop us 5 stars, boys, over there on Spotify. Thank you. Okay, Nick, you can pull up.
The banter.
Think it up, or pull it up. Let's go. All right, make it a little bigger.
Oh, I saw this.
Okay, go ahead.
26.
22.
How long you been together?
2 years.
If she gave you a guilt-free pass to sleep with anybody, would you take it?
No, sir. You might get one pass, but at the end of the day, you want one wife. And this is the wife I want. So no.
Okay. Now what about you if he gave you one?
If you gave me a guilt-free pass, I would take it.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Sorry.
That's crazy.
Who would you take it with?
Lindy Waters III?
Don't even know who that is.
Not the third.
That's our problem. Yup.
Who else?
Barry Sanders. I'm in love with him.
Now what do you
Everyone
think
who doesn't look like
those
him.
men have over your men?
They're professional athletes.
That's crazy.
Shoot.
Hey.
Black or white?
One is Native American and one's black.
But do you think that any of those guys would go for you?
Junior would.
That's crazy. Hey, at the end of the day, it's whatever. Whatever. At the end of the day, I don't care.
How old are you?
Yikes.
Bruh,
Okay.
She would have been with him. She would have been with the guy holding the mic at this point.
Yeah, but he had his arm around her. He could have just cinched it a little bit closer, you know? Just kind of, just cinched it a little bit. But no, he didn't.
I wonder, is it like a lot of those kind of on the street interviews though? I don't know. I don't want to throw the guy under the bus. He does a lot of those kind of clips, interviews. I wonder if a lot of those are staged though. It could be real. I don't know.
I think it's real.
Do you think it was real?
Yeah, I think so.
People say
There are
some
some wild
crazy things.
people. Yeah.
She had those answers ready.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
said, I've been thinking
Insta
about this
breakup?
question.
Is that so? Going around the table, is that a breakup? Is that a dump?
No.
Yes, but that's just me.
That's just you. Okay. What do you think?
Yeah, if I'm the guy,
Right.
for sure.
Yeah, if you're the guy.
He never loved me.
Yeah.
Yeah, Insta breakup.
Break up.
Oh, I'd be gone.
She's foreshadowing.
Here's your
They're
free
like,
pass.
so for
Bye.
me, the reasoning is that they're professional athletes that will probably never look twice at her.
But they
So
probably
she said that they would.
They probably would, though.
She was
But
she was
would they?
good looking actually. So
She
they'd
would take the
probably-
whole
She's
team
cute.
at once.
They'd probably smash it. So, yeah.
If you would say that in front of your dude.
She was
on
26.
camera.
He was 22 though. That was an interesting. Typically,
That's
women-
also worrisome. Just that she's 26 and thinks that way.
Yeah.
Yo, bro. You
I
need
wonder
a
if
little
they're still
advice.
together.
You need some advice. Shoot me a DM. My advice will basically say, dump her. That's it. That's crazy. That's crazy. He's gonna get clowned on.
He probably
For the rest
did.
of his life.
Mm-hmm.
So did the girl.
Like you can't. There's no recovering from that.
Ever.
That's why if you're ever on the street with your girl, you can't. If you're ever on the street with your girl and somebody wants to come interview you about
Just say
dating
no.
shit, you can't do. It's not gonna.
So
go.
like if
Yeah, no. Wait. I got counter advice to this. I think you can if you're not a simp. So if
Sure.
he had gone, what'd you just say, you stupid bitch? Get the fuck out of here. Then he would have been heralded as being epic and awesome, right? He could have just done that instead of going, that's crazy. He could have been like, get out of here, fucking troll. What are you doing? He could have done that.
That is
At
true.
least take your arm off her.
Yeah.
So like if you're
True.
dating someone and you're like, if you had a free pass, who would you use it on? And they said like a famous actress. Like you would get upset and break up with that person.
It's the fact that he said nobody first, and she continued with multiple different people and their first and last and suffix. Like, come on.
And the suffix.
I was just asking.
And when he asked her why, and she said that they're professional athletes.
So I'm not good enough.
The reverse, like what would he say? Like because they're hotter,
Models.
because they're
Because you're
models.
not a model, yeah.
Yeah.
Major yikes.
Suck.
We're
Either
gonna-
way, it would hurt.
Major.
I think he dodged a
yikes.
bullet though, because he's not married to her yet.
He's probably still simping
So
though. They're
he-
probably still together.
I hope they're not.
His arm's around her right now.
As
He's
we
thinking,
speak.
I wonder which professional athlete this chick's thinking about.
I hope the internet like bullied them so hard
What
they're
the-
not together
Damn,
anymore.
what the fuck, Madison?
They shouldn't be together.
I wonder what their
damn.
role play is
That's
like.
what it takes, yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
She's like, hey babe, I bought you this jersey.
Can you wear it next time we get it on?
Put this helmet on.
Damn. RIP's in the chat for that dude. What was the other thing we were gonna touch on? There was. I forgot.
If the bow was staged, would it still be as meaningful to you? The bow video?
If it was.
If you found out it was staged?
It was.
It's
that was
definitely
for
staged.
sure. Yeah, it was for sure a bit.
Mm.
It was for sure a bit, but
It still did.
But the
something to
message
you.
is nice.
well, I
What?
don't need all that other shit. I don't know. All these girls be trying to cook, but honestly,
That
y'all
food
can't
looked
really-
good.
I'll just get DoorDash.
Top ramen? The top ramen looked good?
Wasn't there
She put
several
hot sauce in
dishes? There were
it.
several dishes.
Yeah, I don't know. But why would they highlight the top ramen? Why would you highlight the like what?
I think they were
That was
highlighting that
noodles.
she was mixing it for him.
What if it was
like
real?
she was taking
like,
care
what
of
if she
everything.
Made it.
Yeah.
If she made it all.
She did with
Like-
water and the microwave.
Like, but
With
not from the.
What if she made it from scratch? Put it on the noodles from scratch.
I guess you never know. We need the backstory,
Instagram
please.
girl that be making everything from scratch.
Nara Smith.
Today I'm coming here with
Today I'm making
my
toothpaste.
basil. Right. Some organic
She actually did do that
bubblegum.
though. She did that. She made toothpaste. They make
Gum.
deodorant. They make
Sunscreen.
probably.
All that. Yeah.
What kind of potato
No, I
chips are
want
those?
chips.
By the way, TTS is now
No.
back to
I feel like
$69,
salt and
guys.
vinegar.
If any of you want to get your TTSs in, we have it back to 69. Let me just double check, make sure that everything has been set up so that can come through. It should be good now. What was the other thing? Let me get back to my pre-show notes. Actually, I do want to ask the bear question. Would you rather come across a random man or a random bear in the woods?
I was here for that one, and I pick man.
Man.
If you ever see a bear in the forest, help the bear. Probably a man, I guess. I fucking guess. I feel like you can avoid a bear. You just stand still. It'll mind its business, go about its way. A man might follow you.
So you choose the bear?
But do I choose the bear though? Because man, just don't look at them.
What about you?
What's the context?
You're just coming across them.
A button is pressed. You get magically transported into the woods. A random man out of the entire population,
Does he
totally
have a
random
bag?
man, also gets transported into the woods. So it's not like it's just some like random dude intentionally in the woods. It's a random dude who also got
It's like Hunger
transported
Games.
into the woods, and a random bear could also be magically. You will cross paths, so it's not like you're gonna evade that shit. Like you're just crossing paths, basically.
Do they both see me, like, is the man predatory or is he just a regular man?
Does he
You
have a
don't
weapon?
know. You don't know.
Well, definitely a man either way.
Okay.
I
Morgan.
would say a man. Yeah.
Okay.
Man, and hope he's not like a predator. Yeah.
Okay.
Bear, because I'm hoping it's Yogi the bear.
Oh, that's cute.
If we're talking about
Yogi
like
the
any
bear
random
isn't
man,
real.
well, why can't it be random bear? or Smokey the bear?
With the actual hypothetical.
Give me a lesson about the fire.
And is it a baby bear or an adult bear?
Have you ever been to Russia? They cuddle with bears.
Exactly.
But I guess in America they cuddle with men.
No.
So.
What's your answer?
We don't. Bear. Just kidding. Man. Of course, man.
Like woman or bear?
Well, woman or man?
Yeah, it's kind of a question you can really only pose to women, I guess. I mean, I guess you can pose it to man. But
Okay, a woman with a weapon, or a man, or a bear.
Wait, what?
With the picnic basket.
What kind of weapon does the woman have?
A gun.
So it's between would I rather be in the woods with a woman with a gun
Or a bear.
man?
Or a bear.
Or bear.
Or a bear.
Or a bear.
Yeah.
The woman with the gun.
But she's already threatened by you. Pop.
Okay. I see her from 50 yards away. I just say, "Hey there." And then I turn my ass around and walk away. That's it.
Okay, well, that works.
Boom.
You know what, though? I was thinking about this question, the man or bear question. And I was thinking, what if you asked men in reverse the exact same question? I think I would rather get stuck in the middle of a forest with a bear, honestly, than a woman. I think my chances of getting out alive are going to be better if I was in the forest with a bear than if I was with a woman.
Because you have to help the woman.
Perfectly honest. Yeah, because
the woman
you'd
can't
just be
help
like,
you
oh,
get
God,
out,
can you do something useful other than whine? Like, that's what I think would happen. Be like, have you ever done anything useful in your whole, can you do anything? They'd be, I don't know how to do shit. That's what I think would happen. So I think I would rather
probably
go
be
with
me.
the
I'd be like,
bear.
I'm just a girl.
Yeah.
Okay. Good times. Good times. Well, nobody really seems to want to, the bear, y'all won't prefer the man.
If someone had said the bear, what would that mean about them? based on
said
the
the bear.
context of the
Shit.
question.
I said the bear.
Yeah, but you gave like
Drama.
a joking.
Okay, but if
answer.
it really was an actual bear, yeah, I would still take that.
You'd still take the bear.
For
Yeah.
real.
Drop dead.
You're brave.
Act dead. Yeah. Be
Oh,
like, hey God, it's me.
Wait, just curious, why? Why the bear over the man?
Wow, how
know, I
cool!
just-
I'm seeing a bear.
I don't know. I just feel like being in the woods with the man just seems more scarier. I mean, it's their like that's their home, and I feel like if I can just act still and play dead, they're gonna like not notice me. Versus like an actual man who like.
Because why are you out here? Why are we
Yeah.
both out here?
I'm still
No, but I already
curious
told
about
you.
the context, because if I'm alone in the woods because I got lost and this other random got lost in the woods and he's a generally good man, I'd rather someone that I can converse with and make it back to civilization with alive rather than a bear, where it can really only go so many ways, especially if he's hungry.
Like the man is in the same. The
Situation.
man is in the woods for the same reason that
I guess
you
I
are.
just like
just
automatically
randomly.
think he's like going to hurt me. I feel like with a bear.
He was already burying bodies down the road.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Elsa, you said, at least with your dating coaching business, you said you turn nice guys who chase women into confident men who choose their pick. I think, is that on your Instagram or?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what's like some of your go-to dating advice for the gentleman out there?
Well, earlier someone said, I think it may have been you were, I don't know if this was your view, so correct me if I'm wrong, but the view around dating multiple people being wrong. I actually, when I work with clients, I want them to date multiple women, and I want them to choose a woman that best suits what they're looking for and that is most compatible with them. So when I work with clients, like one client that comes to mind, Andy, that I worked with a few years back, he had the whole package in terms of he's handsome and successful and kind, but he didn't know how to position himself. Like, it's kind of like what you were saying. Would you rather a guy approach you nervous, quivering, no confidence, or would you rather him be smooth and confident? So some men have all the ingredients of a high quality dude, but they just don't know how to position themselves that way. And so one piece of advice that I gave him and that I worked on with him was helping him become more confident so that when he talks to a woman, he's displaying that protector and provider vibe that a lot of women are looking for. A man that makes them feel safe rather than a man who is safe, like the guy in the video that we just watched. Like, according to that video, he's not going anywhere. And so she clearly does not respect him too much. And so that's what I help guys do. I help them display with more confidence. And part of that is getting more experience and dating more women and getting more exposure to attractive women so that they realize that the pedestal they have them on isn't necessary. Like, they're just ordinary people. She may be very attractive, but she's an ordinary person just like you. And part of how I do that is expose them to attractive women. So I bring a lot of attractive women to my coaching practice. I pair them up on dates with the men, and essentially over time, men start to normalize interacting with attractive women. And then when they do see that hot girl at the gym, they just walk up to her instead of thinking about it and talking themselves out of it and saying, well, she probably has a boyfriend, or she probably gets approached all the time, which is actually not true. Usually attractive women, the more attractive she is, the less she gets approached, because many men are intimidated by it.
Is it all the mids? They get all the attention, is what you're saying?
They do get more attention than attractive women.
True,
Yeah,
actually.
yeah, because it's less intimidating. Like, the stakes aren't as high. So my goal is to help a nice guy, a guy who positions like a nice guy who's insecure, become the type of dude that would walk up to the 10 at the gym and just shoot a shot.
Word.
How does that work, like, in terms of bringing the women in, like, I guess, like, your business structure?
Yeah. So they're usually women who are single, and they are, like, physically attractive, but they also can carry a conversation. So they're interesting, they're passionate about something, And they come in, they do a virtual date. It would kind of be like if you matched on a dating app and you did a FaceTime call, right? So she's assessing like several different things about him. And so in the real world, when a guy goes on a date, and this happens a lot to my clients before we start working together, he may, if he goes on a date and he thinks that it went really well, and then the girl ghosts him after that, that's feedback. It's not feedback he can use because he has no clue what he did wrong, but it's feedback. And the feedback is she wasn't feeling it, right? So my goal is to externalize that feedback from attractive women so that men actually have something actionable that they can do. So, okay, you're not feeling it, but why? Is it because he didn't flirt enough? Is it because he kept interrupting you? Is it because he's kind of fat and needs to lose weight? Like, what's the reason that you wouldn't give a guy like that a chance in the real world? Because if we can take that data and give it to men are problem solvers by nature. So if you give them a solution to their problem, they'll act on it. So, but those women are actually single. So sometimes they do end up dating my clients. It ends up happening that they want to stay connected. So they're not just like acting, in other words.
Right.
They actually are open to meeting men.
How do you find those women? Like, what's that
Word of mouth, because I've been doing this for a long time. So a lot of the women who work with me spread the word to their other single female friends.
Wait, so they go on fake dates?
I mean, it's not really I guess in a sense it's fake in that they didn't meet for the intention to date, but they are open to it. It would be kind of like if we were at a dinner party and I introduced you to my single girlfriend and I was like, hey, this is Katie. I want you guys to meet. And then I walked away. Whatever happens from that point on is up to you. It's not necessarily fake. Like, she may or may not be open to you.
Well, but the guys know that you're arranging dates with these women, right?
And the women know that too. But if the woman's attracted to the guy, it's not going to stop her from going on a date with him.
No, but like the women are paid to go on the dates, right?
They're paid to give their feedback, yes.
And the guys know that it's not like a real date.
She's like taking the first step for them.
Right.
The guys know that it's not a real date, correct.
Right.
I used to not pay women. The reason why I actually started to pay women is because a lot of them would flake last minute because there's just no skin in the game.
Right, yeah.
So I started to pay them to make sure they showed up. And also, honestly, I was able to get more attractive women that way.
Okay. Yeah. How much, but I'm assuming the guy has to pay then for the fake date.
Well, the guy pays for the program. He pays to get...
And that includes like
the date, correct. It corrects 3 dates. It includes 3 dates. One in the beginning.
How much is it?
What, my price is?
Sure, yeah.
I mean, depends on the package. I don't just have like a one size fits all.
Well,
it's a range. It just depends on, yeah.
But you said whatever package it is, it includes 3 dates?
Yes, because
so what's like the different packages, I guess? I don't know.
They can go to her website and
just go to my Instagram.
Inquire.
Yeah.
It has it on your Instagram?
If we have the conversation on Instagram, we have to get on a call. We have to get on a call. I know, but we have to get on a call because I don't know where that person's starting point is. Some men are high profile. They don't want to be in a group with other men. They just want to work with me directly. That's one price. Okay. Some men.
Ulysses the Pagan donated $69. Woman in black, do you discourage women from the hashtag #MeToo mindset, being that's the main reason men are apprehensive approaching woman? They have an aversion to being branded as a predator.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I tell my clients all the time that they need to stop feeling bad for expressing their attraction to women, because a lot of men don't want to be seen as creepy. And unfortunately, like, the bar for what is creepy is kind of, it's blurred after the Me Too movement, to where a lot of men are like, I'm just not even going to bother. Like, don't even want to go there. And I do think that that's unfortunate. It sucks.
Can we get back to the pricing here? I was interested in that.
Why? I'm curious. What are you looking for out of the answer? Because it also depends on how much work you want to do on your own.
Well, why does there have to be an alternative motivation? We're just curious.
Sammy's a fitness coach. I'm assuming. I don't want to.
No, yeah.
I'm assuming.
I was literally just going to say I did the same thing.
Depending on how much Sammy is involved in the process, I'm assuming there's different prices. Like, when I worked with a fitness coach, there was I'm going to just write you a meal plan and you're going to execute on your own. Here are the exercises. That's one price.
Are you going to answer the question?
No.
Like
no, because there's not one answer.
Well, what's the average price?
It
If you were
ranges.
to take all your prices together and average
It ranges between 1,000 all the way up to 25K, depending on where you are on the spectrum and exactly what you're looking for.
So for $1,000, they get 3 dates.
For $1,000, they get an e-course that has feedback. That's the thing. It's like, what do you want? Do you want to do it do you want to do it on your own, or do you want to just watch some videos and learn and execute, or do you want accountability from my team, or do you want to work with me directly and not really have to share the spotlight with other men? It just depends. Like, I've worked with celebrities who don't want to be known. They don't want to be around other men.
So you do have a group, though. Like, there's
yeah,
a group
I have
where
my mastermind is the most popular option.
So how much is that?
The mastermind right now is $12K.
And does that include dates or no?
Yeah, 3
$12K,
dates.
and it's like a group setting. On one
And
hand,
it's also like, it depends on when you buy. So there's different price ranges depending on if you buy on the call or if you buy after you have a call with someone from my team.
Yeah,
it's not one and done. I know y'all are looking for a one and done answer, but it's not one and done.
Yeah, there's different tiers.
It depends on how many like nuts and bolts you want. Like, how many features do you want? It just depends. Like, I've arranged
Wait, they
in
have
person.
to pay the nut? Sorry, I'm sorry.
I've arranged. I actually don't even know if that's how you say it. English is my third language, so sometimes I mess up things. But it also depends. Like, I've done in-person events for one man, where I will like curate an event all around him, where he shows up. There's all these like women, and he's like the highlight of the night. So it literally depends on what a man wants, what he can afford, what his time, how much time he has to commit to the process. I'm not trying to dodge the question because I don't want to answer it. It's more just like there's just not one size fits all.
No, I understand.
It's like, are you buying? Go for it.
Mrs. Watson, if you don't mind, the reason I'm asking is because I'd like to know what is a $25,000 package look like?
That's a private coaching package. So it's where you're not working with other men. It's just me directly. Just you and I directly for 3 months.
So you have your psychology degree, yes?
Marketing and psychology,
okay,
yeah.
Cool. So whenever these men come to you, do you have almost like a therapy session with them where you go in and give them kind of like a diagnosis on maybe some of the like relationship issues that they have? Is that part of it, or is that like one of the things that you include?
Yeah, so mindset basically.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm not a therapist, and I definitely don't pretend to be one. If someone is in a very, very low mental place where I feel like they could be a harm to themselves, I definitely will redirect them. For me, it's more just like, look, I am 37, I'm successful, all my guy friends are married, I think I'm handsome, I think I'm cool, and yet when I start talking to a girl, everything goes great for like 6 weeks, and then I get the I'm not feeling it text, and I have no clue what I'm doing wrong. And unlike my career, where when I have a problem, I can find a solution and take care of it. With women, I have no clue what I'm doing wrong. I keep hitting my head against the same wall, and I don't want to have kids when I'm 60. Like, I want to start setting myself up for being able to like have a family, meet someone that I want to be with. And I also I want to settle, but I want to settle down, but I don't want to settle. So can you help me figure out what the hell I'm doing wrong?
Yeah, so you don't use your psychology degree. You basically use, to give them their constructive feedback, you use these, or not, I don't want to say use, but you take the data from these women that they've gone on dates with and then provide that, not from a
that's part of it.
Standpoint?
Yeah, that's part of it. Okay. But that's just for them to know where they are, because the best way to know how to attract the type of person that you want is to figure out what that type of person would think about you in the mating market. So like, let's say that a woman wants to date someone who is tall and rich and handsome. She has to know what that man is optimizing for in order to know if she has a realistic shot with him. And it's the same for men. If he's...
Detective Mike Hunt donated $69. Bachelor's degree in grifting from University of Eastern Antarctica.
Oh, you can't spell.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, the whole wait, but some of the women ultimately end up dating like the women you procure.
Yeah. because they're single and they are attracted to the guy that I pair them with, and if they both want to stay in touch, then they do.
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, it's like, it's not a terrible idea if the guy's an absolute, has no social acumen at all, and he needs like a little bit of experience by like paying for it to go on a date. I guess he can like maybe work out some of the little kinks and nerves, whatever. But I feel like the dynamic, I mean, like these women are paid to be there. So like, it's not going to be a really authentic date. I know that's not the only component of what you're selling, but it doesn't occur to me that it's going to be like, they're getting paid, right?
Well, that's not the primary incentive though. I'm not a matchmaker.
No, I know.
But even matchmaking, like even if the woman's not paid to be there, it doesn't always work out. It's either she's attracted to him or she's not. So her being paid is irrelevant. That she's just getting paid for her time. She's getting paid to block 30 minutes off her schedule and talk to a man that she's never met before and has no clue anything about him. And she's being paid to show up to the date dressed beautifully. And
have these ended in marriage for your clients?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. If that's what they want. I also work with divorced men who literally just got out of a relationship and the last thing on their mind is marriage. Like they just want to, some of them, maybe they married their high school sweetheart, they stayed together for 15 years, now they're newly divorced.
They just want to go out and hump.
They just want to have fun. Basically. Yeah, they want to have fun. They want to date multiple hot women and have fun, and there's nothing wrong with that. If they never got to have that phase, then they get to have that. So not everyone's end goal is marriage. I mean, it didn't sound like
how many marriages do you think you've been able to accommodate in your career?
Of the men who wanted to get married, many. But like I said, it's not always the end goal. Like I have a very big percentage of my clientele that are actually divorcees. And that's not where they're headed. They just want to have fun. And there are also men who want to eventually get married, but with my help, they just want to have the experience of dating multiple attractive women and not getting shut down. So
Did you say like more than 20 of your clients who wanted to get married have been married?
If they wanted to get married, yes. Mm-hmm. It doesn't always happen under my watch. Sometimes they learn the skills and then 3 months later, after the program ends, they meet someone. Or they meet someone while they're in my program and then they get married like months down the road. So it doesn't always happen like when we're working together. But in terms of someone walks in and says, hey, this is my 3-month goal, we get them their goals. We have a very high success rate. We have a very high retention rate as well, meaning we hold on to people for a long time. People want to continue working with us because they come in, they have a goal, they hit it, and then they want to continue.
How long have you been doing this?
7.5 years.
7.5 years, okay.
Interesting.
Fan I am donated $69. Andrew and Sammy, forget anger. What about love? Would you prefer a man tell you he loves you with no facial expression? Or would you prefer he show you he loves you with a hug, eye contact, etc.?
She said that earlier.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Would you prefer men to tell you he loves you with no facial expression? Wait, do we go around the table on this? Did you guys want to?
We all
we talked about it.
Oh, this is for Sammy. Okay. Oh.
That was when we were talking about anger and showing emotion.
Do you want to answer the question though? Which do you prefer?
Yeah, I did. I would prefer like actual visual or physical affection.
Got it. Well, for some reason it's not coming up, but Stifler, I don't see it in the Streamlabs. He says, ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10, but it's not popping. I don't know what's going on. Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. You can't say 7. Go ahead.
You already know. Every time is a 10.
All right. Sammy, what about you?
You said you can't say 7?
Yeah.
Oh, then I would say 6.
Okay.
9.
Didn't you say 10 previously? Mm-hmm. Why did you downgrade?
I gained some weight. No. Dyed my hair a different color, gained some weight, got a couple more experiences on my belt.
Okay.
I laughed enough. You didn't have to play that.
A range between 7.5 and like 7.9, depending on the day.
Okay.
I would say 8.5.
All right.
I would say 10.
Okay.
I'd say like 5 or 6.
8.
5. Andrew, what about you?
4.
So we got 2 10s at the table here. Let's dig into this a little bit, and a 9 over here. Let's dig into this a little bit. So I'll just go right out the gate here and say, there's no 10s at the table. Not a 10, not a 10, not a 9. I'm sorry. Very sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Sure. Because you are the judge of all, yes.
Yes, I'm the arbiter.
Absolutely.
I'm the arbiter and the judge and the executioner of female beauty.
Absolutely.
That's right. That is right, yeah.
I mean,
what do you guys say?
I can't be mad that a 2 is rating me not a 9.
Well, see, now that's just
I
like
don't
predictive.
understand that logic. And like, wouldn't a person who was ugly know ugly when they saw it?
I guess.
Just saying.
What'd you rate yourself?
Stands to reason.
Yeah.
Why do you think of yourself as a 5? What's negative about you?
Well, much like my friend here, I've gained some weight.
I noticed.
And yeah, I noticed
a lot
too.
of in and out.
I noticed too. Actually, I think you put on a little more than me, though. You know what I mean? But,
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, probably did. Let's hop on the scale. But anyways, let's see. I mean, look, I'm I got I definitely gained some weight. I've gained some weight. Got to lose some weight. I got a dad bod right now. I got some okay things going for me. You know, I can still luckily have a maybe got full head of hair still a little bit. Maybe it won't last long. Blue eyes, tall, 6'1", but otherwise, yeah, face not unremarkable.
Trust fund?
Trust fund? What does that have to do with? Oh, yeah, okay. Finance, yeah.
That wouldn't enhance physical beauty.
It wouldn't enhance physical appearance. Yeah, I think I'm, pretty average, I guess. Yeah.
So I have a quick question. Raise your hands if you said 10. What? I know more than one person said 10. Come on.
I
Raise
said
the
9.
hands if you said 10.
It was her and her, and then she said 9.
Okay, and then she said 9. Okay. So then to the gal in the yellow dress, are you the prettiest girl in the room?
No.
Then who is?
I think we're all pretty in our own ways, and I think...
Yeah, that wasn't the question I asked. If you're not the prettiest girl in the room,
I don't have an answer
who do you think the prettiest girl in the room is?
I don't have an answer for that. I don't...
Well, but it's not you,
I don't think she's
right?
more beautiful than her. I don't think she's more beautiful than her. I think they all look different, and they all look amazing in their own ways.
So just to be clear, let's assume that inside of that room, there was a girl who had half of her face burned off in a horrific accident.
God.
Her teeth were showing on the side of her mouth, and her tongue was hanging out of it.
Okay.
Would you still say she was a 10?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So then you're really not actually rating physical
Bullet
beauty,
donated
right? You're just
$69. Have them rate themselves, then the girl to the right, then ask woman in black if any of them were lying.
Yeah, so then the thing is you're not actually engaging with the spirit of the question because you're essentially saying that the Hunchback of Notre Dame is a 10. It basically everybody's a 10, right? Everybody on planet Earth's a 10.
Right.
Yeah, so then there's just no ugly people.
Yeah. No, I don't think there's ugly people in the world.
Not a single one.
No.
Everyone's pretty.
So like a wicked witch with a big schnoz with a wart on it, and she's missing all of her teeth and she's just ugly. You know what I mean? She's a 10 in your world.
Well, you're talking about. Well, that's totally your
A made-up character.
Yeah, that's a made-up character.
Well, wait. Who cares if it's a made-up character? It's not a made-up character. There's definitely old, crone-looking witches who are hideous who exist in this world, but you're saying they're a 10, right?
To someone.
No, not to someone. That doesn't even follow that they'd be a 10 to somebody. That's just like made-up tripe, right? It's made-up tripe.
So I think everyone here is a 10. I think everybody that is human was created beautifully in their own ways, and I think that's it.
There's
Okay,
definitely
so there's no such thing as a 9. There's no such thing as an 8. There's no such thing as a 7. Everybody on planet Earth's a 10.
Yeah, I think everybody is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Men, women,
So,
I think.
so with the spirit of the question of you, the prism of you,
Okay.
have you ever judged anybody less good looking than
Lol
somebody else?
Paladins donated $69.
I didn't hear the
Doesn't
question.
even matter that there aren't any 9s or 10s at this table. Mentally and relationship material, you're all number 1 out of 10 in my book.
Word.
Okay.
I think
anyway,
it's
kind of back to this.
Can I
diving
add?
into
Can I
this
add
again.
to what you're saying, Andrea?
No, hang on. Let me
May I
finish
add,
the
Andrew?
inquiry here.
Andrew,
no,
may I add
hang
something?
on. Let me finish the
Okay,
inquiry.
I'll wait for you.
Yeah, let me finish the inquiry. So, what I'm wondering is then, if you think everybody on planet Earth's a 10, you have never judged anybody as being not good looking? Ever?
Well, no, it's not that they're not good looking. Maybe I'm just not attracted to them. It's probably not my preference if that's, I don't know. I think it's very shallow question.
So you've never judged anybody on planet Earth as being not good looking? I just want to make sure I got that clear.
No, I don't think so.
No, okay. So have you ever told a lie?
I'm sure I have.
Yeah, are you telling one right now?
No, absolutely not.
No? Are you sure?
Yes, I
You're
stand
sure
on my
you've definitely never judged anybody on the planet you've ever met as being not good looking? Not even once. It's never crossed your mind. You've never been like, oh man, you're ugly. You've never thought that before? Never?
No, I don't think
No? No, never? Not even once, ever?
so. No, I think it's a very shallow thing to say. I think it's a very hurtful thing to say.
I didn't say it. I said think it.
Oh, no. Still no.
You've never thought it? You've just
No, I've never
Everybody's
looked
a
at someone and
beautiful
been
person.
like, oh my God, he is so ugly. I don't.
I think that.
Really? I know. I was gonna say. I feel like I've definitely seen some pretty ugly people in the world, but
So let me ask you a question. If every man from your standard is a 10, then why would you have preferences at all?
I don't have a preference.
Bullshit.
You got to speak into the mic. I can't hear
Oh,
you.
sorry. I don't have a preference.
You have 0 preferences for dating.
So you would date him?
True.
Then how come 15 seconds ago, right, I just asked you this question and you said, I've turned men down before, but it's because they don't meet my preferences.
Wait, sorry?
Not in love.
Just a second ago in this very conversation,
Okay.
you said, I've turned men down before because they don't meet my preferences.
Well,
You've literally just said that.
yes, but not in terms of like how they look. Maybe in terms of personality or things
How
like
would you
that.
know their personality? You turned them down. And like, what's the
Wait, what do
fastest
you
you've ever turned a guy down? What's the fastest?
I don't know. I guess it depends. I would say,
I don't normally 2 seconds.
yeah, like 2 seconds right
you
away.
Yeah,
It
like 2
depends on the
seconds.
approach.
So you don't know
Time
anything
your
about his
interactions?
personality.
Yeah, I
you don't know
time that.
anything. Wait, you know nothing about his personality in 2 seconds. So why are you turning him down?
You can know
He's a
something
10.
about somebody's personality in 2 seconds. Depends on their approach.
What
If somebody comes
could
up
you
to
know
me right
about
away
a
and he's
personality of somebody who comes over and goes, "Hey, can I have your phone number?" Boy, what does that tell you about their personality?
I would say that he's pretty quick, and I'm not even a hello first. Just give me your phone number. I don't like that.
So, you turn men down not because they don't meet a physical attractiveness level, but because in the 2 seconds it took you to talk to them,
Lol
you were
Paladins
able to
donated
gauge and judge their
$69.
entirety of their personality.
Don't even
to the point
engage
where you
this
rejected them
troll.
only on that
She's such a bad
criteria.
liar. Stop the cap, you fibber.
Yeah, this is probably the most over-the-top amount of lies I've ever heard out of a woman on this show. This consecutively. You've never turned a guy down because he was bad-looking. Every man on planet Earth is a 10. You have no physical preferences whatsoever, and the only reason you've ever shot a guy down is because you can tell everything that you need to know about their personality in 2 seconds. Do I have that about right?
I guess so.
Okay, yeah, this is beyond the beyond. But anyway, I'll turn it over to the gal in black. Go ahead.
Conventional attraction is definitely a thing. Like there is a biological way, and even babies can tell when someone has a symmetrical, attractive face and don't. I think what you're saying is beautiful in theory, but I think in practice, most people don't operate that way. And I also think that the question, like we can rate ourselves, But really, the people who can answer whether someone is a 9 or a 10 are the people that you're trying to attract, because dating is a market. It's like it's the mating market. So you don't really get to decide as a woman or a man if you're a 9 or a 10. The market decides for you what your rating actually is.
Yeah, I think there's some truth to that, but I also think that you are correct that there are some sorts of objective standards and that there must be, because I do think that most of us would agree that a woman who had half her face melted off, her teeth are showing on this side, her tongue hangs out, probably is not going to be a beautiful woman. You're probably not going to say that they're beautiful, and probably nobody on planet Earth is going to say that, right? We would agree. There must be some standard there that we're looking at that we all are kind of repulsed by. So I would agree with this in a sense, but my greater question is to the other gal who said she's a 10. That would be, you know who I'm talking.
Yes, but wait. I have a question for you.
You got to talk right in the mic, or I can't hear anything.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, as soon as you answer mine, and then I'll answer yours,
fair,
I promise.
Fair, go.
Right, is that a deal? Good deal?
Sure, you got it.
All right, great. So, are you the prettiest girl in that room?
I find some of these women very pretty,
Yeah, I know.
more
You know
than
what my
maybe
question
the
was.
other.
Can you repeat my question? Hang on. Can you repeat my question to me?
Am I the prettiest girl in the room?
Yeah, now answer that question.
I feel like that would be very self-conceited to say I am the prettiest girl in the room.
Yeah, I agree. But you're the only one who rated yourself besides the other one as a 10.
And that's their choice to rate them
I
that way.
I get it. So are you the prettiest girl in the room, do you think? Or could you point to a girl you think is prettier
Maybe
than you?
according to 30 of 100 people watching, or according to other people, but according to you.
According to you, are you the prettiest girl in the room?
Well, I'm not looking for I'm not trying to find myself attractive. I'm not like, oh my God, I'm the most.
Okay, answer. Tell me again. What's my question to you?
Am I the prettiest girl in the room?
Now, hang on. Now that we know for sure that you know what my question is, answer that question. Don't make a new one up. Answer
I'm not trying to make a new one up. I don't think I'm the prettiest girl in the room, but I do think I'm a 10.
Then point at the one you think is.
But the question was, what do you?
No, let her do it.
Point at the one you think is.
Over there.
There's a girl over there.
It's Brian. Brian is the prettiest girl in the room.
The female in the room who you think is the prettiest.
I'm not going to do that because I don't want to make other women feel a certain kind of way. So I'm going to keep my opinions to myself away.
You're not going to make them feel like they're the prettiest girl in the room? That's really weird. Can you point to the prettiest girl in the room?
No, because I'm not trying to make anyone else feel like they're not pretty, because they're going to be beautiful to someone else.
You know what? That's fair. So can we assume then that you do think that there are girls in that room who are prettier than other girls in that room?
I think that there are a lot of pretty women in this room, and I have my preference on who is.
Some of them are prettier than others?
According to my preferences.
Yes, according to your preferences.
According to my tastes, yes, because I like what I like in women, just like you like what you like in women. So do you rate your wife a 10?
So then hang on.
I answered your question. It's my turn to ask you yours.
Yeah, no,
that was
my
our
wife's
deal.
a 6. Yeah, my wife's a 6.
And have you said that to her face?
She says it about herself.
That sucks.
You know why? Because she's not fucking delusional. So, because she's not delusional, she lives in reality where the rest of us live. She was able to ascertain that she's not the most beautiful fucking woman on the planet, and that she's not a 10 because there's other women who are
But she should be the most beautiful to you.
Hang on, there's other women who are objectively better looking than she is because she's not a delusional fucking lunatic. She was able to go, wait a second, I can look around the world and I can clearly see that there's other women who are more attractive than me. Isn't that interesting?
But
right?
She should be a 10 in your book.
That my wife lives in
and
grounded
you should
reality.
view your woman as a 10. That is the thing, and she should not settle for you calling her a 6 because she might feel like a 6 on 10.
Who are you to tell me? Should she settle for a porn star gets dicked down by dudes? Like, what should she settle for? What are
you had to go
about?
for that dig. I'm retired. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, you retired what, last week? When did you retire?
Okay. You went for the cheap shot.
No, you went for the cheap shot.
No,
So the
I
thing
had to
is, right,
ask.
is like I wouldn't have made it personal. You
So
made
why?
it personal.
But
right?
why is your wife a 6? Why do you agree that she is a 6? Why would you not try to build her up to an 8 or a 10?
Because I live in objective reality. And inside of objective reality, I can tell that women who weigh 400 fucking pounds, right, aren't as beautiful as women who don't weigh 400 pounds. And almost everybody agrees with my assessment, including my wife. And, by the way, you, and the girl next to you, and the girl next to her, and the girl next to her, and the girl next to... All of you agree with me. Then anything short of that is just you being lying copers, right? You're just lying and coping. That's what you're doing, isn't it?
No.
Or do you think that the chicks from my 600-pound life, do you think that they're as pretty as the girl next to you? I'm just curious. Just want to make sure I get this right.
I think it's about what you find attractive.
Of course.
So some
That's
men
what
like that.
Do most men like it?
You'd be surprised. You'd be very
You'd be surprised.
You would go on Reddit and have a field day. You will, your jaw will drop and your mind will
Yeah,
go
at
out
this
the door.
teeny tiny minority of men who all get together over a fetish, yeah, I don't care about that. Objectively, obviously, most men are not pining after 600-pound women. That's absurd. And you know it's absurd. It's like, so why not just say, look, Andrew, it is true.
Okay, fine, Andrew. If you want to call your wife a 6,
600-pound
call
chicks,
her
they don't.
6. If you want to call your wife a 6, call her 6.
What about her calling herself a 6? Is she delusional?
That's her choice.
Yeah, so is she delusional?
No.
No? Okay, so
If
then
she believes
should
that,
I
then-
should I be countermanding what my wife says about herself?
You should try to build her up. Is what you should try.
How
to
am I tearing her down? Do you think it's tearing a person down to allow them to live in objective reality with the rest of us? Do you think that that's beating them up? Am I tearing her down by understanding that I'm a 4, and if she agrees with that, that's totally fine. That means I hit up. I struck out of my league. I got a chick who's way hotter than I assess myself as. Right? What's wrong with that?
If you're happy with that, then I'm happy for you.
Yeah. I mean, I think that the world is pretty happy with people living inside of the reality of the world, right? Where the chick who has scalding burns on the side of her face and her face melted off and her tongue hanging out
Paladins
probably
donated
isn't that beautiful.
$69. Stop the prattle, woman. You giving Andrew advice is the funniest thing I've seen on this show in months. Also, Rachel is a solid 7. She gets +1 point for not being this retarded.
Yeah, Rachel, I think you're a 7, Rachel. You're definitely a 7.
She's so pretty.
Mm-hmm.
She's a 7.
Uh-huh. And how many of you think you're prettier than she is? The truth. Like, if I asked you the truth,
I
would
think
you
your
even
wife
tell
is
me?
beautiful.
Like, let me
Look
just
at
ask
her
this.
smile.
Hang on.
Look at
Let me
how much
ask a
she's
different-
glowing.
Hang on. Let me ask a different question.
Okay.
Okay. If any of you right now actually did think in your brain that you were prettier than my wife, would you lie to me?
No, I wouldn't lie to you.
You wouldn't?
No, I think your
Then
wife
are
is
you prettier
beautiful.
than my wife?
No, I think your wife is beautiful.
Yeah,
I think
are you
she's
prettier?
She's got so
Yeah,
much
but what's
more.
the question? What's the question?
Because your wife is not a 6. That's the thing.
What's the question? Tell me what
I
my
already
question
asked your
was.
question. I already asked you my question. I said, "What do you?"
No. I asked
What do you
you a
think your
question.
wife?
I asked you the question.
You
So
asked
back-
me. You asked me if I think I am more beautiful than your wife, and I said no. Your wife is beautiful. She
Does
has.
that mean she's prettier than you?
I think she's beautiful. Yes, she's prettier. I think that she has so
she's
much.
prettier than you.
Yes, she is
Okay,
beautiful.
great. Is she prettier than the girl next to you?
That's not for me to say.
Right, so you would lie, right? But how can you rate her, my wife, as being prettier than you?
Compared to
But
me,
you're gonna
that
rate
is
the girl
how I
next
am
to you as
rating
being prettier
her.
than the wife. I don't get that.
I am saying compared to me, she
Yeah.
is prettier. I am doing that comparison, and I have the ability, and I feel like I can consciously
Yeah,
say
but-
that,
but-
but I'm not
but what
going
it
to
tells
speak
me- hang on.
against her.
But what it tells me is that means that you can look at other women and assess by your standard if you think they're pretty or not. Which means to me that you can do that with the girl next to you. And you can compare that girl to my wife too, using that same standard. And then what do we come up with? The truth now. What's the truth?
I think it's about what you like.
Let's see a big picture of her so that we can actually make
They're
an
just,
informed
you're
decision.
so full of cope and lying. You just
Look, I know
lies
that's the
and
new
cope
internet word
across the
is
board.
cope, but can you get a new one?
Well, what else can I say? Like, if you say, well, I can judge that she's prettier than me, but I can't judge that she's prettier than her, what would I say to that other than you're full of shit? That makes no sense.
I'd prefer that. I'd be like, you're full of shit instead of
You're
saying
totally
some
full of shit.
generational whatever. Be like, you're full of shit. I'll be like, all right then, cool.
Right, you are, right? Like, and so that's why it's cope. The reason it's cope is because you know you're
I
full of
don't
shit.
know.
And you're being
Let's
evasive.
not
That's why it's
use
cope.
Gen Z whatever lingo. It's full of shit, you know?
Wait, that wouldn't the lingo for full of shit be millennial? And then
No, I feel like-
cope, wouldn't cope be more like the new generation lingo?
I would say cope would be new generation.
Yeah.
I would say like full of shit. I would say, hang on.
Lol Paladins donated $69. Asking a woman if she would lie is like asking a used car salesman if he would lie to you while he gives you a 22% interest rate loan. You think you're being kind, but your dishonesty isn't kind.
Let's see a picture of her so that we can be honest. Like a big picture.
There's a little picture.
Where? The one that pops up earlier? It was hard to see.
I just think like the question is a subjective.
Leggett_Lanius_Jr. donated $69. Ladies, the easy answer here is this: yes, Andrew, you are right here. I just don't want to hurt their feelings. The fact that you don't see this is because you have too much pride to admit he's right.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm going to actually agree with the chatter here. I have to.
I said I don't want to.
I know from talking basically everyone. Like if I was having a private conversation with you and I was like, "Oh God, that chick is ugly," you'd be like, "Yeah, she's gross." But when asked here, right, in person, and you have to actually say that shit out loud, you're like, "No, hell no, I'm not doing that." Even though you do think it, and we all know you think it. And that's why we know you're all full of shit, right? That's why we know. And I understand what you're going to say, Red. And I just want to make sure I got this right. You're going to say it's all subjective. It's all
No,
from the
I'm just saying I
subjective
wouldn't want to
part.
hurt anyone's feelings because that's not part of who I am. And I'm not going to sit here and be like, she's my type, 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 she's not my type, she's my type, she's my type. I'm not going to go through this.
Why would it hurt their feelings?
I'll do it. I'll do if we're just looking for someone to be honest so that the argument isn't you're all full of shit, I'll do it. I think
Do it.
Morgan and Maddie are the prettiest on the table.
Ivan Jr. donated $69. If this logic was true, marriage would be more successful. Birth rates would be on the rise. It should be very easy for me to take any of you out and get married. We're all 10s, so a proposal is easy.
Okay.
Was that a question?
So,
Yeah, we're still waiting for you to give your ratings, Sam.
I said Morgan and Maddie.
But give the ratings around the room for the girls.
Oh, you want me to give ratings for one around the room?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm not a dude, but if I were selecting for my clients, probably a 6, a 7.5 as well.
You can't use 7. Can't use 7.
Not at all? Not even percentages?
Not a 7. Can't use a 7. You can use 1 through 10 except 7.
But why?
We could use 7.
Because then we know which way you actually lean.
Well, I think she has an amazing body.
I
do
get
think
it.
she has a beautiful face.
I get it.
Beautiful eyes.
I get it. So then leaning towards 8?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So then 8.
6, 8, 6, 6, 8.
So why do you think it is? Well, let me ask you a different question. When they say that they think that they're 10s, do you think they're being honest?
No, I think they could be 10s, some of them, but I don't think they're being. I think that it is a beautiful theory to live in, but again, theory isn't practice. So they might think that there's 10s, but the proof, if we had to sit down and look at the evidence, it's probably not showing that they are.
Yeah, so why do you think they rate themselves that way?
I don't know. I don't want to speak for them.
Yeah, but why do you think not just them specifically, but why do you think women rate themselves as 10 when they're obviously not?
To feel better about themselves.
To feel better about themselves, for sure.
Yeah. So, would you call that coke?
Reality donated $69.
Isn't that what that word means?
Are you a 10 at basketball? Are you a 10 at cooking? Are you a 10 at doing your makeup? Where do we draw the line in insisting that everyone must be a 10 at everything?
Yeah, I think it's to
That does
piggyback
not
on what Maddie
correlate
said.
to-
I think it's because they want to feel better. But I think that they could be 10s if they did certain things. But a lot of people, and I'm not necessarily speaking about them, but a lot of people want to believe that they're better than they are because the work it would take to close the gap between where they actually are and where they want to be is a lot for a lot of people.
Pretend to be Vivo.
But also, if you say something, your brain will do more things to try and prove that you are that. So say I want to be a 10, and I'm like, I'm a 10, so I'm gonna do things in my power to try and make myself better. Rather than me saying, oh, I'm a 4, so I'm always just gonna be stuck here.
Mm-hmm.
Why would I wanna go backwards when I could work to be better?
Well, you're not, but you're not stuck as being a 4. Like if you can say like I want to be a 10. Like for example, if I were doing this for myself, I would sit down and be like, all right, where's the gap? Like maybe I need to work on my body. Like maybe I need to work out more. Maybe I need to like clear my skin. Maybe I need to like make my hair healthier. Like I would find the things that would make me a 10. I would still feel confident as a 6, but I would also know
Erroneous.
Sorry.
Here's the gap. It's kind of like if I want to be a millionaire and I'm not. I can tell myself I'm a millionaire, but if I don't take certain actions toward becoming a millionaire, it's not going to happen. I mean, I can tell people that, I can think it, and I get what you're saying, like brainwash yourself to believing that you are that. But you have to match it up with action.
I got to come in here a little bit. All right. There's like a limitation to what you can achieve with your looks. Like you said, well, work on my fitness, work on my skin. Like people are going to be hard capped. Like your maximum potential, you could be like right now, you're a 5. I'm not speaking to you, just like a woman could be a 5. Perhaps her maximum potential is a 7. Like no matter.
I mean, it depends. Does she get plastic surgery? Because there's also plastic surgery.
Well, you don't want to hear my take on plastic surgery. That shit makes women less attractive. Like that fake titties. That's -2
if
points.
you can detect it.
What do you mean?
But if you can't detect, like, what's your favorite? Like, if you did have a celebrity crush, who would you choose? What woman? Just like ideal, kind of like
Kylie Jenner. Or
no.
like
But no. I'm saying like kind of like you were saying earlier, Ryan Reynolds, right? He's like the epitome of like handsome family man, whatever.
Yeah.
What's your equivalent? What's your
Desert Joe donated $69. Saying you're a 10 is telling yourself you are perfect, which would imply there is nothing to improve. This is just being delusional. Rating yourself honestly will drive you to want to improve.
So, Desert Joe, thank you for that, man. So, I mean, to answer your question, we were talking about plastic surgery and like the detectability of the fake titties. First off, I have an excellent fake titty radar. Just letting you know. Really, I know. 5 seconds, I've already. You could be wearing a turtleneck, and I know if you got fake titties. Okay, just saying. So, because you're saying like, yeah, she's a 7, but then she gets fake titties. Now she's a 9.
No, not fake titties. Like what? No, there's so many other surgeries other than fake titties.
Oh yeah,
I'm saying like, what's a prototype of a woman that you consider attractive? A famous one. That way we all know who we're talking about.
I'll give you something.
Lol Paladins donated $69. If I lost 50 pounds, I'd be 8, because I've been there in the past. But I'm not there now. The question is important because we are trying to see if you are Delulu. We aren't asking your potential.
And that's where I think the last TTS was important, because it's like, and this is, I think of it in the fitness aspect of things. It's like, if you say you're a 10, you feel as though that you are at your max potential. But if you say you're a 6, you understand that there's area for improvement. So you're being honest with yourself that there's an area for you to improve upon, which then motivates you to improve upon it. So like when I was an amateur competitor, I didn't walk around saying I'm a pro. I walked around saying I want to be a pro. So then I sat and reflected on what is it going to take for me to turn pro. And then I started implementing the things and then became a pro. That's a little bit more attainable of a goal.
Beautiful. That's weird, right? Because I don't even understand that. So even inside of that world, the world of weightlifting and this type of competition, you can still max out your potential for what you can do with your
body. I just finished this sentence.
Okay, are we back?
Yeah.
Okay. What I was asking is, couldn't you max out your potential and still be ugly as sin?
But in the bodybuilding world, you're still judged on your physique, not the way your face looks.
Yeah, but that's not really alluding to the question, right?
No. I don't know if you.
Yeah,
I'm also agreeing with you, so I don't think you actually heard what I said. My point is that there's always room for improvement. So if you understand and you meet yourself where you're currently at, you understand that there's area for improvement. So if you understand that you're only a 4 or you're a 5, there's things that you need to improve on. So like for me, as an amateur competitor,
you're making the comparison for how you would perceive that through physique. I understand what you're saying now. All right, but so now that we've got that settled, do you think that there are at least some types of objective standards that people hold kind of across the board? Not every human being, right? Obviously, there's weirdos out there, but generally that people hold that can be agreed on when it comes to beauty standards.
100%.
Yeah. So then if you were to go back around the room and you were to rate, how would you rate them?
I would say 8, 6, 6, 8, 6, 6, 8, since 7's not a thing.
So why do you think that women are rating themselves a 10?
I agree, to feel better about themselves, to boost their confidence, boost the way that they view themselves because they want to feel better about themselves, so they're going to say they're a 10, so they feel like a 10.
Isn't that kind of delusional?
I guess it's perception, yeah.
And why should anyone else's opinion matter? If I'm a 10, I can also be striving for improvement, but
then you're not a 10.
Yeah, I can be a 10 and still working on things.
How can you be perfect but then need more perfect?
You can get even more perfect. You can achieve Super Saiyan 10.
How can you be perfect and then be more perfect than perfect?
The scale can grow. How about that? But I'm just saying, you can be 10 and you can still work on yourself and you can still grow from there. And why should anyone else's opinion matter?
So you're going to be, okay, so let's assume that 10 is the highest number in the world. There's no number mathematically which is higher than the number 10. Mm-hmm. How can you then be a 10.5 or a 10.2?
That's your reality, and my reality is different than yours.
Scale. No one ever did BMS. Woman Crush Wednesday. Would you like me to rate you?
Right, so if we're living in different realities, right? Either neither of the realities are true or only one of them is, right?
I can live in my reality. I'm living in my reality right now. And you're living in yours. You're in a small square box in my reality. In your reality, I'm on your computer screen. That is our reality.
In a small square box, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
So we're both in the same reality, right?
Right.
Except one of us is able to still do ratings in this reality that are realistic and the other one isn't, which is really weird. It's like one of us lives in a real reality and the other one lives in a kind of delusional place.
Ivan Jr. donated $69. From a man, let's cut the BS, starting from the right. 6,5,4,4,6,5,5,7. Maddie is the most beautiful. If you're a 10, you should be getting paid from advertising companies or married, being so high value.
I do.
Wait, starting from the right?
Yeah. I think a lot of women at this table get paid and might be married. So.
I actually
Okay.
fill both of those boxes. So.
Wait, so hold on. Me and her were having a bit of an exchange. Why don't we continue there? So you're asking me to name like a woman who I think is
attractive, like your prototype of the ideal woman.
Here's the thing. It's hard for me to think of like an actual celebrity or famous person that I could just throw out there that I think is a 10, but I can tell you a woman who I think is pretty darn attractive. Nick, why don't you Google Kristen Kruick, young, I guess, because she'd be in her 40s now, but you know, she's still babe status, but like more mature babe status, like, you know, like wrinkle babe status.
But
Hold
she's
on.
like somewhat famous. Like if we searched pictures of her when
she's
she was
like-
younger, could we find any?
She's probably like C-list.
Oh.
Hold on.
Well, she
Well,
probably- yeah,
let
there's
me
probably-
Google this. Let me see Kristen Kruick.
Before and after. Google that. Before and after.
Well, I'm saying
surgery.
young Kristen Kruick.
She doesn't have any plastic surgery.
Go ahead. Nick.
Oh, okay. She definitely doesn't have any.
No plastic, as far as I know. Go ahead.
Is there before and afters?
Let's scroll down.
Yeah, she's
Oh,
really
look,
pretty.
it's Maddie. She's beautiful.
Hold on.
Wait, so what do you rate her? Like,
There's young Kristen Kruick, and then there's I'm an old lady. She's still, I'd still.
wait.
Can
Wow,
we
she looks good
can we
as an old
just
lady.
can we just for the sake of fun research like write?
Hold on.
Okay.
Click. What about the one in the middle there with the red?
Yeah, that's really pretty. It's a good picture.
Yeah, she's not a 10. Not a 10. Desmond? Did you call her mid? She's
Leggett
what?
underscore Lanius underscore junior donated
Desmond's calling her
$69.
mid, bro.
Ladies, even your
We're gonna have to
mothers,
scrap over there.
grandmothers, and great-grandmothers would have said they were not 10s. If you want to honor their legacy and embody true, actual confidence, just be a proud 7 and move on.
We're not allowed to
can't
be
say
7.
seven.
No, my mother's a 10.
Wait, but you don't think
She's
she's a 10?
gorgeous.
The one that you just showed us? She's not your prototype of the ideal beauty?
She's very beautiful and attractive. I don't know. She's maybe not a 10, but she's very attractive woman.
She's a
very
10.
attractive.
What's
I'd say she's like
what's
a
a
9.
10?
No, bro, you ain't seen that girl walking around in Isla Vista. No, or in Santa Barbara. You're not, bro.
Okay, well,
I
just
don't
for
know.
the
She did.
just
She did kind of look a little average to me.
Listen, shut the fuck up, Andrew. Andrew doesn't like Asian women. That's the thing.
That's true. I don't.
Yeah. Well, what was I saying? She's attractive. You know what? I need to be prepared for this.
if you had
I need
it
to
all your
find-
way,
Yeah.
perfect personality, you get to pick exactly what she looks like. What is a celebrity that you'd want her to very closely resemble?
Lol Paladins donated $69.
No.
Scarlett Johansson in her prime, red dress, red
I
carpet,
don't honestly.
11 tenths.
I don't really care about celebrities, so I can't think of one that I'm like. There's probably just some like random chick.
Megan Fox, Angelina Jolie,
No, not Angelina.
Jessica Alba.
Jessica Alba's
Blake Lively.
attractive. Jessica
Mila
Alba's
Kunis.
attractive, for sure. ScarJo, attractive.
Love her.
But I can't think of one where I'm like, God damn. There's so, you ever see? No, there's not like a celebrity where I'm like, holy fuck.
None?
No, I can't think of
Andrew,
any.
what are yours?
What about
Andrew?
you?
Andrew,
It's probably
who's
some
yours?
like random chick.
Yeah,
So
or
if I
Instagram,
had-
IG
If I had
model.
to scale up,
Those are
from
harder
a-
to find
from
before
like a
pictures,
celebrity that I can think of off the top of my head. You know that chick from Vikings who was Ragnar's wife in the first season?
Nope.
No.
Don't know her.
What's the name? We don't
I
know.
can't think of her name. I don't remember. But
what's her name? Jessica Biel. Young
Okay,
Jessica
Jessica
Biel's
Biel. Let's
like pretty close. Pretty
Wait, I don't know how
close.
she looks.
so let's
Young Jessica Biel's pretty close.
She used to date Justin Timberlake, right?
yeah.
Rip.
Or what? Aren't they married?
Wait, what's that, Nick?
I guess her name is
guess
it Bridget
right.
Bardot? Is
You
that her
can pull
name?
it up.
Let's pull up Jessica Biel. Can we write before and after plastic surgery?
Young Jessica Biel.
Is that?
Yeah, the chick who played
That looks like
Lagertha.
AI.
That's the chick. Yeah.
That's totally it.
She looks
Yeah, that
better
does
in
look like-
person. You know.
I think the other girl's more.
It
attractive.
Scroll
literally
down, Nick.
says
Scroll down.
Civet
Got it.
AI.
Scroll down. Yeah, see, I mean, come on, bruv. But I mean, I don't know. Without makeup, who knows? Who knows what the truth is?
I think the other girl's more attractive than her.
No, I do think Kristen Kruick more attractive than Jessica Biel. For my own personal preference.
And you think that a woman who's done plastic surgery couldn't look like that?
Wait, what?
Do you think that a woman who's done plastic surgery could look like Kristen?
I feel like all
Keurig?
plastic surgery looks the same.
It does.
It depends on the surgeon. By the way, I'm only sharing this because I want to educate men. Because I think that part of the pedestal is, oh, she's just naturally a 10. But it's not true. Like, I actually feel bad for, not anymore, because now there's looks maxing. And now men are starting to catch on to ways that they can become more attractive.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that before that, like, women had the leverage because they could get away with doing all this surgery. And they could look like a 10, but she necessarily wasn't born that way.
Hey, Brian, try
and what looks
Catherine
natural
Winnick.
isn't
Try who?
always natural.
Catherine Winnick, try that. Pull that one up.
Catherine Winnick.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I've just seen like
Winnick.
like on social media. I've seen so many girls that look
What?
exactly like Kim Kardashian.
Totally. I know
because they
exactly
have
what you're
plastic
talking about.
surgery.
It's the IG model look. Like
Yeah.
the over big lips, the too small nose, the eyes that go
I
upward.
like brunettes. Okay. I like
Andrew,
brunettes.
that's
Get these blondes out of here.
Andrew, you have a type.
Yeah.
Yes, I have a type. That's correct.
It looks like your wife. I was like, wait, hold on. We saw a picture of your wife.
Get these blondes out of my sight, Andrew. Okay, I'm just kidding. I don't know. No, that's the Vikings girl who you're talking about. That was the Vikings girl. Wait, so we're talking about plastic surgery, right? And I said something about fake
titties.
Fake titties.
Yeah.
What's that have to do with like facial attractiveness?
Well, because are you against all plastic surgery or just porn star looking boobies?
I'm against most plastic surgery, and I'll tell you.
What?
Huh?
What's changed your mind?
Well,
I feel like you used to be against all.
I mean, there's different degrees to the invasiveness of the procedure. For example, like implants is more invasive than like a rhinoplasty, you know? So,
like some forehead Botox. Like you're cool with that?
no, I mean, I'd prefer, look, I'm a natural body supremacist.
Why is my
okay?
chat saying that you wait? Why is my chat saying that you said "ew" when you pulled up Catherine Winnick?
I did.
Brian?
I did. It wasn't. She's an attractive woman. It's just don't show me. I said the blonde hair.
You can't do the blonde.
I can't do the blonde.
The second girl you said had blonde hair too, right?
Jessica Biel. She's kind of like, I don't know what her actual
Dirty
hair
blonde.
color is. Whatever. Anyways, in any case, I'm a natural body supremacist. So, I'd rather a girl have no boobs, flat, totally flat, versus perfect fake titties. Flat. I'd prefer that. I'd prefer a little belly fat over lipo. I'd prefer like no booty over BBL.
Yeah.
I'd prefer what's the other one? Oh, small upper lip over lip filler. Like, so for me, I don't think any of those procedures, like you can take any woman who's had any of those procedures and I would prefer their state as it was prior to the surgery.
I like it. Nuanced.
Is it?
It is nuanced,
No,
yeah.
it's very black and white.
Well, I know, but you said you were
Fuck
cool with
plastic
rhinoplasties, which I thought was pretty nuanced.
I'm saying that rhinoplasties are less invasive than implants.
Invasive, you mean like the surgery, or invasive, like how do you mean by invasive?
In terms of, so you're saying it's like removing some of the cartilage in the nose, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're talking about millimeters of difference. Whereas like fake boobs, it's something that's actually implanted in you. Look, I'm not making the case that like it's very different too, because the difference here is that with implants, that looks like fake, but like a woman who has a rhinoplasty, you can't, like, it could look as if like totally normal. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it sounds like what you're saying is you don't like a woman who looks like she's gotten work done. You don't like the look of I have work done.
Well, I also
versus,
even
like,
let me just
beauty.
say that she totally passes. Like, I can't. Maybe the BBL's really good. I ain't never seen a good BBL, but okay. The BBL's good. The lipo's good. There's always something a little weird in the stomach with the lipo. Fake titties. I mean, that's pretty. I'm like 90. I'm 99% out of 100 on guessing. You know, like I said, turtleneck. I can still tell if the titty's fake.
Lol Paladins donated $69. When I was in the Air Force, a girl got her chin job paid for by the military. She just ended up looking more like a guy. It was such a bad choice.
Now, the other thing with this is, thank you, Paladins. So in addition to, I think I was making the point of, even if she's passing, the other concern there is what's going on in her mind. So it's not just like for me, it's not just about her physical appearance, although that's a component. And frankly, like I said, I think typically plastic surgery tends to, in my view, people have different aesthetics. I think it makes them look worse. Fake titties looks worse, even if they had no boobs. BBL looks worse. Lipobelly looks worse than low belly fat. Trying to think what else. Lip filler, prefer the small upper lip over the fake, the weird duck puffy thing that ends up happening. And there's always this little weird line that is just perma there. I think after, I don't know.
It's like migration, yeah.
Yeah, so, but it's also like, I think it's a negative mark against them for what's going on in their head too. So apart from just the aesthetic thing, I'm like, okay, is she mentally ill? Does she have body dysphoria? It's
maybe.
proxy. It's
maybe
somebody who gets plastic, like who gets plastic surgery. It can be proxy for. It almost certainly is proxy for insecurity. And the greater manifestation of that, it's proxy for mental illness. No offense. No offense.
Potentially, for sure. But what if it's, and I'm not advocating for or against plastic surgery, but what if she acknowledges that she's a 6, but she really wants to be a 9 because she knows that being a 9 comes with certain perks that being a 6 doesn't. And she's like, well, if I can just go get this nose job and maybe a little bit of lip filler, I could be seen as closer to a 9.
Yeah. The nose jobs are interesting ones because actually Elon Musk on Twitter today, Nick, can you maybe try to find it? There was these 3 sisters. You can probably Google 3 sisters get nose job same time. I saw it in my feed on Twitter. And I do actually think when it comes to the rhinoplasty that is the one where like it actually can objectively, this is the one procedure that I actually tend to grant, actually does tend to objectively make people look bigger. And I say this as somebody who's got a big nose. I got a big nose and
2, 3.
Why are you playing Mambo number 5, bro?
Great song.
I think that is the clip though, Nick, if you can pull it up. So Elon Musk replied to this. And they're still attractive women, but I mean, and also it's not, I hate these.
I don't like these noses. Well, except the last one.
I mean, they're
too dumb looking.
I also fucking hate these before and afters where the lighting's totally different, their hair's different, they're wearing full makeup, the background's different. For a before and after to really make sense, you have to make everything as much the same. Lighting, background, you can't like, so it's not fair that she dyed her hair differently, whatever. But I do actually think it does objectively make somebody more attractive.
Definitely.
For the rhinoplasty. All that other shit that I talked about though, nope.
And I do think to your point earlier that there is a limit, like to which one can optimize their looks. Like if 2 people have the same, or if 2 people have different, like if you have a woman who's born naturally beautiful, she's more likely to be more beautiful when she gets work done than the girl who was born ugly and gets work done. Like there's a limit, there's a cap at how much you can max, if that makes sense.
Wait, so what are we arguing about?
You were saying earlier that there's a limit, like there's only so much that you can optimize your looks.
She's agreeing with you.
I'm agreeing.
Oh. Because I was just making the argument that it's like, it's kind of mental illness.
Or it's to improve income.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I suppose. But I'm looking at it from the dating lens.
I think it's a spectrum. If she is very far on the spectrum where she's getting everything done and she's looking like kind of like what you were saying earlier, like the over exaggerated IG model, then yeah, I would probably assume that there's insecurity.
I also just think it's deceptive too. Like, especially if you don't disclose that to a partner, it's like one of the reasons we're attracted to somebody who's good looking and attractive is because, and this isn't always, I mean, it can be on the intellectual level, but it's also like, okay, I'll have attractive kids. That's one of the components there. So if you've like just totally, blasted in plastic surgery, you've totally altered your appearance. It's like,
I think that goes for facial reconstruction. I don't think that goes for like implants per se.
Yeah, not necessarily. Well,
like that's like if I walk around in heels and someone thinks I'm 6 foot because I've got heels on, but then I take my heels off and I'm 5 foot. It's like clearly you can tell that I have implants. So it's like obviously looking at someone like, okay, yeah, you have implants, but I had to get implants, but my sister has natural breasts. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to have a child that has the ability to have, you know what I'm saying?
Well, this would refer a little bit more to
that's what I'm saying, facial reconstruction.
Facial alterations.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, in terms of the attraction trigger that it's going to cause in men, if he can't immediately determine that you have fake breasts or you have a BBL, for example, I mean, the reality is men are generally attracted to large breasts. They're attracted to big butts. And so you are kind of like playing on that sort of instinctual trigger inside of men, like an attraction trigger.
But it's like, if someone thinks, that's to say that someone is getting that to impress someone else as opposed to getting it done for themselves. You know what I mean? So it's like, I didn't think I was a 2 before I got my boobs done, and then that's what made me think I was a 6. Like, you get what I'm saying? It's like it was for me, not for how I thought someone else was going to view me.
I feel like in some ways it can be about how other people view you, because ultimately you're comparing yourself to like what girls with big breasts look like, and you think those girls are, say, like prettier. So you are kind of comparing yourself to someone else in a way.
I think
to make yourself look as beautiful or more beautiful.
Yeah, it could be an insecure, like, so for me, I know that I had absolutely nothing, and when I looked in the mirror, I didn't feel feminine. But I knew that the feminine, like, just image, right?
Hold on. Wait, hold on. No, this is look. Hold on. Okay. I got you. You ready for this? Everyone's gonna hate me after this, but okay. You ever seen Greek statues? You like of Aphrodite? These women ain't got fucking milk they don't got milk cannons.
They've got breasts though.
They got rolls.
They got A cups.
They do have.
They got A cups. Huh?
Do you know what an A cup looks like?
Okay, maybe it's
nothing.
Fine.
Right.
B cup, maybe. I don't know.
They have some sort of breasts.
Man, they got.
But they also have.
So I will say I'm against BBLs, because if you can go to the gym and work on it,
you can go to the gym.
You can. There's no need to go get it, right? So like, I'm very against BBLs. I'm very against liposuction, right? If you want to lose weight in your stomach, sign up for my personal training. If you want to grow your butt, sign up for my personal training. I can help you do that. If you want boobs, there's literally nothing I can do to help you.
Well, just accept it, Sammy.
You know what I mean?
Sammy, you just got to accept the small B part. I'm an ally. I'm an ally of the itty bitty titty committee. I'm an ally, okay?
Yeah, I said that until I got mine done, and then I was so happy.
I'm just saying, if you're a girl and you got small boobs, just do squats.
Just do squats. Make up for it with a bigger ass.
Make up, it's all good. Girls with small boobs work harder too.
When did the idea?
My work ethic is the same.
When did the idea that big boobs relate to femininity originate for you?
I I just think it was me personally, especially to like the older I got and the more into fitness I got more muscular. So for my frame, it was just this idea of femininity. Like, I don't think there was like a pivotal point in my life that I was like, oh, boobs mean feminine. I think it was just like the overall, like, women have breasts, men have chests, like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Just like seeing everybody around me, like, not even that implants were like a known thing, because I didn't even grow up in California. So I grew up on the East Coast. So a lot of East Coast is natural beauty, right? So not a lot of people get plastic surgery there.
East Coast?
Yeah.
Is natural beauty? Really?
East, yeah.
Compared to
California.
Excluding
Is it?
Miami.
I don't know,
Don't
Florida.
include Miami in that.
I was about to say.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So like a lot of, like, I guess Northeast, right? So it's just a lot of like natural beauty. Like, not a lot of people get plastic surgery.
How about the Pacific Midwest? Like, what's going on there?
I don't know.
Probably not that much plastic surgery either.
The Midwest, I'd imagine, doesn't have much either. Whatever.
Do you think if small boobs were celebrated more in like the magazines that we consumed, or like the Instagram, like if women were shown a lot of examples of women with small boobs and they were the beauty standard, do you think that may have
It
influenced
might
you
have, but I
differently?
mean, think about it. Like, when you see, I feel like, I guess implants and things like that weren't as common until like more recently, right? So like growing up in the early 2000s, like celebrities didn't have implants. Like, that wasn't super big. Like, I feel like back in the early 2000s, celebrities embraced, you know, smaller chests and things like that. So I think it's just like a personal preference. Like there was never like a pivotal moment that I was like, wow, big boobs means feminine. It was kind of just like, for me, for my frame, how I see myself, this is.
You know what? Let's talk about the biggest tragedy when it comes to plastic surgery. Okay.
Labiaplasty.
Labiaplasty. Okay.
It should be
10,000. There are
banned.
10,000 labiaplasties a year in the United States alone. Poor women. They've been tricked. They've been tricked into thinking that they're not fine just the way they were born, and it's upsetting. It upsets me as a feminist. I'm very upset by this. I am a woman's advocate. 10,000 a year. You know, if we were to add that up, if we were to do the math, that's like the chopped off
Lady bits.
If we were to put them in a line, I could get from here all the way probably to Idaho. And that's upsetting. Okay, that's a very long drive. I've done that drive. I had to go do multiple brake stops when I took that drive. Okay, I was very tired. My back was aching by the end of it. And I'll just say, listen, ladies, if there's any ladies out there with large labia, don't cut it off, okay? Guys, you'll find a guy who will like you just the way you are, just saying, right? Good talk. Okay.
I thought you were gonna say like death.
Death? What do you mean?
Like, the worst thing about plastic surgery is like
Dying? Oh, tell us your anecdote, Maddie.
I have like a I didn't used to be like super against plastic surgery, but I had a family member who like passed away from being under anesthesia and just like because of plastic surgery. And that's why I'm like mostly against it, because it's just dangerous.
It's dangerous.
I think if men were completely erased off the planet, women would stop. Not that I want that to happen. I'm just saying, if there were no men, I think plastic surgeons would go out of business very fast.
Wait, hold on. But
And
I
that's
thought
not a
women
criticism
don't
to
do
men.
it for men. Wait, but
That's not my argument. That's not my argument.
okay.
My argument is that at least a very big reason why a lot of women get plastic surgery is to be more attractive to men. It's to increase their mating value score.
It's true, probably. Definitely.
And I think
true.
that if men were to disappear, I mean, it's kind of like when you go to a woman's sleepover and everyone's like in their pajamas and no one cares how they look because but then if a hot guy steps into the room, all of a sudden everyone's taking their hair out. And
Wait, I hear the
trying to
exact
flirt.
opposite argument from women, that they're like wearing makeup for other chicks.
Yeah, maybe makeup, But
Like, what about y'all
because
got?
you can
do you have fake nails?
Yeah. Well, these are my nails, but yeah, they're done.
You get them done.
Yeah.
What about you? There's those fake nails.
Don't look at that one, but yeah.
Don't look at that one. I've been staring at it all night. You gotta get that fixed. Okay, nails?
They're natural. They're just painted.
You think guys? I feel like. Do you think guys are like, wow?
In certain countries,
she's got really
yes.
great nails.
In certain countries,
When
yes.
their back gets scratched, yeah, they do.
Yeah, but you can just do that with like natural nails.
Not the same.
Lebanese guys
It's the
love
same.
Not the
women
same.
getting their nails done.
Okay,
But yes, if we're talking about like the Western
I don't know
world,
about Lebanon.
if a girl is extremely attractive, no one's gonna stop her at her nails. Most men are not gonna stop her at her nails.
I was gonna go for it, but I saw that her nails weren't done, so it's a wrap.
It's a standard.
It's a wrap. Wait,
preference.
going back to you.
Okay.
You said something interesting when I think you were talking to Andrew about you don't think when it comes to the 10 thing, you don't make any determinations when it comes to looks?
No, I told him I don't have a preference.
You have no preferences with looks?
No, I don't.
You have no preferences with looks.
It's true.
So you would date Brian?
Well, personality-wise, now that I've gotten to know him, that's different.
If he came up to you and said, "Oh, can I get your number?" you would say yeah.
Maybe if he approached me that way, I probably wouldn't. But based off the looks, then I wouldn't disagree to it.
In a perfect situation, if he approached you and was like, "Hey, my name's Brian. Would like to take you out. Here's my number. Or can I have your number?"
Yeah.
I'm confused. I'm still confused.
Were you not paying attention?
No, I was paying attention, but
She said yes if you approached her the right way.
Yeah.
how's that related to looks?
It's not.
It's not.
That's the point.
She just said like.
She's basically saying she would determine. She doesn't look at looks. She would determine by the way someone approaches her.
So I think everybody's attractive, but just because you're attractive doesn't mean you get a date or a number.
You think everyone's attractive?
Yeah.
What?
It's true.
This sounds like some kumbaya bullshit to me.
It's not.
Oh my. So you don't think there's objective beauty?
I'm sure there is. There's beauty standards. There's, stuff like that. But I just don't agree with that.
Do you have a celebrity crush?
I don't think so. I don't like celebrities or put.
Would you rather date an obese guy or like an athletic guy?
Well, that's different because that's a health issue.
Yeah,
Of
but it
course,
has to
I
do
don't
with
want to date
looks.
somebody who isn't healthy, and that's totally different. But I don't think
Okay.
he's ugly. He probably has a beautiful face, but
Well,
he is unhealthy.
ignoring the health implications of obesity, which one do you find more aesthetically pleasing?
If we're talking aesthetic, then that's not really like.
Devon Jackson donated $69. I believe her on the looks thing about as much as I believe her on the waiting till marriage thing, which is to say, I don't.
Boom, roasted.
Thanks for the opinion.
So you were about to say, go ahead.
I forgot what the question was.
You were about to say that you don't care about looks or something?
I don't. I mean, I think everybody is attractive, but that doesn't mean just because you're attractive, you get a date or you get a number. I think there's
okay, so
more
I asked
to
you just
dating
on
than
aesthetics. You were about to say something about
aesthetics. I don't have an aesthetic. I don't have an aesthetic preference, so I don't think that really matters to me personally.
Nick, could you pull up that true rate me thing? Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Do you know where to find it?
No, actually, I don't.
Okay, I think it's in the Dropbox folder. I'm pretty sure, but I'm not.
Should I look on here?
Hold on. One sec. Is it in the Dropbox folder?
I could probably pull it up your history.
Drop off.
I don't know where it is, dude.
Okay, I'll try to find it.
It might be infographics, possibly.
Yeah, I'll work
if you can work on it. But okay, so looks, I just, it's hard for me to believe that looks don't matter at all. Has that always been the case for you, or only after you became more religious?
No, I think it's always been the case.
So you wouldn't mind if your kids were ugly?
Why would my kids be ugly?
Because you dated an ugly person because looks don't matter?
She wouldn't.
No, just because you think somebody is ugly doesn't mean I would think they're ugly.
What
I
if
thought
you
that
both
looks
agreed?
don't matter.
What if you both agreed? Well, you said you don't make, well, you can't make any determinations to ugliness, right? Because you think everyone's attractive.
Right.
So there would be no point of contention over who's ugly. Well, she could think somebody's ugly, but you would just default to everybody's attractive.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you found it, Nick?
Yeah, I found him. I just have to pull him up.
I just want the guys. I don't want the girls.
Okay.
Do you have the guys?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, so we're going to have you look at some photos here, and we're going to just ask kind of your opinion. Can you get it pulled up, please?
Yeah, you want to start at the top?
Yes, at the top, please. All right. Make it a little bigger, please.
All these guys look the
Bigger,
same.
bigger.
I'm trying, it's not working. I think it's maxed.
Oh, okay. Wait, show me the cursor over there.
Are these
Click
guys
it.
models or celebrities?
Some of them are actors.
Just click. Okay, now you should be able to mouse wheel out.
That's hilarious.
Mouse wheel out. More. Sure. Maybe a little bigger, because scroll down a little bit. All right, so you might disagree with specific placements of some of these men, but Francisco Lachowski, that's one that I tend to often show individually. Nick, how long has Big Labia Matter been up? How long have you had that? Okay. Go ahead. Scroll down. Okay. Keep going. Just scroll down. You know what? Just scroll all the way down to the bottom. All the way. Immediately down to the bottom. Scroll back up a little bit. Okay. So no differentiation between the men at the bottom and the men at the very top?
No, because...
Lol Paladins donated $69. Rachel Wilson 7 out of 10. Rachel Wilson's sandwich is 10 out of 10. This woman is like when you ask if she cares about height, they always say no, but then you find out her boyfriend is 6'2".
What?
Your assumption is wrong, but...
Okay, thank you, Law Paladins. Thank you. I just showed you the thing. What you were about to say. Go ahead.
Well, I think that was pretty... I don't know. I do think everybody on there is attractive. Obviously, the ones at the top had some work done and are like I don't know, they definitely looked a little too plastic. They looked even AI to me. And the guys at the bottom obviously looked, like they've been in an accident or, there was some like deformation within the birth or something like that. So, but that doesn't, I don't see that as ugly, and I don't see them as good looking, attractive.
Do you see it as less attractive than the guys at the top?
Definitely not.
What? Girly.
Hold on. Okay, bring it back. Scroll it up to the top. Don't show us the bottom. Okay. Just show us from 10 to 8. Okay. All right. Now just bring us to 5. Where? Okay, Jonah Hill. So, no, you can't make any differentiation here, any discernment here between the men at the top and the men who are average?
No.
Can I ask a question? May I ask a question to you?
Reason with somebody like this.
How would you define your personal style, like how you dress?
But she's also a 10.
No, just like
my personal style, I don't know.
Like, how do you choose clothing that you buy? Like, for example, the dress you're wearing.
I guess it depends on the occasion, and I don't know.
But do you
Very
find
casual, comfortable? I don't know what your.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you were in a store and you had to pick because you couldn't buy everything in the store, would you gravitate towards certain items of clothing over others?
Yes, definitely.
Why?
Like, because you think they're prettier than others, maybe?
No, it's like saying. I guess it's just what fits me. Like, obviously, I'm going to choose a T-shirt over a crop top or, stuff like that.
Wait, question. Okay, question. Hold on. So, do you think that being attractive confers benefits in life?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so if you're physically good looking, maybe it means you'll get treated better by people. You will have better dating prospects. You might have opportunities financially or with a job that you wouldn't otherwise have. Even in jobs that have really nothing to do with the physical appearance, they've actually found that, for example, in business, CEOs or, whatever, in corporations, people who are better looking tend to be promoted more frequently at more regular intervals, get more raises, etc.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, so knowing that, and you do agree, though, that being physically attractive confers certain benefits?
Yes.
In life? Okay, so maybe you aren't able, on your own level, you're not able to make determinations as to any given person's attractiveness. But do you acknowledge that some people are more attractive than others, or no?
Well, here we have a beauty standard. And so, yes, by that beauty standard, yes, I agree.
Okay, so even on your own personal level, knowing that you don't make any discernments when it comes to physical attractiveness, you don't factor it in terms of who you would date, wouldn't you want to have kids?
Of course.
Okay. Would you agree that you'd want to confer as many benefits to your children as possible?
No. Well, of course, but not in the terms of like how they look physically.
But even knowing that being physically attractive confers benefits throughout life, you wouldn't want to confer that benefit onto your children by, for example, choosing to partner with and marry and have children with somebody who's physically attractive.
No, I would rather choose someone who's less physically attractive and, whatever standards you're referring to. And
a good person.
Yeah.
Let's assume the good-looking person's also a good person.
Then that doesn't matter. Then I'm not looking at their physical. Then he's a good person. Of course, I'm going to pick that person.
Well, what if you had a choice between two people who are both good people? One was more physically attractive. Or you wouldn't be able to even discern.
Yeah.
You looking at two people, you wouldn't even be able to determine which one's more physically attractive.
Yeah, because I would think about why do I determine this person as more attractive? Depend on what scale and,
the objective beauty scale, I guess.
Then I'd rather not.
Lol Paladins donated $500.
Okay, they want you muted.
This troll. She decided to triple down rather than admit she was lying. Would rather you talk about literally any other topic.
Yeah, we'll move it on. I'm not really sure how to exactly approach this. Let me ask you one more question, though, right before we mute it. So, is it because you don't want to, is this actually how you think, or you just don't want to admit on a podcast that, because you feel it would be mean or insensitive, or it wouldn't be nice to actually admit that there are differences in physical appearance?
I think there are differences, but again, I think that's on a beauty standard that I don't go with.
Okay, so he did want to mute you. Okay, we're going to mute you. I guess just my whole thing is, looking at those guys who are at the top of that, the photos or whatever, and then the guys who are in the middle at the 5 or 4, or even the guys at the very bottom. I mean, I question your ability to make logical and reasonable decisions if presented with the genetic gift that some of those men would be able to confer to your children, leaving aside just strictly your own selfish reasons for like what you find aesthetically pleasing, like you saying that I would just as quickly pick one of those men at the very bottom over the men at the top is just, to me, is like crazy.
I think that's a little shallow then.
Well, but you have makeup on, right? And
Right.
regardless of how anyone here feels about makeup was designed to make women look more visually appealing to men. Like blush is how a woman looks when she is flushed and fertile and healthy. Like full eyebrows are a mark of youth, and same thing, full hair, same thing. Like all of makeup is designed to make you look more fertile, more youthful, more beautiful, and you're participating in makeup. So whether you can admit it or not, on some level, you conform to a universal beauty standard.
Well, no,
I'm sorry. I have to honor the mute. So we're gonna move it on. We'll go for a little bit longer, and I think we're gonna try to wrap pretty soon. But any topics any of y'all wanna hit on here? Andrew, you got anything you wanna hit on besides Kiki?
You leave Kiki out of this.
Oh, okay. What are you eating? What are you eating, man?
Just some potato chips.
Tuna sandwich.
Tuna sandwich.
Tuna sandwich. Fuck. Madison, what you got for us? I know you got
Who
something.
the hell eats tuna?
Go ahead, Maddie. What you got?
Not
for
even
us?
real anymore either. It's not even real tuna.
What you got for us, Maddie?
Didn't we talk about things right before we started the show that we wanted to talk about?
No, I think you
forgot.
have something. I think you have something, Maddie.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll ask my question that I always ask. Do you guys think that body count matters, or would you object to a man caring about your body count?
I don't think body count matters. And I mean, if someone has a preference, that's their preference. If I don't fit their preference, then that's fine. I think everyone's allowed to have their own preference on, I think, anything, right? Looks, how someone carries themselves is a standard, right? So if you're okay with being with someone who has a lower or higher body count, then that's fine. I think everyone's entitled to their own preference in terms of appearance and standards and things like that.
I agree with you.
J. Ekin donated $69. To quote the great Andrew Wilson, let us assume for a second, does sending a TTS make me a simping pay pig? Nick stares at Nick. Okay, I'm off for my vibrational journey to St. Baptist Church.
Yo, Jay Ekin, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Good to see you in the chat, man.
It's Jay Eakin.
Jay Eakin? Okay, I guess I scuffed it. Trying to think what else there is. Hold on, guys.
What about modern
I was
men
looking
loneliness?
here at kind of your business.
Old Man Marine donated $69. Your delusion makes you sound stupid and you're less attractive for it. Quit being stupid, you effing moron.
Jeez.
Angry man.
Yo, what's up, Marine? Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Andrew.
His mic's not working.
Can't hear you. Your mic's off. Andrew,
Still
can't hear you, man. Mic's off.
Well, I don't know why the mic keeps on getting shut off, but it says that you're a thought leader dropping truth bombs about modern dating.
That's an old bio, but yes.
What are the truth bombs?
I dropped several tonight. You asked me to rate the room. I did. That's one. You're muted.
Muted.
Yeah, what are the truth bombs that you drop?
I mean, I dropped one earlier. I said there's an objective mating value score, and it's decided by who you're wanting to mate with. That's a truth bomb.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty common knowledge, right?
Well, apparently not, because we just spent 40 minutes arguing it. So apparently it's not common knowledge for everyone.
Well, no, I mean, it is, because by your own admission, you just basically said that they're lying through their teeth, right? Like, they do believe it.
Yeah,
They're
common
just
knowledge
full of
isn't
shit.
always common sense, and some people don't abide by common sense. So just because it's common knowledge doesn't mean that everyone's operating by it.
Well, give me another truth bomb.
I gave one earlier. I said if you had a 35-year-old woman and a 25-year-old woman side by side with all the same characteristics, the younger one would be more appealing for obvious answers. For obvious reasons, rather.
How's that a truth bomb?
Because it's uncomfortable.
If you say all else
it's
equal, will a
uncomfortable.
guy go for the hotter chick? If you had a clone of a chick who was 25 and one, you cloned her off of a chick who was 40, wouldn't they go for the 25-year-old? Wouldn't every human being basically say yes?
No.
No?
Some people don't want to believe that.
No, I think that most people would believe that. I think that they just kind of lie, right? They're just not telling the truth.
Well, that's why
Just
it's called a
kind of
truth
the women
bomb.
in the room, right?
But that's why it's called a truth bomb, because it's uncomfortable. People don't want to hear it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just curious what the truth bombs were that you dropped, that's all.
Yeah, I mean, they're things that some people don't want to agree are true because they're uncomfortable. They would have to mean that there is such a thing as certain people being superior in the mating market.
Yeah, I just don't feel like that's, I don't know. That just seems like it's common knowledge to me. I was hoping for here's some things. So the reason I'm getting at this, because I was hoping, you have all this experience as a dating coach, you've been in this market for a long time. I'm hoping that I can hear some new stuff, right? I've been hearing this type of, kind of women like taller men, that kind of thing. It's just very basic stuff.
Well, you're
for
married.
years and years.
You're married, so
Warlord
you're
69
not.
you donated $69. To the Lebanese female, do you think females have easy here in the USA or in Lebanon?
Easier how? Easier how?
They have sex way faster than women in Lebanon.
Is he asking, are they easier or do they have it easier?
Do they have it easier?
Oh, do they have it easier when it comes to dating?
I guess you could say that about anything.
If I had to give a very generalized answer, I would say no, they don't have it easier because men in the Middle East are still, by large, more traditionally masculine and dominant. But that is a very big generalization, and Lebanon is a very small country. So I don't really know if it's a fair
donated
comparison.
$25. Do you find deformed men beautiful too because you yourself have also sustained major head trauma?
Wait.
Oh wait, but I wanted to say one more thing, Andrew. Andrew, clearly you're already married and happily, it seems. So these aren't truth bombs for you because you've already got it figured out. I mean, you figured it out. You cracked the code. But there are so many men in your position who have not, and therefore revelations like this are actually revelations to them.
So what would distinguish you from other dating coaches?
Well, for one, when it comes to helping people, I don't just help people feel better. I help them become objectively more attractive based on...
Don't all dating coaches do that?
No.
They don't?
No, some...
Isn't that just basic looks maxing?
It's not just looks, though. Women don't just care about looks. That's one category of what women care about. If we really had to boil it down, I've actually codified what women care about, and it is a 5-category assessment that
What is it?
women universally agree on. It's called the mating value score. So regardless of where a woman lives in the world, she more or less wants the same thing. Now, whether she can have that is a different story, but most women, if not all straight women, want more or less the same thing.
Okay, what's that?
Well, to use a story from the client earlier that I shared, he had everything, but he was extremely insecure when he would approach him, and he was very nervous. So he checked off a lot of the boxes, but when it came to actually how he positioned himself, he came off as insecure. And every woman on this table, I believe, or at least most of the women on the table, agreed that they wanted a man who was confident. So most women want a man who makes them feel safe, and a man that they're attracted to, that they can respect, and a man who makes more money. I think most women do want that. Whether they can have that is a different story, but I do think that most women want a man who makes more money, is stronger than them physically, is dominant. His default is dominant, and
that just sounds like basic red pill talking points to me.
Well, that's because it's the truth. But
yeah, but I'm trying to figure out what sets you apart from every other date, because I debate
yeah,
with
actually, no, it's a good
dating
question.
coaches all the time, right?
So,
and I debate within the red pill sphere with these red pillars all the time as well. And what you're saying here is just really functionally basic stuff that I would hear from any of these coaches, right? So none of them are going to say, women like it when you're a weak bitch, right? None of them are going to say, they like it when you're poor. None of them are going to say that.
But that's not feedback. So what sets me apart is that I get real women to give real feedback to men. I'm not just talking at them for 3 months.
Ulysses the Pagan donated $25. Boiling it down, your profession sounds more like an end run around the law and is actually an escort service.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but like,
I mean,
there's a guy on YouTube I used to engage with all the time. His name is Alex, Playing with Fire channel, and I liked him okay, right? He's a nice enough guy. But I mean, this stuff that you're talking about, this would be like very, very basic stuff he would just start with before getting into the kind of the meat and potatoes of it.
But it's not always basic, because I've worked with men who are 6 feet, make 6 figures, and yet they don't fare well with women because, for example, they don't know how to hold a conversation, or they can't flirt, or they frankly don't even know that they're attractive, so they don't present with confidence. It's more nuanced than that. So just because it's common knowledge doesn't mean that it's always common sense. And what
but you're
sets
talking
me
about
apart,
charisma, right?
charisma is one of it, is a part of it. Social proof is another. So like earlier, someone was saying if Brian approached Andrea, like what would she say? The first question that popped up in my head was, does she know that he's the host of this podcast or not? Because that matters instinctually to women. He's got a lot of social proof because he's got millions of subscribers. So he's clearly proven himself.
Social proof that he's charismatic?
No, it means that he's got high status.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're the head of a podcast, you would be charismatic, right?
Potentially, yeah.
But
it's not. There's so many. There's a lot of charismatic podcast speakers who do not have 4.4 million subscribers.
And there's also podcast speakers who have 4.4 million
who are not
subscribers
charismatic.
who are not charismatic.
Exactly.
Name one.
So I mean, I get what you're trying to say.
Stop. Hey, stop. Name a podcaster who has 4.4 million subscribers who's not charismatic. I'd like to actually hear one name.
It was just a statement.
Brian
it wasn't
Ellis.
like
Yeah,
a
no, I know,
factual
but can you
data.
name one?
I just said it was a statement, not a
I know
factual.
what you just said. Can you answer my question now? Can
No,
you name
I
one?
can't.
Yeah, I didn't think you could because you can't name one, right?
Wait, so
You roll your eyes, but you couldn't answer the question. And you couldn't answer the question because it's stupid. It's actually a stupid statement to say. Some guy has this massive, giant 4.4 million following and has zero charisma. It's the dumbest thing I ever heard.
I mean,
the reason that I bring this up, the reason that I bring the charisma thing up is because I don't think that could be taught. I think that there's a bunch of people who claim they can teach men how to be charismatic, and I think they're lying to them.
Ooh,
I think that charisma is something which is foundational. You either have the potential for it or you don't.
I greatly disagree. Charisma can
Good. Then we can get into the
100%
heart
be
of this.
taught.
Tell me how you teach somebody charisma.
I'm pretty milquetoast.
you
I gotta
can-
be honest. Andrew. I'm pretty milquetoast.
You can teach
You
someone.
still have charisma.
You can teach someone to be funnier.
Thank you, Andrew.
You can teach someone to be a better listener, to ask good questions, to tell better stories. You can teach someone to be more influential when they walk into a room. You can just like you can teach sales, you can teach charisma 100%.
You can teach sales to people who have charisma.
And you can teach charisma to people who
so tell me, how would you teach a person
who are not
to be
in
funnier?
sales?
How would you
Excuse me?
teach somebody to be funnier?
Well, I'd have them hang out with other people who are funny. I'd have them watch comedians. I would teach them timing, tonality.
Sure, but wouldn't they need to have some baseline inside of their personality core, some kind of baseline charisma, where they even had the potential where they could be funny?
Yeah, but potential doesn't mean anything if it's not actualized. And
yeah,
so
well, I agree
that's
well, okay, so I can agree when you're talking about actualization, right? Like maybe you have the potential to be a bodybuilder, but you never work out. I get that. But when I'm talking about charisma, I think that charisma starts with a base. So there has to be some base for this. And that people have that base already at least somewhat
donated
charismatic.
$25. Can Madam Hussein, the con artist, shut up and Miss Piggy on the far right put on a burqa?
What the fuck? That's crazy.
Is your argument, just so I'm clear that we're having the same conversation, is your argument that we're born as we are and we should just kind of accept it? So we're either charismatic or we're not charismatic, and then we shouldn't really...
Well, yeah, so
because
I
that to
think
me
if
sounds
you're-
like a fixed mindset.
So I think if you're born really, really ugly, you might be able to, what they could call looks maxing, and you might be able to make yourself slightly less ugly. Maybe you can work out and this type of thing. But I think you're still going to be ugly. You're just going to be buff and ugly, right? So maybe it can up your scale a little bit, maybe 1 point, something like this. But I think that the charisma especially, and what I've noted is people either have this as a trait, they either are somewhat leaning towards charismatic, or they just don't. So like even in your example of sales, yes, you can teach people sales if they have the potential to be charismatic enough to do it because they already have some set level of charisma. I don't think that charisma is something that's taught, though. I don't think it's something easily taught. You either have it, it's called the it factor for a reason, right? You either have it or you don't.
Well, I mean, I respect your opinion, and I disagree. I think you can definitely teach people how to be charismatic, and I don't think you have to be charismatic to be good at sales. There are plenty of extremely mellow salespeople. Sales is all about, you have a problem, and I'm better at explaining the problem than you are, and I have a solution that matches your problem.
Yeah, that's all charisma. Communication's charisma. Communication is sales.
They've actually done studies on this. Sales with video off do perform much better than sales with video on. Why is that? I mean, you can't really use charisma with as much with the video off.
The person's better looking.
They can't.
What do you mean? They're better looking and have more charisma.
You can't see. Why. I'm saying video off sells better than video on.
Because most people are not very good looking, likely. Most salesmen are probably not highly good looking, but that doesn't mean they don't have a lot of charisma. So this is why women can fall in love with a voice, right? And then see the guy behind the voice and go, holy shit. Once they see him, they go, not so interested. Loved the voice, didn't really necessarily love the person behind the voice.
Okay, well, I do think that some people are born naturally more charismatic, just like some people are born naturally more attractive. So if one person's starting point is not naturally more charismatic, the other one is less, the person who's naturally more charismatic with even more training to be charismatic is definitely going to end up more charismatic than the person who started. I also think that someone who has the propensity to be charismatic but doesn't really work on it, like they just are who they are, versus someone who is determined to learn how to become more charismatic and puts in the work over time could potentially outdo the person who was born naturally more charismatic.
Are you playing a computer
donated
game?
$25.
Solitaire.
Brian is really good at solitaire.
I'm listening.
Okay.
It's just
we can change the topic, by the way.
No, it's good.
Yeah.
It's good. It's just a bit. It's a bit. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Well, no, I mean, he asked me what I do that sets me apart than other dating coaches, which I think is a fair question. And my answer, based on what I've seen...
Ninja_ donated $25.69. I know this isn't a political podcast, but Brian, please let these hawk chews answer. Who y'all voting for and why? If Trump hold up one finger, if RFK Jr. 2 fingers, if Biden an L on your forehead.
Don't hold up a finger. Just
Minesweeper V's Solitaire donated $25. Lowell's Brixan.
Show of hands if you're voting for Trump.
Do we need to have this conversation right now?
We're not going to have a conversation. You can just raise your hand.
Okay, well, my political views are private.
Yeah, that's fine.
Anyways, back to what you guys were talking about.
Back to what we were talking about. So, based on my research of other dating coaches, what I believe sets me apart, based on the feedback I've gotten from people who have worked with other dating coaches and then come work with me, is that we get men direct feedback from objectively attractive women. So it's not just my opinion. It's other women who are more attractive and more so what they are looking for, or whatever, just attractive women. What do attractive women, the type of woman that I would want to attract, the type of woman that if I saw her at the gym, I would probably talk myself out of approaching her because I would think that she's out of my league. What does she think about me? And in what ways can I improve that I'm not currently aware of? Because as I was sharing earlier, when I first started my business, I thought I was going to work with like total nerds who were extremely unattractive and socially awkward. I was baffled by the fact that I actually ended up working with a lot of very attractive men who in a different world, if I wasn't working with them, I might even consider to be an option. Like I would be attracted to them. And I was surprised to see that many men who are...
Other dating coaches also do the exact same thing? They have women do vetting on their behalf
not based
so
on
that
my
they can
research.
give feedback?
Not based on my research, no. So the fact that I've codified female attraction into a 5 assessment category, and I get women to give men quantifiable feedback. Like here is how you could go from a 5 or a 6 to an 8 or a 9 to women like me. That's what it would take for us to see you that way. No, I have not seen anyone else codify attraction. I have not seen anyone else quantify attraction because men like numbers.
You ever heard of a guy named Michael Sartain?
Adamantium donated $25.69. Hermastradamus going to act like we don't know who she votes for.
Biden.
What the fuck? By the way, this is the roast section. We're in the roast section of the show, so they're going to roast.
Yeah, so
I'm sure there are other fantastic dating coaches. I'm just talking about the ones that I have personally looked up, ones that I would consider competition. I've looked at what they do. I've essentially funnel hacked them. And
funnel hacked?
Yeah, funnel hacked. It just means that you figure out what their approach is, how to help people.
He has a coaching program. I don't remember what his organization is called because I just don't remember kind of tiny details like that. But inside of his, he also has a kind of a PowerPoint plan which goes over the exact same type of thing, right? Which is male attractiveness, how you can look smack, this type of thing. But this, honestly, like I'm just giving you honest feedback because as I'm listening to you, this just really sounds like very, very, very basic kind of red pill talking points as far as do this and then that'll lead to this. You know, you can look max here. You can possibly improve this portion of yourself. It's all basically just male self-improvement.
Yeah, just like a fitness coach gives you more or less advice that you can find for free on the internet, which is eat less, work out more. But it doesn't mean that it's no easier just because you can, information is not transformation.
Yeah, that's
donated $25. Goodness, where is the elevator music? I'd like to go there for a little R&R instead of listening to this so-called dating coach.
Okay, thank you, Termia. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's called Miniv.
So it's like with enough.
$25. The pushback is because we're skeptical of female dating coaches for men. Generally speaking, you don't ask a fish how to catch fish. But I must acknowledge male grifters in this space too.
Wait,
there's no doubt about that.
Stochastic Decay donated $25. I interrupt this discourse for an important message. My sprinkler goes like this. And comes back like this.
Thank you. Wait, I'm sorry. I need attention for a little bit. Okay, check. This is my first time ever.
Jay Ekin donated $25.
Jay, bro.
Him the most charismatic, handsomest boy ever. Just ask my mum.
Okay, thank you, Jay. You are the most charismatic and handsomest guy.
My mom says I'm way more handsome than his mom says he is.
All right, boys. This is the first ever Solitaire W on the Whatever podcast. I don't know how many games I've played. Oh, bro, don't interrupt the shit.
Lanius_Junior donated $25. Andrew, how hilarious would it be to rile this wonderful bunch up and explain the enforcement mechanism to them? Ladies, do you have rights? If so, why and how do you have these rights? BPF for life.
We gotta move from that. We're near the end of the show, but
okay. Hold on. W. Boom. Fucking First Solitaire W on the Whatever podcast. I've clutched it, boys. I fucking clutched it. Hold on.
That's right. You see that clutchness?
Bro.
I am fucking clutch. Yes! About time I get a fucking lucky break in this fucking game, motherfuckers, and I clutch the goddamn grenade launcher. That's fucking right. I am a fucking legend.
You're awesome.
Anyways, sorry to be cringe. Go ahead. Continue, guys.
Well, given enough time, I believe that anyone can
Lol
figure out.
Paladins
Okay, well,
donated $25. Biggest thing that Red Pill taught me is that these women's won't acknowledge his dark triad traits work. Before I found TRP 10 years ago, I was dating single moms. Try it out, guys.
Thank you.
But seriously, I've never won a game of Solitaire on this podcast, so that's a big
David
accomplishment.
Tozechiak donated $25.01.
I want a champagne
Sid
pop.
4, you are smart. Your advice applies to Brian. He should stop eating on camera. Maddie, you are nice young lady. Sorry for roasting you before.
Boom roast.
Props to Rachel Wilson.
I don't remember.
Shout out Rachel Wilson.
Abdul Get the Rocks donated $25. Something smells fishy here, but definitely haram. Habibi Cleary is definitely grifting these poor simps.
Get the rocks. Yeah. Abdul? Yeah. Get the rocks. Get the rocks.
1ST_Cav_Vet donated $25. Brian, ask girl in yellow
like
dress if she thinks Donald Trump is a 10. Maddie is not an 8. She is a solid 9. Middle pink top is a 6. Rest are 4.
Okay.
Liquid Scorpion _1 donated $25. Women want older men because younger guys are too immature. Ladies, that highlights your own immaturity because you seek instant gratification. Growing side by side with a guy your age is living life.
Word. Okay. I'm going to do 5 minutes of alert moderation here. If you guys, I'll pause it temporarily if you guys want to finish up your point so you're not
let's do that.
interrupted.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I was just wanting to dive in. I guess it's hard. I understand it's hard when the conversation flow gets broke up from time to time for us to kind of remember where we were at, but to revisit it. So I was hoping for like an epiphany. You know what I mean? I've been in these spaces now for a little while. I've heard a lot of different things said by a lot of different people, but it kind of always narrows down to kind of these basic, what I would consider to be red pill sphere talking points.
Yeah, I get it.
And manosphere talking points. So I was looking for that light bulb, the epiphany, the ding, here's the thing that I have that no, and that's all.
Look, I get it. When I hired a fitness coach 2 years ago, I was hoping for the same thing. Because to be honest, getting my ass to the gym 4 or 5 times a week, counting macros, that was not fun in my mind. So I was hoping for her to just say, look, you can do a little bit of Pilates, eat whatever you want, and you're going to get that hourglass big booty figure that you're looking for. But hard truth is, nope. It's actually just common knowledge. Count your macros, eat up your protein, lift heavier weights, progressively overload, and in time, you will get the physique that you want. Most people, all my clients, when they sign up to work with me, it's not because there's lack of information out there. There's a lot of free information out there on my Instagram, on a bunch of other female dating coaches' Instagram. They're not hiring me so that I can give them more information per se. They're hiring me so that I can hold them accountable. Partially, it's that. And it's also to give them a more nuanced perspective about them. Because usually when you're making content, I'll speak for my audience, I make content for 181,000 followers on Instagram, 150,000 on TikTok. I'm making advice videos for a generalized audience. But I can't know why a 37-year-old 6'5" dude in finance, I can't know why he's struggling until I talk to him and until I figure out what's going on that he's just not doing what he's supposed to be doing. Just like I bet Sammy, if she were looking at me, probably wouldn't be able to figure out why can't she just get to the gym 4 to 5 times a week, count her macros, sleep on time, and do what she's got to do to get the body that she wants, right? If it were that easy, then why are there so many women who get BBLs? Because they're looking for the easy fix. And they don't want the accountability. They don't want the discipline. So when men work with me, it's not so that I can give them more information, because information is not transformation. It's so that they can be held accountable to a vision that is specific to them.
Yeah, but when it comes to personal trainers, who train your physical body, your physiology, there's definitely tiers to them. Some are way better at it than others are.
Totally.
And the reason that they are is because, well, they can kind of dive in a bit better, and they have a deeper or uniquer understanding of how different people respond to these different circumstances in their life, to how different bodies respond to stress, different types of things like this. So, I mean, there's definitely tiers to personal trainers. I would assume that inside of this realm there would be too. And so I think if I were to ask personal trainers who are low tier versus high tier, what are the things that would set you apart? I don't think that they would give the same answer as the low tier trainer. I think that what they would do is they would give you, hang on, I just let you go through those, let me finish.
Go for it.
I think that they would go through an entire different set and say, no, this guy is low tier because A, B, C, D. I'm high tier because I understand, you know what I mean?
No, you're right.
They understand
an
entirely different set of the physiology than kind of the low tier trainer does. So I guess that's what I'm looking for in the distinction.
Yeah, and I've hired a lot of coaches, and I've learned through trial and error that good branding does not always mean that the program is going to match the branding. So when I'm hiring a coach, what I'm looking for is how many people like me have they helped get the results that I want. So how many people that are similar to me and want a similar result has this person successfully been able to help? That's my marker for success. So followers aside, whatever,
but I mean, nobody's saying
aside,
that every dating coach I've ever seen has the I've helped thousands, here's my body count.
Well, I haven't helped thousands.
Here's my success rate, and here's all of my testimonies on my site, right? I mean, it's always kind of the same thing, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, what else are you going to go by? If you're wanting to hire a plastic surgeon, you're going to go by the before and afters. If you want to hire a fitness coach, you're going to go by the before and afters. If you're going to hire a dating coach, you're looking for how many men has she actually helped?
Yeah, right. But those things
how
are
many
so
men
easy to
went from dating women that they were feeling like they were settling for to women that actually blew their mind? Like how many men went from chasing one girl?
That's why you put people to the question to ask them what sets you apart, right? Because then it's not, well, my testimonies say that I'm set apart because I'm super skilled, because that's easily fudged, right? Instead, usually they'd be like, these are the criteria that really, the reason you should use me is because this reason more than anything, and it's really the thing that puts me over the top, right? So like, for me, Andrew, what sets you apart from almost all of the debaters is because I have some of the most powerful rhetoric inside of the debate sphere. That's what really sets me apart.
Yeah, I answered that question. I mean, I'm happy to answer it again. What sets me apart is that I have found a way to quantify attraction. I have found a way to universalize female attraction so that a man, when he goes on 3 dates with a chick and then she suddenly blows him off, he's not wondering, what did I do wrong? He actually has tangible feedback that he can look at and say, okay, this is probably why I keep getting blown off by women that I'm into. That's what sets me apart. I'm quantifying it. That way there's no mystery.
Okay. I mean,
it's just like step one, step two, step three.
That's what you think sets you apart. It just sounds like exactly what most of the dating coaches say. They give you real-time feedback and what it is that you're doing wrong. They're going to be there to support you with that feedback. It just
and they
sounds
quantify
like exactly
it.
the same thing.
They're able to tell you that you're a 27.5 out of 50 in the eyes of women that you want to attract, and here's what you need to do in order to become a 40.
Well, I think they use maybe different scales, but they come up with
Well, yeah, we're all rebranding. What do you guys? I mean, what sets this podcast apart from other podcasts? It's the nuances. It's the branding. We're all doing the same. We're all selling the same shit. We're rebranding it, and some of us are better than others.
I'll answer your question.
Okay, go for it.
What sets this podcast apart from other podcasts is me. And I am so fucking awesome and such a force of nature that every other podcast on planet Earth would love to have me come on and co-host. I promise you. And I just don't. I just hang my hat. That's what sets it apart, right? is that? Me.
Now look who's being
I set it
delusional.
apart. A personality of one.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
cool. But in my opinion,
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah,
Calm
no,
down,
I got
Joe.
that. I got
Lighten the
that.
mood. Yeah.
I'm not upset, by the way. I think what you're asking are fair questions because I think that for the men watching, if in their mind they are skeptical, that is totally fair. And if they want a reasonable explanation, I am giving you my version of that, which is that I have found a very big problem that exists in society, and I have been able to successfully solve it for enough people that makes me feel confident to continue doing it. I mean, that's pretty much it.
Well, I don't know enough about
80%
what it is
of
that you
businesses,
do.
80% of businesses fail in the first 5 years, and I've stayed afloat and I continue to grow. And I think the reason why I continue to grow
I don't know enough
is
about your personal business, like your actual business, to make a good, compelling argument.
I mean, you can
one
look
way
at
or
the
other.
number. You can look at my following. You can look at my IG.
Yeah. I mean, tons of these guys have huge followings, right? But
I understand
but the
that,
thing
but that's a
is
marker
I'm
of
not-
success.
Just,
That's a
just
marker of success.
Listen. Relax. I don't know enough about your actual business to make the assertion one way or the other. All I can do is ask the questions, right? And say, hey, it doesn't seem to me like there's any kind of light bulb moment here. That's all I'm saying.
Well, let me ask you this. How would you define success? Is it my revenue? Is it the amount of men I've helped? Is it my IG
You mean
following?
the
What is your definition of success?
My definition of success
Yeah.
or my definition of a dating
Of
coach's success?
dating coach's success.
Yeah, so I mean...
Like, what
if
would you
I
have to
were
see for
dating-
you to be like, cool, that's different, or that's better, or superior, or whatever?
Yeah, so what I would do if I was a dating coach, if I was going to set myself apart, is I would have not just a program, because all of them seem to have a program, but I would be able to map out some type of roadmap that nobody else has, an actual roadmap, and say, there's this thing, this ding, this light bulb that then goes off when people hear it. Same thing with rhetoric. If you can form rhetoric in such a way where you can break it down to the point where people can understand it very quickly, right? That would be something that would be very successful for a
Got it.
debater, for instance.
Okay, so a roadmap. In other words, here's step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, right?
Yeah, but I would
'Cause I
still
have
need
that for you.
something
I can give you
that
that.
made that light bulb go off. That's
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
can-
saying.
Well, I can't guarantee that your light bulb is going to go off because I don't know what your description of what a light bulb going off moment looks like is a little vague. But I can give you a roadmap. So to me, a man's journey, a man who is lonely and falls within that stat that we talked about before we hit live, which is that 60% of men between the ages of 18 and 30 have not had sex in the last year, and it's not by choice. If we were just to go by that problem that currently exists in society, here's a roadmap that I would give someone who falls in that category. You've got to master the ABCs and the DEFs of dating. So the ABCs are approach, build, desire, and convert. So you got to actually put yourself out there and meet women. You've got to build desire in your interactions with them. And then you've actually got to convert that into a date. Because a lot of men can get phone numbers, but then they don't get a text back. Or they can get her IG, but then she blocks them. So can you actually predictably convert the woman that you approach? That's first phase of the process. The second phase of the process is DEF. So can you deepen that connection over time, evolve it in whatever direction you want it to go, whether it's one night or you want to marry her? And then lastly, follow through from her. Can you get follow through from her? ABC, DEF. Some men struggle with the first part. They just have a really hard time walking up to a woman and approaching her and having a conversation that builds enough sexual tension that she actually wants to show up to a date with them. And some men are pretty good at that, but they can't for the life of them figure out why they keep getting blown off after that 6-week mark. Wherever you are on that spectrum, some men struggle with both. I give you step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, so that you can go from, I find that girl over there hot, now I'm going out with her, now I'm hooking up with her, now I'm marrying her. If that's what you want. That is the roadmap.
Wait, Andrew, do you really want to continue on this thread? No offense, it's just
Not
kind of
really.
it's kind of boring. No offense, it's just kind of.
It was great.
Well, the rest of the show was just riveting, Brian.
No, I don't know. It's just,
I actually appreciate your questions, Andrew. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I was just curious because everybody seems to have a niche in the dating market. I stay away from it. What the hell do I know about it?
You're
Nothing,
married.
that's why.
You're happily married.
Nothing. I know nothing about it. I don't want to know anything about it. It sounds like a nightmare, and I'd rather pull teeth out with pliers than ever get back involved in it again. But that aside, I was still curious what your kind of shtick was and what it is that you're actually after here and what sets you apart. It still just kind of sounds like the same stuff I hear from all the dating coaches, to be honest with you. But yeah, fair enough.
Thanks for
Morris
the space to share it.
donated $25. We all love the sprinkler goes like this. And comes back like Trump 2024. Glenn Lawrence Presents Pro donated $25. To the Big Boobies Blonde. Will you acknowledge that your rack is big as they are to make you appear to be in better shape than you are? You are not 10, you are 4.5 at best on your best day. Asvet donated $25. Hey Brian, love the show. By THWA, there's a spot on one of your cameras. Also, that Humpty Dumpty is coming along nicely.
Oh, come on, they're trying to tap into the OCD.
69 you donated $25. Gypsy, did you assist Biden on diaper change? Did your last country turn you into a dating coach? You can't have someone teach you and you be a teacher on a subject. You either are or not. That's simple. Glenn Lawrence Presents Pro donated $25. To the bikini competitor, what is the most important thing the day of the show once your class is called out on stage? How you answer this question will prove how well you know about bodybuilding comps.
What is the most important thing when your class gets called out on stage? Is your stage presence is the first thing they look at.
Jurendi donated $25. This is just the dentist system with extra steps.
Yo, Durin, thank you, man. Oh, this is a what's that TV show called?
Xjandex donated $25. GG's on your W, Brian.
Thank you, bro. We got the
You
W.
can let Minesweeper go, Tobro.
I almost had
Andrew
that.
is the GOAT. Maddie is the only 10 in many rooms.
A lot of these, one of these Mads, this one's whoever said it, Mads. I'm not going to trigger that one. It's a little too much, little offensive. Okay, not going to trigger it.
Yeah.
I'm waiting. Most of these are now at the dating coach, and she decided to get up right when we were. So I'm going to have to wait to trigger them until she's back. Any final thoughts from the panel before we wrap up here in a few minutes? By the way, guys, get your last minute roast in TTS. You need to roast Maddie. She needs to be roasted.
Humble me.
You can roast me too. Oh, we'll also pull that up. Go ahead, Nick. Pull that up. Can you read it, Maddie?
Can you pull up Ana de Armas, please? She should the 10 they can all compare to get a true number. Brian, please put a picture of Ana de Armas in there to point to and say that a 10 before or after they answered the rating. But yeah, have a Ana de Armas.
All right, Nick, why don't you Google her? We'll take a look. Thank you, Jesse. Jesse Soto. Appreciate it. Jesse. Thank you. Yes.
I don't agree.
Young? Should we do young? Didn't she like diddle?
Before and after plastic surgery.
Yeah.
That'll give you the truth.
She looks like the girl from Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
Okay. Cool, I guess. Yeah. All right, there she is. She's attractive. I don't think she's a 10, but yeah. All right, thank you, Jesse, for that. And then let me get some of the... Sure, I'll just pull this one.
John donated $25. Brian, Myron Gaines said on Twitter a few weeks back that he's down for an FNF and whatever collab. Is this collab happening soon?
I sent him a DM. I just sent him a nice little DM, I think, a couple weeks ago. I think he gave us a little nice shout out, me and Andrew. And yeah, I just said, thank you, man. We haven't planned anything. Nothing planned, but yeah, open to it. Anyways, we have David here.
David Tozechiak donated $25. Are the cigarettes smoking you, Andrew? Seat 4, do you have a degree? 6-foot dudes in finance come to you for advice? Your rate? Sorry to Brian for roasting too. Weight Watchers is good.
We're working on
JK.
it, boys. Working on it.
Lol Paladins donated $25. Sorry guys that aren't having sex. I've had sex with 9 different women in the past year. Maybe I should start a dating biz. I promise not to be as boring as this grifter. You'll actually get laid. Gregel donated $69. How would her roadmap to dating success help a 4 feet 11 inches confident man who women are naturally not attracted to via his height?
You want me to answer it? Well, what else does he have going for him? Because Kevin Hart is short as shit, but he's got a lot of other things going for him. He's got that social proof, that status.
If you're 4'11" man, you basically just have to date dwarves. I mean, legally.
How tall is that?
I think, isn't it 4'9"?
It's very small.
This tall.
It's like, are you 4'11"?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think 4'11" counts as dwarf.
Yeah.
No.
If you're under 5 feet,
No.
you can get a handicap placard.
Really?
Yes.
Good for you.
Do you have one?
No.
Asvet donated $25. Maddie, how does it feel having to sneak a cheek to make room for Brian's Humpty Dum?
Sneak a cheek.
Damn, bruv. Boom, roasted. I don't get this dumpy thing. What is?
Got a dump truck back there, Brian. That's what it is.
Oof, I got a donk. Okay. Thank you guys. I think. I don't know if it's.
Vector donated $25. Every time I see Maddie stare at the camera, it's as if she's checking me out. You're taken, creep. Just kidding, Asian power. I'm white BTW. Brain, you have great taste.
Oh,
that was covert simping, by the way. Covert simping.
I'm predatory.
Michigan Christian donated $25. Women overwhelmingly voted for Biden. They don't support liberty. They encourage authoritarianism. In general, do you think women or men are better at voting? If men, would you support repealing the 19th? Mr. Bulle donated $25. This super chat is sponsored by Tactical Soap. Try our new scent Glenn's Musk. An aroma will make you live stream all night long. Made with teak wood and Glenn's yummy mojo, you'll stand out like a boss. Warlord69 you donated $25.
Appreciate it, man.
Andrew and Brian, King recognize King, keep it up. To the gypsy, welcome back. Was Biden's diaper moist? Did he even remember letting you in? You're not a teacher, you're a con. Axabullet donated $25. Dating coach. I am 6'2", 6 figures, 6-bedroom house. Work your magic red pill stuffs, Andrew. You're the best.
Hey, thanks, Axo. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Axo.
Devon Jackson donated $25. Jackson donated with the Levi for a shirt. You're not really retired if we can pull up a video of you getting slammed today.
Do you want to address that? The fuck?
I want to see that.
You're not gonna say. You want to say something? Or?
I don't know what to say to that.
She doesn't know what to say.
Okay, so I do have to ask you this one more time, though. I have to ask you this. How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
Oh my gosh, we're taking it back to episode 1 together.
Yeah. How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
I would feel hungry.
Yes.
Good
There we
job.
go.
Thank
By the way, guys, everything is through Streamlabs. We're not doing. It's all through Streamlabs, guys. Right now, we're not doing supers. But thank you if you send one in. I think that's it. Andrew, I know you had a question you wanted to ask.
No, he didn't.
Right?
Well.
Did you?
Okay. Not really.
Not
I
really?
didn't really have much tonight. We didn't get into a lot of the usual stuff, but I do appreciate the panel coming on. It was spirited at times, and all of you were. I thought it was a pretty good faith exchange.
This is actually, you know
appreciate it.
what? I got a good idea. For the last five minutes of the show, I want Andrew and you to have a little spirited back and forth. Go ahead.
On what?
Right.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Nothing.
Do it.
Which one's you?
Just do it!
We're doing it?
Let your dreams
We're
be
going?
dreams. Yesterday, you said tomorrow. So just do it! Make your dreams come true! Just do it!
All right, hit me.
Some people dream of success while you're gonna wake up and work hard at it. Nothing is impossible.
Just still going.
You should get to the point where anyone else would quit, and you're not gonna stop there. No, what are you waiting for? Do it!
Okay, I'll do it, and I'll answer that TTS question. You can be retired, just like, okay, she's bodybuilding, she is a pro, she can retire and her stuff can still be out there. So I guess my response would be, yes, I'm retired, my stuff will be out there, and I'll probably be out there until I
Dark
Oh,
pay to
Shinobi
get it
donated
removed.
$25. For the love of God, Google SH Cash. She is objectively a 9/10.
I just Googled her.
She's hot. Two different color eyes.
Yeah, she's kind of. Just kidding.
Also, and if
Just-
you watch
I'm kidding,
it,
I'm kidding.
if you watch it, leave a thumbs up and a comment. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay.
Y1100 donated $25. Go subscribe to Taryak and Josie at Josiah Lessard.
Did somebody fart? Sorry. I just.
Dealt it, you dealt it.
No. Wait, hold on. Okay, I have a question. What year was World War One? Starting with you.
I'm
sorry.
not a history buff.
I'm sorry.
Can you answer a question real quick? Who's the vice president of the United States?
Right now,
Yeah, right now.
Right now.
I believe it is Kamala Harris.
Oh, you got it.
Thank
Good
you.
job. Wait, okay, okay, fine. I'm gonna be a goblin. Five minutes of these questions. Who's the primary victim of war, men or women? Go ahead.
Men.
Men.
I mean, men, right? I don't know.
You there?
I don't know.
Okay.
Men.
Wait, the primary victim of what?
War.
Oh, men.
Not because they're killed in it?
I guess men.
I guess man. Let's see. Can you be sexist towards men?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't.
What did you say last time?
I don't understand.
Can you be sexist towards men?
And are you?
And are you?
And are you?
I believe so. You can be.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Yes.
See.
All right. Andrew asked me to ask this. Can you be racist towards white people?
I mean, what is it called? What is it called?
It definitely is.
Prejudice. You can be prejudiced. Is that the word for?
You can't be racist, though?
I don't know. I feel like that's really hot, and I don't want to be in the hot seat for that.
You're in the
one, so
hot seat.
pass.
You're in the hot seat.
I think that I would need to Google the definition of the racism, but I feel like there's prejudice. Like I would.
Okay, well, here. So I'll give you an easy example of racism. Being prejudiced towards a person based on their race. How's that?
Yeah,
Does that work?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, so by that definition of being prejudiced towards someone based only on their race, can people be racist towards white people?
Yes.
Okay.
Are we going around the panel for this one?
Yeah,
yes.
That's what we're doing. Vocalize. You got to vocalize. You got to use your words. Go on.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. That didn't seem very enthusiastic. Tell us how you really feel.
I'm good.
No, go ahead. Tell us how you really feel.
I mean, yeah, I guess you could. I guess.
The degree in which different races experience it is completely different. So someone may experience it to a certain degree, and someone else might experience to a very, very severe degree.
But in what sense can it really make you feel like so much lower than another race? Like when you're being racist, you're trying to prove that your race is better than another race, technically, right? So what could I say about a white person to try to degrade them and make them feel less than, more than what they've already done to other people? Crickets.
I mean,
I'm trying to actually understand the question. I thought that you were going to keep on going.
Oh. Nope, I wasn't. I didn't want to start on it in the first place.
Oh. Well, I don't know. Are you saying that you don't think then that that black people can be racist towards white people?
They can be, sure.
Oh, well, then I guess you answered your own question.
Yeah, sure. I guess. What am I gonna call? No, I don't want to do it.
Do it.
Go ahead and ask. Go ahead and ask her. I don't want to do it. You can't make me do it.
I know you want to. We know you want to.
Wait, do you think white people have culture? How about that? Is that easier for you to bite on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Karen, right?
Karen. That's okay. I guess we'll finish up going around the table on the other one.
Same question?
The racist towards white people one.
Yeah, absolutely.
What you got, Morgan?
I don't know. I don't really like. What is the definition of racist? Being prejudiced to somebody? Oh, sorry. Being prejudiced is the definition of racist?
No, just let's just say being prejudiced towards somebody based on their race.
Okay. Yes. I think yes.
Word.
Yes. Sure.
Bro.
Well, it's just because.
Because what? Tell us what. Just.
I mean, in a vague sense, yes, you can be hateful towards a specific race. I think it goes back to.
What about in a precise way?
I'm not gonna.
Well, no, you said in a vague way.
Answer.
In a vague way, you can, but isn't the opposite of vague is precise?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What would be?
So what would be a precise way in which?
You could be racist to a white person.
Like, I feel like
Andrew, this is a dating podcast, sir. How dare you?
I'm sorry. I know I always bring this in.
Gosh. Is actually Madison also kind of like elbow checked me. Okay, anyways. We got a bunch okay, guys, we got a bunch coming through. We'll get through these and we're going to wrap the show. So, hold on, let me just read these, make sure they're above the board.
Tanker Panda donated $25. First time donor. Been watching since Gorlock's debut and whatever. Keep it up, Brixan and Andrew. Keep these 304s in check. Also, Maddie, are you Harmung?
It's not Hamon.
Devon Jackson donated $25. Bodybuilding and taking copious wood are two different things. If her son saw a video of her bodybuilding competition, she used to be a bodybuilder, but for UITDB I just saw my mom get worked. Morris donated $25. Racism is a form of prejudice.
All right, thank you, Morris. Appreciate it, bro. Thank you. Appreciate it, guys. Got a couple more coming through here. Oh, Maddie, can you read it?
Panel is already checked out as shown by their blank stares. W. Andrew on Ragnar's wife. I'm not into blondes usually, but she's not only hot, but also badass. Great show all around.
Tanker Panda donated $28. I can finally afford to donate for a TTS. Question for the panel, what was your biggest mistake you've ever made in a relationship?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's for Maddie. Biggest mistake ever made in a relationship? Just being too awesome, you know? Like I was dating this chick, right? And I was just too cool. I was too great and treated her too good.
That'll do it.
I don't know.
It's definitely the worst thing you could do.
It's like you go to a job interview and it's like, what is your weakness? It's like, too committed to my work.
Not being able to say no.
I don't know.
No.
Nobody has anything?
Oh, I was going to
Nobody's
say
got
my biggest
anything?
mistake was believing someone when they told me that someone was just their coworker.
Biggest mistake you've ever...
My
I know. Okay, wait. I'll tell you a story, bro. Love of my life, okay? I was dating this girl, a beauty, proper beauty, attractive, great personality. But, lower the volume, please. Midway through our relationship, Blizzard Entertainment announced that they were releasing World of Warcraft Classic. Okay, this is my freaking childhood, right? It was like high school, but whatever. And I was really amped for World of Warcraft Classic. You know, I played this shit. I played vanilla. I was there. And that shit comes out, and I'm playing that shit a casual 10 hours a day. I had 460s. I was raiding on all of them. I mean, my two primary, I was Rogue and Warrior, right? But like, she would come over and I'd be like grinding. I'd be in like, you know, I was leveling up. I remember one specific time, I was like in Zul'Farrak, just like grinding on one of my characters, like leveling up an ult.
Is this English?
Yeah, but... And then I was actually on my warrior, right? I wanted to
He's
rank.
explaining breakfast right now. You calm down.
Yeah. I was trying to rank on my warrior, you know, right? And like, I was doing AV, I was doing Warsong Gulch, I was grinding the honor. But I was only like, I got to rank 10 and it was like burnout, you know? And so like the crazy thing that happened.
This sounds like TikTok brain videos, like where they're like, "Oh, you have a girlfriend who has TikTok rot or like brain rot." This sounds like exactly
honestly,
like that.
Like playing World of Warcraft Classic was like kind of like the biggest mistake like I made in the relationship.
Good job.
Because you know she didn't like that I was playing like 12 hours a day.
How did you become Irish by the end of that?
But now I don't I quit. Hold on. I don't play video games anymore. I quit.
Good for
I think mine was,
was my biggest
having
mistake.
no boundaries.
All video games? You
and lack of communication.
You just played a video
Volume,
game.
Nick.
You just played a game. You just played Solitaire and Minecraft.
Bro, that's not game. You think
Mine's-
Solitaire's gaming?
Oh, yeah.
Trust me. But I quit that shit cold turkey. Because, dude, get this shit right. So girlfriend broke up with me, but I played for another 4 months.
And then you drank Mountain Dew nonstop, didn't you?
No. And then but I was in the best raiding guild on the server.
Mhm.
We were a hardcore raiding guild.
Mhm.
We realm first
Mhm.
clears. We were like top 10 NA North America.
Africa?
We were top 10 NA North America, like speed runs and shit. Molten Core, BWL, but like it was a loot council loot system, and I got screwed over on a couple loot decisions. And like finally, I got screwed over too many times on loot. And I was a pumper. I was a top parser. And so finally, I was just like, you know what? I'm done. And so I just like G-quit that shit. I went on all my characters. I was like 4 different 60s. Like boom, G-quit. Boom, G-quit. Boom, G-quit. Boom, G-quit. Okay, these girls, sorry. And then I just like left the Discord server.
That's the only thing I
left the
recognize out
Discord
of
server,
that Discord
and
server.
I never logged back in again.
And then I never did it again.
But so I guess what I'm trying to say is, you know, that was my biggest mistake.
Slag.
Freaking A, man. Got some
See,
lag.
that's nothing, Brian. compared to my AOC days when I had a level 70 barb and we were rolling through fucking Hyboria and we were going through all sorts of different raids.
It's crazy.
And I was taking out sin after sin after sin, especially inside of the multi-purpose combat system, which was fantastic. But then, you know, some of the problems which happened inside of Hyboria as we're moving along. You can see the AoEs are just coming out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere.
You know how that goes?
AoEs.
You know how that goes? Yeah, the
Gotta be careful.
AoEs.
This is literal torture. This is the equivalent of, like, we can all start talking about our hair and our nails.
Are we torturing
would that
you
be
now?
better?
Are we torturing you
would
now?
that be better?
This is quite the switch. We're torturing. You have to listen to our prattle now.
Oh shit. Okay, I'll let these rest come through. Wait, hold on. Law Paladins. I can't trigger it because you used a very offensive word to white people, so I can't. Paladins, I can't trigger it. I'm sorry.
Just Take It donated $25. Question for Andrew. Why does there need to be an aha or light bulb moment for you to accept she could be a high-tier dating coach? Why can't her merits speak to that idea?
They can. There might just not be anything new inside of that field. It might just be that there's no more light bulb aha moments for me to look at. Maybe I've just heard it all, you know, but maybe not. I don't know.
LOL Paladins donated $25. Only rank 10? You filthy casual.
Yeah.
I broke up with my 4-year GF because I needed to hit Warlord. From now on, you can call me Warlord.
I just wanted the shoulders. The horde, rank 10
Warlord
shoulders.
69 you donated $25. The past doesn't justify being racist towards future generations. All you're doing is playing the victim card. Read your history, get educated. Wow, Classic Calling donated $25. Now's it's time to G-quit this topic, Brian. You torment your chat enough as is. Sincerely, a WoW player.
Now, hang on. In Brian's defense,
Durendi
he's not
donated
torturing you.
$25. Brian, are you trying to do pure ponage?
Oh, yeah. Like yeah, you know. It's like I got the micro. Like I'm like farming, but I'm
Justin
like also
Martins
playing
donated $25. Pineapple on pizza, yay or nay?
Nay.
Thumbs up or thumbs down. That's a thumbs down for me. Morgan knows where it's at. That was an enthusiastic thumbs down from the homegirl
Desert
Morgan.
Joe donated $25. Fuck Streamlabs for censoring ASS.
Hey, you know Streamlabs, you know how they are. Got to censor. The censorship is real, bro. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you, Desert Joe. You're a legend, sir. Can we wrap
Saint
before-
Baptist
Yeah, we
Christian
can wrap.
donated $25. Maddie, you're slouching and need to smile more. Boom, roasted. Brian, you're too sexy to roast, especially when you use the superior spelling of your name. You're a 10 out of 10.
Thank you, bro.
Boom.
Appreciate it.
Ego boosted.
Thank you.
LOL Paladins donated $25.
Thank you, sir.
Mayonnaise is not offensive. Stop the cap.
I don't like mayo, to be honest. I'm not
I
a
like
fan.
mayo.
I like pesto mayo.
You guys like sour cream? I don't like sour cream either.
I hate sour cream.
It's good.
Disgusting.
I don't know. It's just. All right, we're gonna do a Twitch raid, Nick, if you can get that going, and then we're gonna also raid Andrew. Oh my God, Payo is streaming. Oh, we have to raid Payo. I don't think we've. Payo. Can you find that, Nick? All right, guys. Wait, Maddie, quick body count, quick.
What's your body count?
You got it. Go ahead. You've
What'd
already
you
said
say?
it.
800? What'd you say?
I said, gosh, not 800. Jeez.
I'm sorry. I must have misheard.
You heard what you wanted to hear.
And wait. Just go around. Just go ahead.
An A.
9.
I can't remember what I said on the last podcast.
You could give a range.
Yeah, well,
say like
you
under.
could just say
single digit.
It's been a while since
there
you've
we
been
go.
on.
I like
so
that one.
It's been a while since you've been on. So, is it more than last time?
Not too many more.
No, it's, just.
Yeah. All right.
You want to give a range though? Go ahead.
She said single digit.
Okay.
4.
Uno.
4.
3.
How many?
4.
4. Okay.
3.
Multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
All right, guys, with that said, we're going to wrap up the show here. GG, well played to the panel. GG, well played. Actually, I'd like to end this show by seeing if we can't use this moment as an opportunity to give you and you a call to action. Would you both consider stopping sex work entirely?
How is she in it?
Don't you do OF,
Wait,
right?
you do it?
Yeah, she does OF.
I didn't even know that.
Right here, right now, will you delete your OnlyFans?
Do you start paying my bills?
I'm good.
All right.
I thought you retired.
No, she retired from
Mainstream corn.
mainstream shit. You know what I mean? That shit's crazy.
What the hell does it matter? Like,
It's-
why would you retire from one but not the, like, what does it matter at that
It's
point?
completely different because it's like I have more control over my own things versus when I work with companies.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
He asked.
So it wasn't
Don't
for
be
any
mean.
noble reason. You just wanted to have more control, basically?
No, it's because I entered into a monogamous relationship and that was our choice to do that.
Yeah, like taking your clothes off for dudes is still monogamy?
Do you know the way?
What did
You don't,
play it again?
you don't know the way.
Okay.
Wait, really quick. I just want one more time. Who's a 10? And then what did you rate? 9?
Yeah, what you
Now, I
want
know
to
you're
take
not a
it back to
natural
0?
beauty, but I think with the right clothes and the right look, you could be very striking.
Okay. Where were we? I forgot.
About a wrap.
Raid? Oh, yo, guys, tell Peo. Also tell him we need to get him on the podcast, okay? Okay, so GG, well played to the panel. So no, you won't consider stopping sex work?
I mean, I do it for fun. It's a kink of mine. So it's one thing I do in a web of many, many things. So
yeah,
it's just passive.
Just thought I'd
And,
throw it out there.
You don't do it for money?
I mean, that's a benefit of it, but it's not my main source of income. So
okay.
Would you still do it if you didn't make any money?
I mean, no. Would anybody do anything? It's for fun.
Well, yeah, they
Like,
would if it was just a kink of theirs. Yeah.
I mean, I'll do it behind. The kink is recording myself, so like it's considered exhibitionist, being watched. So if the point is to give it out, and if they're going to pay for it,
Yeah,
then
so
they're gonna
yeah, I
pay
would
for
think
it.
you would do that for free, whether somebody paid you for it or not, right?
But if there's an opportunity to get paid for it, like, would you debate for free, or do you monetize your debates?
Yeah, I
Because you
debated
can.
for free for years. What do you mean?
I don't debate
Right.
for free.
But you would monetize it if you could. So you capitalize on something that you can capitalize on.
Yeah, no, I get it, but in this particular case, what I'm asking you is, if you weren't getting paid for it, would you do it? The answer, the
did
question to ask
record
me is,
myself.
hang on. The question asked to me is, if you weren't getting paid to debate, would you do it? My answer, yes. Your answer, no. Your
That's
answer was
great.
no. Your answer was no, I would not do it if I wasn't getting paid.
Okay.
Yeah, so then that doesn't
Is
make
that
any
not a good
sense,
enough
right?
answer for
Because
you?
if it's just a kink, then why wouldn't you still do it even if you weren't getting
I
paid?
mean,
That's
Before I had the opportunity to do it, I still recorded myself doing it. So there was a point in time where I recorded myself.
so then you would do OnlyFans for free.
I didn't say OnlyFans, I said record myself. But I'm very checked out, so we can end the podcast here. So I'm not up for any more debates, but thank you for your concern.
Well, I mean, it wasn't a concern. It was, an inquiry. I don't even feel like we really even debated very much, honestly. I haven't said much tonight.
Okay.
Good talk. Good talk. Where was I? I think I was...
You're going to read some.
Yeah, okay. So, GG, well played to the panel. Last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out. Let me hit these last two chats here. Hold on.
Why 1,100 donated $25. Brian, WTF are you doing? Bring Josie and Lassard back on. Let's fucking go. Do it.
Yeah, but Josie's so annoying and she has that stupid accent.
Black
she has that
Balls
stupid
donated
accent.
$25. That blonde shorty in pink got then huge tetas. You can feed a bunch of jits with those tangs. She can knock out a mofo out with those busters.
All right, thank you, man. Appreciate the black balls. Thank you, bro. All right, black balls. What a great name. Okay, all right, guys. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. I do also just want to say rugby is better than soccer. Thank you to everyone who super chats. Sorry, Morgan. Super chats, donates, and supports the show. We will be live again Sunday. No, actually, we're doing a live stream. 4th of July live stream. We don't know. It could be trash. It could be good. That's gonna be Maddie. We're gonna be on the streets probably. Who knows? I don't know. It's gonna be a mystery. I don't know if it's gonna be Twitch exclusive. It might be Twitch exclusive. We might do it on YouTube. We don't know. But be sure to just kind of keep tabs on that. So Dating Talk will be live again Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific. We have the great my Caucasian Andrew Wilson in studio, maybe in studio. Maybe. Yeah. We're figuring it out. But
if not the week after,
yeah. Possibly in studio. Maybe, who knows when it could be in a couple. You never know. Anyways, any girls who want to be on the show, DM out whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. Thanks again, guys. Thank you. Okay, I'm just gonna. Sorry, Maddie.
Maddie's huge head donated $25. Number rate at 18 forever. Number rate at 18 forever. Number rate at 18 forever. Number rate at 18.
Okay, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. We do have to wrap up, though. Otherwise, I would have just let that go on. So we need to raid Payo. Nick, if you can get Payo going here. Okay, I'm going to start that. Thank you guys for watching on Twitch. Oh, wait, we got to... wait, go to the Twitch tab first. Oh, wait, it's too late. Actually, it's not too late. Go to the Twitch tab, Nick. First, our Twitch tab. Really quick. Okay, guys, if you're on Twitch, really quick, before I do the raid, drop us a follow on the Prime sub if you have one, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. Guys, it's been an hour since our last Prime. I think it's bugged. Boys, drop us a Prime sub. I think it's bugged. I don't know what's going on Twitch. I'm very concerned. I'm very worried. We might have got hacked. I don't know what's going on. Drop us a Prime sub, boys, if you have Amazon Prime. Like I said, you can link it. Super easy. We're doing exclusive streams on Twitch. Yo, Flex, thank you for the Prime, man. Exclusive streams on Twitch. Maddie's been doing some solo streams, so be sure to check those out. Anyways, back to Payo. We're going to do a raid. Thank you guys for watching on Twitch. Really appreciate it, guys. Trying to build our viewership over there, too. All right, we're going to raid Payo. Thank you guys for watching on Twitch. I'm going to send the raid now. Thank you, guys. Okay, so he's in Tanaris grinding the South Sea pirates. He's leveling up. I think this is SOD. Is this SOD or no? This is fresh.
Yo, don't do that, man. Don't. I cannot talk. Just keep talking.
And he's French Canadian. Tell him he needs. We need this guy on the show.
Yo, bro, you called me you called me in the worst stream possible. I cannot talk. Wait, 1 sec.
Oh, what
I cannot talk too much because I don't want to trigger my neighbors, and it's 3 in the morning, and I'm fucking stoned. So guys, can we have some progress in the chat, whatever. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that, Manito, man. Guys, if you want to see an amazing caster, not a caster, but a show. And an amazing, what is it? Yo, dude, I swear to God, I used to watch this guy like
this guy sounds like Pepe Le Pew.
He was doing some, not me, what is the name of it? The camel toe. Nice camel toe. And the girl is like, what the hell? But there's a real camel in the back. She's like, what? And she's like, oh, okay. You never seen that? Let's watch it. You never seen that?
Watch okay, watch out.
He's having so much Wait, you never seen this?
He's fun. He's fun. He's fun to watch.
Yo, dude.
He's plays
I
World of
used to watch all these. How we call that? It's not a meme. It's like what is the
prank.
Word of it? But yo, thank you so much. Whatever. I really do appreciate, guys. If I'm gonna make you a shout out, are you there, dude? Sorry, man. Guys, if you wanna see a really nice guy that is a legend, I'm gonna show a video about him. go see whatever. He's a super nice guy. I might
there you go. That's
sometime,
nice. Thank you, Peo. Appreciate it.
I might go to one of your show, but I don't think I have what it takes. Not yet.
Tell him, guys. Tell him we need him on the show.
You guys ready? The guy that we're doing when we watch, it's him. Okay, it's whatever.
I want to be whatever he's on.
Right.
He said he took an edible.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, we'll let him watch it.
He's showing.
Oh, here, just put it back really quick, I guess.
But it's so dumb. What are the odds? You bring a camel there. It's so fucking retarded. Wait, you never seen that, man? All right, thank you, bro.
Play it, bro. Play that shit.
Whoa, your camel toe is huge. Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Wow.
Quite lovely. It's a typical German camel. We live in the Piston Mountains.
Camel toe.
All right, man, we get the idea. All right, cool. You can close that out. Okay. All right, he's having a good time. He's lit. So, hold on.
Morris donated $25. Get Hawk you a girl on, also Brian do a whatever tour and do the podcast on stage.
I reached out to her. She finally kind of went public. We're going to try to get her
Sigma
on.
_ Chud donated $26. Brian Plaza get more guys on the pod, or at least some PPR that give pushback like Andrew. These pods been kinda boring lately. Sorry, but this chud needs more
Andrew's been on.
304 age.
Andrew's been
also, Stfu Dark Crimson.
Okay. I mean, here's the problem, right? Is that I don't think there's anybody better in the game than Andrew. So like you saying, bring somebody on. Andrew's like, if he was parsing on Warcraft logs, he'd be in legendary parses. He'd be like legendary 99% parses. Like he's parsed tonight. He parsed it was like a 97% parse tonight from Andrew, which is still like really good. But like he'd have like really high parses. He has really high parses. And so
Brian?
What? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Oh no, I'm just saying, look, people are like, oh, Brian, bring on people like Andrew. Who? Who is on Andrew's level? Really?
Stroke.
The fuck? Hey, first, also, and people are like, Brian, you're not as good as Andrew. No shit. Of course there's going to be people that in life that are better than you at things. Andrew's better than everybody. So it's like, what do you... Anyways, okay, all right, cool. So with that said, after that glazing, I'm going to rate Andrew so you guys can... I think that's everything. Okay, that's everything.
I heard your snot-nosed little stroke. I heard you. I see what you're doing. You got to get your little jab in there, didn't you?
She did.
What happened to the goofy glasses anyway?
All right, the public and everybody agreed that they were too grandma. So your girl's going for contacts soon, and I'm still blind AF.
They were kind of granny glasses, I'll admit.
Yes,
They were a little bit.
But I'm very blind, yes.
Anyways, with that
He's
said...
a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
It was nice to see you again. I'm sure that we'll have exchanges in the future. Thank you to the entire panel. Well played to all of you.
All right, guys. 07's in the chat. We are rating Andrew right after this. Oh.
Matty Ice 7,787 donated $25. Bring on Jordan Peterson.
It might be possible because I do have some contacts at the. I guess I don't know what his relationship exactly is with the Daily Wire, but I've reached out, and I mean he's a very hard guy to book. But I think perhaps in the future that could be cool. Anyways, guys, I do got to wrap. So 07's in the chat. Good night, guys. We are gonna go. It should raid automatically to Andrew. Thank you, Andrew, for coming on. Guys, drop him a sub when we do the raid. And he's getting his plaque, 100K plaque soon. So, all right, guys, good night. Hope you guys have a good night, and we'll see you next time. Good night, guys.